6 on the nose, and you bang on time for AM Live Breakfast Show. I trust you slept easy. Thank you so much for joining us on this installment of In the Market. Today we'll be turning our focus on the status of housing here in Kenya, trying to see how that is faring on. Of course, we know one component of the Big Four agenda is housing. And of course, when you see also the face of Ibrahim Modane, then you know it is all about land, housing, and of course policy and regulations as well. Good to see you, sir. It's been a while.
Good morning.
I've not hosted you this year.
Indeed.
You've been off the radar a bit, huh? Is it globe-trotting? Good to see you though. We shall be discussing, but I've been reading a lot of your work as well. Thank you for your contribution as far as land policies is concerned. So a lot we'll be discussing today as far as the status of housing is concerned. Big Four agenda is one of them, and recently also the Kenya Bankers Association, they had already released a report on the housing price index that we'll be also looking at deeply. But for maybe just to get some introductory remarks, what is your assessment of how the housing landscape is shaping out as far as the Big Four agenda is concerned?
No, we've got a big housing challenge. The deficit is big, particularly appropriate housing for the lower bracket in this country. It's not good.
It's not good.
And the incoming programs, I think, in my view, are most welcome if they can be sustained for quite a period, providing housing to the middle level and the lower level bracket in this country.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So we'll be joined much later in the course of the program by Edwin Dande, who is the CEO of Saiton Investment. Also, we'll have Samuel Maina, who is the chairman of Ridley Cooperative Housing Society. We'll be joined as well by architect Lee Karuri, who is the chairman of Resort and Cities. And also, we'll be joined by, I think I've mentioned Ibrahim is here, so four of them we shall be also flying this plane together and trying to see a panoramic view of how the housing, of course, is shipping out in this country as well. Before we head there, the good, the bad, and the ugly in our dailies. Today we begin with the Daily Nation, and this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Daily Nation this morning. Top Kenyans to face U.S. trial over Akasha drugs. That is what we have as a splash today. Crime. Senior government officials are accused of receiving bribes to abet drugs trade. That is what the Flaggers is reading this morning on top there. Request to extradite. Washington wants Nairobi to hand over a former senior officer in the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, a number of judges and several top government officials to U.S. authorities on drugs-related charges in a dramatic escalation of the war on drugs. But will Kenya play ball? That is the abiding question. You have this story on page 4 of the Daily Nation today. And also, this is the situation and the reality on the ground. Spectacle of 82 billion shillings sewer lek. An engineer is building the 82 billion shillings multi-purpose dam in Makueni County. Complete the job and finally open the valves for water to flow into the gigantic water reservoir. They will be opening doors to a cocktail of poison and raw sewage. Thwake, which will be 10 times the size of Ndakaini Dam on the outskirts of Nairobi and the largest reservoir in East Africa, has everything right except the quality of water it plans to harvest. Find all the details of that water, if at all it is potable. You can follow the story on page 12 and 13. Is that water potable? And you can see also a related picture. This is how it looks on the front page of the Daily Nation this morning. And also tomorrow in the Daily Nation, the shocking details of a long disease corridor created by the poisoned river and how the toxins get to your plate. Do not miss a comprehensive documentary on this project as well on NTV this Sunday. You can follow the story inside the Daily Nation on page 12 and 13 of the spectacle of the 82 billion shilling sewer lek. That is tucked away on page 12 and 13. Uhuru orders end to county cash stalemate. Workers in several counties have gone on strike to protest delays in the payments of their July salaries. So you can follow the story on page 8 of today's Daily Nation. The Standard is up next, and this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Standard. Let's see what it is holding for us. The Standard, this is how it looks this morning. This is actually the coast edition. I shall show you the Nairobi edition. Soldiers beat up Likoni residents. That is what we have as a splash today on the front page of the Standard, the coast edition. And it says, Night of Terror, military men from Mutongwe arrive in 3 trucks on a revenge mission that leaves hundreds of residents, 2 police officers, and AP and Kenya Wildlife Service personnel injured. You have this story continuing on page 8 of the Standard this morning, the coast edition. Also, state announces 5,000 jobs for tutors. TSC Bow says 4,000 high school teachers will be recruited and another 1,000 will with degrees in primary schools promoted. Also, KRA hunt for 600 tax sheets to recover 15 billion shillings. This is a story that you want to follow. Taxmen will dangle plea bargain deals to some suspects who will voluntarily pay up in exchange for amnesty. This story continues on page 39 of the Standard this morning. And Waiguru Mount Kenya is ready to support Raila. This is what she says. Apparently, looking at the Nairobi edition, this is how it looks. This is hard copy. I don't have the soft copy. You can see the soft copy is actually holding the cost edition. And this is what the Nairobi edition is holding for us this morning on the front page of the Standard. Waiguru Mount Kenya is ready for Raila. Political alliance. Kirinyaga governor praises former PM as a leader who understands challenges of women and says regions is not averse to a political deal with him ahead of 2022. The story continues on page 4 of the Standard today. And all those headlines are read for you as well. They're here. You can actually grab a copy of the Standard today. Job Opportunities Agency says 4,000 high school teachers will be recruited to cater for the high number of students enrolled and another 1,000 with degrees in primary school promoted. This story continues on page 12 of the Standard this morning. Let's try and see what we have on the front page of the Star. And this is your splash this morning on the front page of the Star. APRO as big tribes dominate NHIF and SSF jobs. This is all about the ethnic balancing inside the parastatals. Kalenjin form part of Big Three taking most offices. Kikuyu, Kamba share top positions in government agencies. This is the story that also continues on page 4 and 5 of the Star today. When will we get out of this morass? APRO as big tribes dominate NHIF and SSF jobs. That is a report that you can follow on page 4 and 5 of the Star this morning. There is a standalone picture here. Uhuru opening Ugatuzi Plaza. New chambers here. Nakuru Governor Lee Kinyanjui can be seen here, and President Uhuru Kenyatta with members of the Nakuru County Assembly yesterday opening the new chambers. And of course, that is where he talked about the county stalemate that needs to stop. Also, 18 years after crash, woman still waits for 17 million shillings payout. A 64-year-old woman is pleading with the government to push an insurance company to settle her compensation awarded by a court after a road accident. Helen Mweni says Invesco Assurance has refused to pay her 17 million shillings, 143,743,000 awarded by the court after years of court battles. Court documents seen by the Star show the ruling in civil suit number 384 of 2012 between Mweni versus Invesco Assurance was made at the High Court Milimani, Nairobi on April the 2nd, 2019. That is a story that you can follow on page 2 of the Star this morning. Busia grandpa, 83, plans grand party for his own coffin. This is defying culture. Is on page 3 of the Star. Also, auditor reports flags 5.5 billion shillings loss at Kenya Railways. And there is a reprieve here. Relief for motorists as petrol prices slashed by 2 shillings. Follow the story on page 14 of the Star this morning. Zooming out, this is how it looks. Also, the big read today, why men should not fear vasectomies. That is on the big read. You can follow the story on page 12 and 13 of the Star. The People Daily is up next, and this is what we are waking up to today. Lobbying intensifies as NIS Bow's term ends. It's all about succession at the spy, or for the spy chief, impending exit of the spy master Kameru, credited with taming terror monster. while playing key role in ongoing war on corruption. Stars jostling for job or top job. That is a story that continues on page 6. We have Simiyu Wirunga, who is a security analyst, saying the war on corruption, in which high-profile individuals have been arrested, may not have succeeded without his input. Also, John Brady says the handshake has been sustained due to the peaceful environment created by NIS under Kameru. The minority leader in the National Assembly there says, and this story continues on page 6 of the People Daily. Punjani deep links to power exposed. Find all these people in the upper reaches of government who also intricately connected to Punjani. That story continues on page 8 of the People Daily this morning. On Newsbeat, page 4, TSC to employ 5,000 teachers in bid to address shortage. That story is also inside the People Daily this morning. Let's continue and see what Taifa Leo is holding for us. And this is Taifa Leo for you. Atabomoa mafia wa mihadarati magenge. Atabomoa mafia ya mihadarati magenge. That is a question there. And of course, the face of CS Matiang'i also is splashed on the front page of Taifa Leo. Alimaliza wizi wa mitihani, matatu akashindwa, sasa anakabili walanguzi hatari na magenge. That is a story that continues on page 2 of Taifa Leo this morning. Also, watumiaji mihadarati walia kotini is a story that continues on page 2 of, that is actually page 2 of Taifa Leo, but this is a splash today. Bwana au bwawa la Dwake hatarini. That is a story that you can follow also inside Taifa Leo this morning. Let's continue and see what we have on the front page of the Business Daily. And this is what is a splash today on the front page of the Business Daily this morning. Telkom puts 3.8 billion shillings land on sale ahead of Airtel deal. Property Rich Corporation hires real estate agency to dispose prime parcels and buildings across the country for its contribution to the ongoing transaction. Telkom Kenya has put on sale 3.8 billion shillings properties spread across the country as it seeks to raise cash for contribution to its upcoming merger with Airtel. The telecommunications firm has had property dealing firm Access Real Estate to dispose of the prime estate sitting on about 17.8 acres of land. Telecom said yesterday it has requested its shareholders' approval to raise the cash, including through sale of its prime property, to meet its part of the merger deal. The story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. Also seeking tourists, this is Lodwa, Lokicha traditional dancer, rehearsing for a performance during the Turkana Tourism and Cultural Festival at Ekalez Center in Lodwa, Turkana County yesterday. The cultural extravaganza, which aims to attract tourists to the region, ends on Saturday. And relief as fuel prices drop for first time in 5 months. Petrol prices have dropped for the first time in 5 months, defying a weak shilling. And the new inflation tax that kicked in last month, the new prices offer a reprieve to motorists, but will hit families that use kerosene, whose price has gone up. The story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily. Sonko makes U-turn over higher taxes. Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko's administration has made a U-turn on its recent plan for higher taxes, averting a looming legal showdown with civil society groups who have sought court action. The story continues on page 6 of the Business Daily. They always say a wise man changes his mind. That is what is on the front page of the Business Daily. Also on the ticker, Nakumat's boss faces tough task ahead after audit. Nakumat Holdings Administrator Peter Kahi now faces a daunting task as he prepares to meet the retailer's creditors in September when he's set to rekindle talks on the supermarket's recovery. The story is well fleshed out for you on page 7 of the Business Daily. 30 billion shillings is the digit today. That is the value of Kenya's roads or Kenya's road projects and the construction last year, from 59.3 billion shillings in 2016. The story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily. Now, Kenya ranked top tech hub in Sub-Saharan Africa. Kenya has been ranked the second leading innovation hub in sub-Saharan Africa by the World Intellectual Property Organization in its latest Global Innovation Index, GII 2019 report. South Africa was first. You can follow the story on page 15 of the Business Daily today. KPC installs crude oil heater ahead of export. The Kenya Pipeline Company has installed Chinese-supplied 56 million shillings equipment to heat crude at Mombasa's onshore storage tanks. The story continues on page 19 of the Business Daily this morning. Let's continue and see also what we have across the region. We cross over now to Uganda and Tanzania and pick the Citizen and see what it is holding for us. Now, lack of funds hits projects across SADC. Over 5% of the 134 short-term regional infrastructure projects within the Southern African Development Community have been implemented. A new report unveiled yesterday has revealed this. You can follow the story on page 2 of the Citizen in Tanzania. 98 is the number of projects earmarked by SADC for implementation during the short-term period between 2012 and 2017. Also, $64.3 billion. That is the value of projects earmarked by the SADC for implementation during the short-term period between 2012 and 2017, according to the Southern African Research and Documentation Center. We have a related picture here, and we can see this is Southern African Research and Documentation Center, SRDC board member Madaraka Nyerere. Also, we have the executive director Munetsi Madakufamba, and South African Development Community Executive Director, that is Stagomena. We have Stagomena Tax, that is Health, Community Development, Gender, Elderly and Children Minister. Also Umi Mwalimu and Energy Minister Kalemani displaying copies of assessment reports on gender issues, energy, infrastructure and security within SADC during their launch in Dar es Salaam yesterday. Also, hunting farm banned from receiving tourists. That is another story you can follow on page 2. Find out which hunting farm is this. Hunting farm banned from receiving tourists. This story continues on page 2 of today's Citizen. Still in Tanzania, we have Mwananchi for us, and this is what is on the front page of Mwananchi this morning. Well, it seemed to have eluded me, but I'll show you also what is on the front page of the Daily Monitor. If you're waking up in Uganda, how Chinese helped government spy on Bobi Wine. How Chinese helped government spy on Bobi Wine. This is all about the big brother. It says here, technology giant Huawei and Israeli firms are said to have given Uganda a hand in cracking into real-time conversations of politicians, including Bobi Wine's plans to rally support against the OTT tax in July last year. This story continues on page 4 and 5 of the Daily Monitor. How Chinese helped government spy on Bobi Wine. And of course, this is all about phone bagging. And this is how they've been trailing Bobi Wine with the conversations here. And you can follow the story on page 4 and 5 of the Daily Monitor. Asian claims Temangaloland with title. There's a new twist here, and we can see here Mr. Nazim Moosa, who is the director of Temangalo Tea Estate, showing a copy of what he says is the title of Temangalo land to the Subcommittee on Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises at Parliament yesterday. The MPs are investigating mismanagement of departed Asians' property. You can follow the story on page 6 of the Daily Monitor if you're waking up in Uganda this morning. And still on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda, let's try and see also what we have on the regional extra as well. And also on the news summary, where we have more stories. Government demands bank details of 13 NGOs over 3 years. That is the story that you want to follow also on page 7 of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. It says the organizations and investigations are those whose activities cover mainly governance, rule of law, and human rights issues and fighting corruption. That continues on page 7 of the Daily Monitor. Also, APRO, as patient on oxygen support is wheeled into banking hall. This story continues on page 2 of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. You can follow it. Also, how Museveni humbled striking university staff. The president reportedly accused the staff of blackmailing the government with endless strikes. That is a story that you want to follow also inside the Daily Monitor today. The Lizard. So, did NSSF buy the land without a title? Right, you can follow all the details there. Asian claims Timangalo land with title. This is actually a story of the related picture there, and all the details also are tucked away on page 6 of the Daily Monitor this morning. Also, there's a special report. Youths fired from State House training projects over drug abuse. That story continues on page 30 and 31 of the Daily Monitor this morning. Let's head over now to Rwanda and find out what we have on the front page of the New Times. Export increased by 7.5%. That is what we have on the front page of the New Times this morning. Rwanda's export increased the first half of this year, driven by non-traditional exports despite a decline in commodity prices on the international market. According to central bank data, which was released yesterday, exports increased by 7.5%, outweighed by imports, which grew by 18%, leading to a wider trade deficit. The story continues on page 4 of the New Times in Rwanda. Rural cracks whip on errant cab operators. The story is tucked away on page 2. We have here Kagame talking to the youth. You can't outsource values and hard work, he says. President Paul Kagame addressing the youth. Kagame challenged them to always refuse to be dictated on what to do as Rwandans. The story continues on page 4 of the New Times this morning. 38% of needy households denied benefits. This is a new study that you can follow it on page 3 of the New Times this morning. And also 1,200 soldiers from 26 countries in Gabiro for joint military drills. There you can see also a related picture there. This is on the front page of the New Times. If you're waking up in Rwanda this morning, have you grabbed a copy of the East African this week just to show you what it is holding for us? I hope actually I do have it. Let me just see. Sometimes it escapes. But this is what is on the front page of the East African this week. This is actually not the one actually I'm looking for. Right, I shall continue with the editorial cartoons as well, just to show you what we do have on the front pages, or maybe the editorial pages of today's editorial cartoons, just what has been drawn by editorial cartoonist here. This is in today's Standard. This is in today's Standard, according to Gado. Right, I promised you that you will be in front of the queue, didn't I? And you can see who's tucked away there on the kerchief pocket of Trump's jacket. This is the new Prime Minister of UK. This is Boris Johnson. And of course, this is a US-UK trade deal. So who's benefiting? I leave it for you to decipher this. That has been drawn by Gado inside the Standard Today editorial cartoon. And also we do have the Daily Nation. And this is what that Victor has drawn for us this morning. It's all about the, of course, toing and froing on the referendum. This is between the Punguza Mizigo and also the BBI, who's personified here as the vulture. And also we have the donkey, who is Punda Michoka, that is a Punda. So how is it going so far? There was also a reprieve for, the court order that the counties should not be debating this particular bill, but now that has been lifted, so they have a latitude to continue with their debates in the counties as well. But how is this panned out to be? We are still keeping out our ears to see, and also pinning back our ears to hear what will be happening as far as the development of this bill is concerned. This is what has been captured by Victor in today's Daily Nation. Let's see what we have also inside the People Daily, and this is what Stano has drawn for us today. counties and, of course, the Treasury, the ongoing debate on the revenue, and you can see it is getting smaller and smaller. But where is all the money going? You're looking at the counties, you can see the bulging stomach of the officials as well. Bring everything, I am in trouble. This is what they have been fighting for. And we've seen the president is not throwing back as far as this cash is concerned. Yes, he says use whatever you've been given. And also, they're striking workers still there at it. And you can see they're biting the cash. So this is what is the current state of play as far as the cash crunch is concerned inside the counties. And this is what has been drawn by Stanwell inside the People Daily this morning. Did I show you what we have also on the front page of the Wall Street Journal? Just to get also a snippet of what is happening on the international front as far as business is concerned. Trump delays some China tariffs. President citing holiday season retreats on levies set to hit September the 1st. Stock market rises. That is what we have here on the front page of the Wall Street Journal this morning. I want to show you also the current, that is of course the recent copy, times are notwithstanding. There is a standalone picture here, and this is the situation in Hong Kong right now. Riots, police used pepper spray in an effort to, I should say, disperse anti-government protesters at Hong Kong's airport on Tuesday. This is how it was. Looking at this particular picture, this is still ongoing. CBS, Viacom reunites to battle bigger rivals. Is a world of mergers and acquisition. A newly minted mogul lines for The Godfather, the drama behind the remarriage of two big media names, is worthy of the fall lineup. You can follow the story also inside the Wall Street Journal. And it says, if violence erupt in Hong Kong. This is actually the story, and this is not really a standalone picture, but that is the story that you want to follow inside the Wall Street Journal as well. Let me try and see if we can head over now to the page itself for you to get a snippet of the current situation as far as Wall Street Journal is concerned as well, so that we can give you I'm trying to do that just briefly so that you can see also what is on their page this morning, to just get a snippet of what the current state of play is on the international scene as well. Well, my internet seems to be slower, but I'll hack it back into history in the meantime as that is happening. We see what is today's picture of the day. Can you recall some of his faces here? Right, that is what we have today. Of course, some of you can't recall one man, but can you recall some of his faces? Yeah, this Ford officials, and this is in 1992. And we have here, this is Philip Gashoka. Also, we do have George Nthenge, and the late Martin Shikuku, and Mr. Ahmed Bahamriz. And these are Ford officials at Muthaiga House, Westlands, Nairobi, during a press conference that was the 7th of December 1992. Right, this is from our archives, courtesy of our print library. This, of course, will tell you a bit of our history as well. But you can grab a copy of today's Daily Nation, right? This is how it looks. Out for grabs now, 5,000 teaching jobs countywide. Recruitment of primary and secondary school teachers is part of an ongoing campaign to plug a massive teacher shortage that stands at around 95,000. And you have this story also continuing on the back page of the Daily Nation this morning. Lastly, I promise you to just show you what is on the front page on maybe the web page of the Wall Street Journal, to just give you a snippet of what is happening there. This is how it looks. Dow shades 800 in biggest drop of the year. The Dow Industrial posted their largest decline this year and bond markets sent a recession warning signal, highlighting anxiety on Wall Street about the prospects for the decade-long economic expansion. Also, warning signs, still updating, warning signs point to a global slowdown. Signs pointing to a deepening global economic slowdown and the risk of recession are flashing more brightly as China and Germany, the world's second and fourth largest economies, post figures showing sluggishness, and U.S. stock it is tumbling. Huawei technicians helped African government spy on political opponents. This is all the story that we saw earlier on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Let me try and actually zoom in so we can see what I'm talking about. Italy's rival parties look to block Salvini's bid for power is a story that you can follow also on the front page or maybe the web page of the Wall Street Journal. That's how it looks. Right, we want to buckle down to a discussion this morning, and we are looking at the status of housing in Kenya. Of course, we know the Big Four agenda. One of the pillars is all about the housing project that is underway right now, according to government. And the Kenyan housing market remained subdued during the 6 months period to June 30th as a falling household income coupled with diminishing credit from commercial banks reduced demand for houses and stifled developers' efforts to put up new units. Now, according to a survey by the Kenya Bankers Association, KBA's latest housing price index report shows that the house prices remain subdued for the second consecutive quarter, registering a 1.72% decline between April and June, with the lower income segments bearing the hardest hit. During first quarter this year, house prices fell by 2.78%. Weak household income has been a key factor in keeping the demand for homes low, and the situation has been exacerbated by limited funding to the housing market due to increased non-performance loans, particularly in the construction sector. KBA says challenges facing prospective home buyers include squeezed household budgets as a result of rising inflation, difficulties in getting credit, and the cautionary attitude of many households due to difficult economic conditions. Lenders have introduced tighter credit standards that have put off many borrowers from the mortgage market who show a preference for short-term loans compared with long-tenure mortgage loans. Now, as a result, households have been unable to purchase houses, while developers have not been able to put up new buildings due to limited funding. So we endeavor to slice and dice the current state of play as far as housing is concerned, and what does this portend for many Kenyans who want actually to secure, a house for their families, at least to have a roof over their heads. Allow me to introduce our panelists this morning. To continue with this discussion, we had introduced earlier to you Ibrahim Mwadane, who is the chairman of Land Development and Governance Institute. Also this morning we have Samuel Maina, who is the chairman of Urithi Housing Cooperative Society. Also we have with us Lika Aruri, who is the chairman of Resort and Cities. Also, we are eagerly waiting for Edwin Dande, who is the CEO of Saiton Investment, to join us this morning. You know the drill. You can head over to our Twitter handle, which is Live NTV. Live NTV is a profile name on Facebook, and 20686 our SMS portal. And I can see Edwin has just walked in, so you can just walk over to the set. We continue with the discussion. It will be mic'd momentarily. So you know the drill. Head over to our Twitter handle. Live NTV is a Twitter handle. Live NTV is a profile name on Facebook. And 2050 is our SMS portal. So let's continue with the discussion. And maybe just to begin with you, Ibrahim Mwadane, to just tell us, looking at that particular, or what I read from the Kenya Bankers Association, housing prices index, isn't it a frustrating situation that we're in currently? Because yes, there is everyone and the Big Four agenda that is telling Kenyans, of course, this is affordable for you. There is hope you can get a roof over your head, but the income does not really reflect the situation on the ground.
Dibal, thank you. That's the frustration of our time.
Yes.
And I think, like I mentioned a little earlier,
yes,
that's why it's probably right in time that we now have a national initiative that is aimed at trying to make a major intervention in the housing sector.
Yes.
So that some of these disparities and the frustrations when it comes to affordability can be dealt with in a much more systematic manner going forward. Yes.
Okay, let's hear from the chairman of Urithi. Someone.
Yes, it's a very pertinent question coming at this point in time, but again we revisit the whole issue of affordability because affordability does not mean cheap, and there has been confusion of semantics when we talk of affordable housing.
Yes.
We are talking of something that is reachable, and affordability is relative in a sense, but whatever we call affordable is not yet affordable in the real sense of the word to most of the low-income bracket. So the discussion that we should be having is what are these mitigating measures must we address so that we can bring down the cost of houses and do it in such a way that people who are neglected and who really need this support can really get it. But today, even as we talk about it, we are still talking of the middle and upper. And whatever is called affordable, anything above $1 million, how many Kenyans have ever seen $1 million or can save $1 million? So the discussion of affordability needs to be clarified to reach to the people who are expected to benefit from this provision.
Thank you. Still getting introductory remarks. Let's hear from Lee Karuri.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning, and thank you. This is a very important discussion around housing at this time, particularly when the affordable housing project and program is ongoing. What we need to look at is it's not just the issue of affordable housing in terms of cost, but also the status of our economy. Because you could do houses, you can build thousands of homes, but the question is that do people have enough savings? Do they have enough money to put deposits? Are they able to pay? So the status of the economy, a thriving economy, is a key sort of a background on how the affordable housing program will perform. So we need to combine this discussion also with how we can have a thriving economy that will support affordability and also purchasing power of the citizen to be increased. Yeah.
All right. Also, let's get our introductory remarks from Edwin. Good morning. Good to see you.
Morning, Dibal. Definitely a key topic and important. When we talk about affordability or affordable housing, by UN Habitat definition, it's a house that can be afforded by a median income earner. A median income earner in Kenya by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is 50,000 shillings. Now, if it's 50,000 shillings, the maximum they can deploy to housing is 30% of their income.
Yes.
That's 15,000 Kenya shillings. Now, if that's the maximum they can pay per month, even if you give them a 20-year mortgage, the cheapest, the maximum house they'll be able to afford is 1.5 million. Now, can you then produce a house and put it in people's hands for 1.5 million? So we have to deal with income, but we also have to deal with the cost of the house. Is it doable? Certainly it's doable, but there's a lot that we'll need to do in terms of tax incentives, infrastructure, and cost of construction.
All right, because Kenya needs at least 5 trillion shillings to address its affordable housing agenda. This is according to experts. And we had also Principal Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Charles Inga, saying the country had surpassed funding the housing agenda after it received investment offer of almost 3 trillion shillings, which is way above set targets of 2 trillion shillings. But we need 5 trillion shillings. So there is a deficit. Right, Lee?
Yeah. You see, in terms of investments, and that's how you look at it from the side of business.
Yes.
Is that the approach here on the affordable housing is on a PPP.
Yes.
And the investors must be able to find that there's a good return, that it's sufficient and motivating enough to put money. So despite the commitments that have been made, and it is good that we have got a lot of investors
Yes.
who have said, yes, we are ready to proceed, we would like to put money. They also need to see that there is some decent return that is attractive enough for them to deploy those resources. And that is why the business planning and looking at the costs and that it is a sustainable program is so important. So we would like to continue exploring, and we are doing that as developers and those who are in the housing sector, to see how we can be able to fit within the price range that has already been determined. So far, the pricing points for the homes, we have 3 prices. We have got those determined for about 1 million shillings, 2 million, and the maximum 3 million. That is the sort of range that has been provided as guidelines. So 1 million shillings for the smaller homes, then you go to the 2 and the 3 bedroom to come around 3 million shillings. Now, this has to work for both the buyer and also the developer. And that is why it's not an easy equation, and everybody has to make it possible to look at the housing costs, the affordability of the end user, the availability of mortgages, and all the factors that bring out a successful program. So that is what each of us is looking at, and we believe that when there's a balance, an equilibrium, that the developer finds it attractive enough, the buyer is empowered to buy, and also the market thrives, then it will work out. It's not easy, but it's work in progress for all of us.
Right, but we saw recently also a very appalling headline on the front page of the Business Daily, if my director Diana may just pick up on it briefly, where HF, that is Housing Finance, puts 2 billion customers, or 2 billion shillings customer houses up for auction. Mortgage lender seeks to clean up its books by getting rid of problem loans. There is a problem. So 2 billion shillings customer houses up for auction. I think that is a good tidy sum of money, where we have the listed lender, Housing Finance, saying the sales are reflections of the struggles that mortgage holders are going through, as thousands have lost jobs across different sectors of the economy. Is this also maybe a blot in the copybook of the Big Four agenda in trying to, secure houses for the citizenry, and yet also people are losing jobs currently when we're seeing these auctions? And this is just a snippet of what is happening across the board. We can see pages and pages in the dailies of, auctioneers also, advertising some of the properties that are to be auctioned as well. Just give us the reality of the ground. Any of you also, maybe Modane or Samuel or even Dane, to speak on this. What is happening on the ground?
I actually think, and I know Business Daily is related to this media house, but 2 billion shillings of housing loans, yes, it's a lot of money, but in the broader context, it is more sensational than, because if you take a bank that has 300 billion worth of assets and is struggling with, let's say, 2 billion. I'm just picking some of the banks. It is not that big, and it does not indicate anything about viability of affordable housing. I mean, 2 billion is what some borrowers, a corporate borrower would borrow, just one borrower. So if it's 2 billion over many houses as the book that is struggling, then it might look like a big deal, but again, it's not really a big deal. That's number one. Number two, the fact that a certain bank is struggling with loans is not necessarily indicative of a struggling housing sector, because there are many other issues. How are the loans underwritten? Who is the borrower? So I would set the issue of a particular house struggling with its loan book aside, has nothing really to do with affordable housing. When it comes to affordable housing and Big Four agenda, is it ambitious? Yes, it's ambitious. Can it be done? Certainly it can be done. As I said before, the key issue is, one, can people get 20-year mortgages? Because in our current market, if you go to SACCOs, you're going to get 5-year mortgages, and you can't pay a house comfortably and completely in 5 years, so it's a short time. You go to the banking sector, it's around 10 to 12 years, so that's still a short time. You need 20 years to buy your home and complete it, whether you're going to stay in it or you're going to rent it out. So let's fix access to mortgages, and I believe that's what Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is going to do. Then let's give tax incentives to the buyer of the home. Instead of this thing of where we are going to tax everyone, whether they want a house or not, let's have targeted tax incentives to the individual who wants the house. And then for developers who are going to put up affordable housing, let's have tax incentive on the cost of development, on the cost of importation. And let's have developers. I think one of my colleagues here said, yes, people are focusing on mid-income to high-end, but we could also have legislation that says, yes, if you do a certain amount of housing, let's say it's 100 units, whether it's mid-income, high-end, it doesn't matter, but you allocate 20 to 30% of it to affordable housing, then you are going to get tax incentives. So I would not read anything on those particular headlines. Affordable housing can be done, but we need to solve around 2 to 3 issues for it to work.
But according to your analyst from Saiton, the shrinking demand for houses, especially in the top-end market, also is as a result of high cost of financing and relatively low mortgage affordability in the market. So the reality on the ground is there's a shrinkage also
at the high end,
at the high end
sure,
as well.
But at the affordable level, the issue is not demand, the issue is supply. But at the high end, and even at the
issue is supply.
Middle end, the issue at the affordability level, the issue is supply. There are people who can buy a home for 1.5 million, but there are not enough developers who are putting out homes for 1.5 million. So there's no issue about demand at the lower end. At the higher end, housing is not immune to the general economy. The economy is struggling. So you are going to see shrinking demand at the high end, at the middle end. But at the lower end, I mean, I'm happy for my colleagues to contradict, but I think if you can put out homes there at 1.5 million and give people 20-year mortgages, you will get a lot of uptake.
But this is a bit contradicting because from the lower end, you say there's a slow uptake also on the lower end. Yeah, there's a slow uptake from the lower end.
Because of structural issues.
Structural issues.
If you are able to give this, you're able to move people who are buying their homes from SACCOs, you move them from 5-year mortgages to 20-year mortgages. You bring the affordability down to around 15,000 a month. You will get a lot of uptake. So if you solve for the issue of period of time, give these people tax incentives. So you say, if you are paying 15,000 on your mortgage, then we are willing to give you back 3,000 a month.
Thank you.
People will buy.
Thank you. Let's hear from Samuel, and of course we'll come to the issues of land and the buildings and the architectural designs as well. But Samuel as well, first of all, Urithi also was on the spotlight because they were saying Urithi's housing bubble burst as bank puts its land on sale. Is it because of the slow uptake that we're talking about? If my director may just put up this. This was, I think, way back in June 10 there. Maybe you can clarify. And we can see your nice picture there as well. Looking dapper. Did you know that? We'll have put this on.
That was an ambush, but I want to say this. That,
so maybe you can clarify.
Yes. There is a very thin line between what you are raising, especially in terms of what makes housing affordable vis-a-vis the income levels and the disposable incomes of our citizens. What happens is that if you don't mitigate on other issues that surrounds affordability of house, because before you think of having a decent home or a house, you must take care of other fundamentals like the basics: food, shelter, food, clothing, and maybe medical care, school fees, and other things that are daily cares of every person. If those issues are not addressed and the state of economy has a correlation to the performance in the real estate sector, because these are capital goods as opposed to these are the daily things that we do.
Yes.
So the state of the economy also affects the performance in the industry, such that non-performing loans in the real estate are at about 15%. And 5% from construction industry. So we are talking of roughly 22-23% of non-performing loan coming from the real estate or construction industry. And that begs now another question: what must we do for us to make sure that we cushion everyone from this onslaught? Because people are losing jobs in their dozens, and that is also another reality. What happens to this person who took a mortgage and cannot afford to service their loan? The other thing is how many people are in this space. For example, the mortgage portfolio in our country is about 25,000.
Yes.
And that tells you this is a drop in the ocean. And therefore, it means the issue of mortgage, the end user financing has not been adequately addressed. And that in itself means that we are not yet there. We are still talking because we are mark timing insofar as the provision of this mortgage is concerned. For one very basic reason, very few people will be comfortable to go into that space of affordable houses, because when you are told to do a house at 1.5, like my brother Dennis has said, affordable house at 1.5, if you don't get enough incentives, you cannot even make a profit. You cannot even break even. And because I've been in this space, you have so many things that will be working against you. First, what technology are you using? Have you addressed the issue of technology insofar as the cost is concerned? Have you addressed the cost of land? Or have you addressed the cost of end user? Have you addressed the cost of material? Have you addressed the cost of labor and other interventions? So if you are left to do it alone, and that is why we are also finding it very hard to support, as much as we want to support the Big Four agenda, we are asking, what difference does it make to me when the government says that they want me to play a part in affordable housing, and yet all these other things, I'm doing it at the market rate. So it means it becomes very hard for me to deliver that, and no commercial entrepreneur would be interested in that space, because you need to do 1,000 houses to make 1 million. But maybe if you get those secondary incentives, tax reliefs, ease in approvals and other requirements,
we'll come to that.
Then that house will become very affordable.
Okay, and Modane, he raises a very interesting also component of the land, of which is really right up your alley as well. And we know affordable housing cannot be achieved without addressing the land question with respect to availability, prices, and or price and securing also, or security of ownership. Tell us more about what is happening, because we know land is critical and is a very critical factor that ought to attract also the government's attention. But they also have been taking, their time in trying to reform the land question or the land sector.
Yes, thanks, Dibal. Land certainly is critical because that's why you anchor housing. So the question of what land, where it is, and what cost it is quite pertinent. And I think it dogs a lot of developers. Even the program that we are talking about now will have to struggle with the question of where the land is and what the cost of the land is. And you'll notice that we have to address the land delivery process and do the things that probably we need to do to ensure that we bring the cost of land to what is realistic, and also ensure the processes that deliver it for consumption by the housing sector are also efficient and as short as they can be. And in trying to address, I think, the issue of the cost of land, you must have noticed that a few tools are beginning to drop onto our landscape, like the value index, which was recently enacted as a bill, enabling people to be able to predict the cost of land within various zones of the country. The capital gains tax cuts two ways also, because sometimes it's seen as an obstacle. But if you look at it against the aspect of land value, you notice that it dissuades a landowner from exaggerating the cost of land, because if you do, the more you do, then the more you will have to pay. So it kind of brings in a bit of stability to the escalating land values. Then also the aspect of, which is critical again when we are doing housing, not emphasizing on the horizontal development, but trying to optimize on vertical development, so that you have vertical units instead of horizontal units that are spread on the horizontal, meaning you can optimize on the little available land to get as many units as possible. And again, in that regard, you notice we've got we've had the Sectional Properties Act running for a while, but if you have been keeping your antenna on the ground,
yes,
you'll notice that there's a whole intervention that is meant to reshape that act so that it responds more to the needs of industry and the developer in today's time. Then there's a whole aspect of the processes in the lands ministry, the delivery processes for what the developer requires. But remember, Dibal, when you develop a unit, it's not just hanging anywhere. If it hangs anywhere, then what you have is a scenario whereby you're not able to then attract ownership as best as you would wish. So the issue of what rights are in it, what are the tenant rights in it, and how do you ensure that they are formally registered comes into it. Because when you do so, then you ensure that there's good security on the tenant. So the whole process of how the ministry, the whole infrastructure of how the ministry addresses land after some quick survey, in survey of Kenya, is extremely pertinent. And we are coming from a scenario where a developer like someone will have done all they wish to do, but then the moment they call in a surveyor and send in their documents in survey of Kenya, they seem to take inordinately long to get those records approved. And once those records are approved, they are sent in for registration. Again, you've had a scenario whereby you're almost taking longer to prepare the registration documents than even it takes to construct the units.
Which shouldn't be the case at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So some of these intangible areas in the housing sector come in and finally really dampen the rate at which we can deliver housing. So my plea is that as we rev up and try to pump up the whole process of providing housing at the respective level, particularly the low-income level, we then get the Ministry of Lands to do us the favor that we deserve as a nation. The Survey of Kenya is made to be a more efficient department for purposes of delivering processes, land records when they are submitted. And furthermore, then the lands department in the Ministry of Lands is also able to tune up and be aligned to the needs of the country in this particular initiative, so that records can move into the ministry. And honestly, I don't see any reason why within a month you're not able to talk about the entire registration, so that the cost of the financing does not escalate outside the scope of what was initially promised. Then finally, a comment on the land sector, Dibal, is the choice of sites again needs to be carefully watched.
The choice of sites?
Yes, because what you notice is that if we are not careful in the siting,
yes,
you are likely to find that you've completely ignored the fact that some places in our towns are high density, some are low density. Now what happens, Dibal, if you took just what, I've talked about vertical development.
Yes, yes.
So take a vertical development to a very low density zone.
Yes, yes.
And you plant it there. What you're trying to do is in about a year or two, you are changing the density of development to such a capacity that the original infrastructure within that site may not cope. You're talking about roads, sewer, and water supply. To an extent also probably the kind of shopping you want there. So you create a very, very, very major constraint. So we need to also ensure that the other sectors that provide this kind of facilities, that should attend to road provision, suitable roads, suitable, sewer and water.
Yes.
And lands, like I've mentioned, are sensitized alongside the initiatives that are happening. Otherwise, we will soon have good housing and people moving in, but then immediately after they have settled, they cannot be able to get the water they require, because you've suddenly increased the demand to a level that is tremendously higher than was initially planned. And the same applies for sewer.
Right, and of course we'll take a short break. When we circle back, we shall hear from you, Lee, especially on siting, which is critical also when it comes to putting up these buildings. But of course, we know when you talk about the horizontal density, or horizontal development that we need to actually be focusing on, is this also showcasing that the situation we're in, that there's a dominance of flats and apartments in the housing market, which is a clear also demonstration of the predominance of the middle income segment and of the population. So from maybe a developer's perspective, could this outlook in one way, or should it be one way of dealing with the pressure of land prices, and hence the need to build further upwards, right? And of course, how, if you're talking about high density and within low density areas, how does it also affect maybe the integrity of the structures as well? These are things that we need to look at, and we shall be reviewing that as well on the other side of the break, looking at appropriate building designs as well. So you're watching In the Market, and of course, this morning our topic is status of housing in Kenya. We're trying to see the good, the bad, and the ugly, the current state of play of housing in the country as well. So don't go away, much more coming up on the other side of a break.
Why aren't you wearing the ring? 2 is company.
I don't know what I'm supposed to feel about this.
Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
The door to excellence is open for you. Join us now for August intake. For further information, call us or interact with us online. St. Paul's University, unleashing untapped potential.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
How much more do you think we can engage, and for this particular segment, younger women, to be a part of influencing policy?
Having women and also men who are in the youth bracket advocating for these policy changes and being in the forefront of pushing these policies.
Unfortunately, we make policies first and then we bring it down to the community.
Even when it comes to the guys who are being interviewed, I always say there's a difference between information, infotainment, and entertainment.
Yes.
I'm just going to put that out there.
Top spot no mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy.
But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu sijapata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
What is chiropractic?
Chiropractic means done by hand in full. Chiro is hands, and then practic, done by hands. We are able to address the human body's dysfunctions or pain based on what is not functioning properly, what is not grinding.
What exactly are we checking for?
So we are checking for nerve tension. Just something you should remember is that the nerve tension does not state where her pain is, but where the problem with the nerves are.
Loaf, slices of life.
Every day, NTV News Team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took that in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya.
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
And beyond.
The politics in the United States capital.
It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs.
Moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
Kwanza kunegotiate story ya baby shower.
It was not that important because this was our second baby.
Why do you just like poking me?
Super Loaf. Slices of life.
Watching in the market here on Live, and of course today the subject that we're discussing today is all about housing, the status of housing in Kenya, looking at the good, the bad and the ugly, and the current state of play of what is happening as far as the Big Four agenda is concerned. And before we took a short break, we were actually looking at citing, this was actually raised up by Ibrahim Mwadhane, which is very critical at this juncture when also we actually discussing the critical factor, which is land when it comes to housing as well. And we said we'll circle back with Lee Karuri to just also give us a snippet of what really is to be considered when we are actually looking for sites. High density, horizontal development, depicting that yes, there's also a pressure on land prices as well.
Yes, so the area of about the whole question of siting.
Yes.
For housing, and particularly affordable housing where the majority of the Kenyans can live, has several factors to think about the location and the land. One of them is the issue of price, because the locations that are very close to development are expensive, and that of course builds up the cost of our projects. When you go further away from the centers of development, the land is a bit cheaper. But now there's a problem here. The problem is that the people who are buying homes are in active economic life. They are working, others are doing their micro and small enterprises. They need to be able to access their stations of work quickly. So when you get cheap land, it is likely to be far away, but it is where affordability is better. And you pose a new question, is that why should I have my house so far away where I have to pay so much money to access my workplace? So you will find that there's going to be a challenge, and it is already developing, where the developers of affordable housing will go much further, but the target market do not find that convenient because public transport is not available, it is too far away, and the conveniences of accessing your workplace, schools, is difficult. So that is going to be a continuing challenge about location and siting. Now the other one is the issue of infrastructure, availability of sewer. You know, when you go to the affordable housing programs that we have now, and we want to commend the government because this time round we have got a committed effort towards affordable housing, more than ever before. You know, engaging all the stakeholders. We are very happy to see the amount of effort, time spent to make this work. But now the infrastructure to support this, for affordable housing to happen, then we have to have high density. It's not possible to have low density and still be able to afford the kind of prices we are talking about. So high density demands also very good infrastructure. And that is a challenge that we have. You know, good roads to service all these people, enough sewerage, enough water, and all that. So we need other things to happen to support affordable housing around the location and that site. Proper infrastructure development. Otherwise, you have, like what Ibrahim said earlier, you will have a development that is not well supported, and you create some new urban problems around it. So these are some of the issues to consider. Lastly is, of course, accessibility to social services. You know, schools are very important because you want the families of these homeowners to be able to quickly get to schools for the children, and also hospitals and other social amenities. So these are the considerations that we take into account in terms of location and siting for a successful housing project.
So, but how can the government also address maybe the issue of pricing for the land through zoning? Because I think the benefits of zoning is to allow, you know, the government to control demands of land, demand and price of land within a particular area. So we can
Maybe
actually...
I could comment on that.
Yes, please.
You see, when we talk about affordable housing, remember this is a concept for the whole country. It's not about Nairobi or towns only. It's a devolved idea. And we would like to see the affordable housing program successful in every county. And therefore, each county has to be able to show how their efforts in their own planning is supporting the affordable housing program. Today, as we are speaking, most of the counties have not completed their county spatial development plans. The spatial planning that is able to zone, what you have described about zoning, and be able to say where is agriculture, where is going to be manufacturing, where is going to be housing, is not been completed in most of the counties. And therefore, when developers of housing, and within the counties, because we would like to see the affordable housing program successful in the counties, because we are now a devolved nation, and we like equal development across the country, is that we would like to see a fast-tracked policy around all the counties in terms of their zoning, land use plans to be ready and gazetted, which has not happened. And therefore now, every time we are talking about agriculture against housing, it becomes a debatable point. The planners in the counties sit and consider this on a case-by-case basis. And that should not be the case. It should be well-zoned. And therefore the county, once the zoning happens and the county spatial plans are adopted properly, then they would service the zones according to the user. Industrial put what is required for the industry. Housing, you know what is supposed to happen. And therefore there's a lot of work required around other people, beyond the developers, to make this work. This is obviously progressive, but there's an urgency now to put our house in order in the counties and everywhere, so that the affordable housing program could be successful.
But I thought that was another remit of the county public works as well, on the zoning beat. I wonder why has it not...
No, there's no, as far as we are concerned right now, and we have been monitoring, there's no, you know, the process of planning, a county land use, is that you have to have a proper scheme done, stakeholder consultations done, master planning done, land use agreed, and then eventually the plans are drawn and they show the zoning for all the land use, agriculture, manufacturing, housing, properly done, and then it goes to the county assembly, adopted, and then gazetted, and then it becomes now a policy. That has not happened in the county. So what is happening now is that the county land use, generally, most of the counties, is undefined, and you have to keep negotiating as a developer about where you want to site your project, and that causes a meeting, and they think, is it appropriate or not? And we need to remove those kind of uncertainties and a speculative nature of planning. So planning our nation is very important, because the projects we are talking about here are long-term. This housing agenda is not an agenda for a year or two. It's going to continue for many years. The housing demand will grow. And therefore, the earlier we are able to put our housing plans around national planning, around our land use, around all the counties, and have these matters very definite, it's going to help all of us. Because even the investors we are talking about now, they have a long-term view around their participation on housing in Kenya.
Right, just a moment, Samuel. We hear from Edwin. Because also I thought we had the physical planning bill. Is it an act right now? I left it at a bill, and I think still it is collecting dust if it's not been enacted as it is right now. Was it not really capturing all this that we're talking about, even addressing the issue of the counties as well? Because I know, after all, even Saiton will need now to get, you know, the up markets within the county, at the up end, of course, housing within the counties as well. This can be a tripping wire for you.
Yeah. Whether act or bill or planning, I mean, we have very great plans. I remember meeting somebody recently who said, you know, when Vision 2030 was launched, I remember being in, the person was in class 3, and it seemed like a really grand vision of Kenya. And then she said, and by the way, now that 2030 is about to get here, I can't see us getting to what I saw when it was being launched. So I will not pay too much attention
even
to
you're not given any intermediate reports. Yeah. At least when you tell us this is the so far, this is where we wanted to be within the 15 years, like the MDGs that we had, at least within 15 there were interventions. And the Vision 2030, maybe it will be an epiphany. One day we'll wake up and in that dreamland, things have changed, the landscape is different in Vision 2030.
Yeah, so I will not pay too much attention to what we say or write. I will pay attention to what we do. Because even the affordable housing, it will happen, both private sector and the government, but I don't think we are going to get to 500,000 units by 2022. So we have to do as much as we can. But going back to
that is a pie in the sky as far as we're too ambitious.
I'm not going to go that far, but what is important is that we look at what do people want and what are we doing to get them to that housing. If you ask somebody, whether in the county or in Nairobi, especially in the affordable segment, what do you want? The number one thing is accessibility. How do I get from the matatu to my house, or from my house to the matatu, to school, to the things that I need? The second thing they want is security. And then the third is utilities, water, sewer, electricity. So as a developer, you can't sit and just say, I will wait for government to deliver these things. You have to ask yourself and say, okay, it's not like government is not doing anything. They are doing quite a lot in terms of infrastructure. But is it all coming together in terms of a coherent plan? Probably not. But then you have to look at where are the highways, where is the SGR, where are the sewer projects, and then you plan yourself around it, and then the clients will come. So I would not wait too much for the bills and the acts, which are important. They will have an impact, but as we wait for these things to come together, what can we do as private sector? And that's what we do at Saiton, and say, where are the bypasses going to come when we look at the plans? Where are the roads going to come? And if accessibility is what's important, how can we then plan ahead to identify pieces of land that are coherent with what we already see on the ground, even as we engage the government, even as we engage State Department of Housing and say the plans need to be coherent. We have to work on the land issues. We have to work on the physical planning. There are so many issues that need to be sorted out for housing prices to be affordable. But until that happens, and I don't know if it will happen in our lifetime, you have to do something as private sector to try and help with this solution, even as you make money as a developer.
All right.
There's also an issue of goodwill on the part of the government and the players in the industry. And as much as my friend want to be candid about this, we had a benchmarking tour to Rwanda last year with the Institute of Surveyors of Kenya. And one thing we learned is that in Rwanda, the geospatial planning is very nice, top-notch. And within 8 hours, you get all your documents and everything that you need. The land value is known, the zoning, and everything is known, well cut out. And we were very curious to know how this happened, only to realize that the architect and the people behind it is one Shemochuru from Kenya. And it is working in Rwanda. If you want a land transfer, they know the value, they know the location, they know the utility. It's well clarified in a small country. Then we wanted to probe further. Why isn't it happening in our country? Then we realized that these people, when they came to the counties, they were not willing to take that direction because people don't like efficiency. People don't like things that are moving very well because here land value is based on notion and perceptions. And actually, sometimes there are no clear parameters. It depends on whether you want to borrow or whether you want to lend. And that is a discussion. But there should be parameters that if it is land in Kiambu, this is the highest you can go. In this zone, in this part of Kiambu, it is different. And it should be known so that even when the government is planning for taxation regime, they know in this zone, you can do this, the school will be here. So when we put the cart before the horse, what is happening is that we are rushing to discuss about affordable houses, but we've not addressed the issue of spatial planning.
Spatial planning itself, yes.
Yeah, itself. So what it means is that the government is asking us, where do you want to build so that we can give you this support, infrastructure and all that. But it should be the other way around. How I wish that the government will come with social amenities like school and other anchor projects that will attract people to that place. Instead of telling us to do things, then we start figuring out. We have 10,000 houses here. Where do we do a school? Then there's no space. There's no one willing to sell the space for that. So it should be the other way around. For example, when you want to do a mall, you look for anchor tenants. The supermarket, whether it's Carrefour or whatever supermarket, it becomes the anchor. And the minute that anchor, tenant is there, it becomes very easy for other secondary tenants to come. Because people will go to a mall because of Naivas, Carrefour, and other whatever, and then Javas and what have you. The same case with development. Take university to Kitengela, one of the major universities, support all a hospital, a national hospital, or major schools. People will gravitate around that place, and then the cost of, the aspect that my brother has raised there, of people wanting to go near where they work, you devolve that kind of settlement from the core areas. So I think that narrative needs to be addressed very seriously, because if we are serious about have 500,000 units in the next 2-3 years, we cannot just do it haphazardly, because the issue of security, the issue of sewerage, sanitation, diseases, and so many other things will come into place. Fire, for example, how do you zone off such places, high density, against certain things? And for example, even as we exploit vertical expansion, the minute you go above the 5th floor, it no longer becomes tenable. Someone will tell you that, the QS will tell you that from the 5th floor, the cost escalates because of maintenance. You need a lift, you need water to pump there. So maintaining that, you can find that you are renting a house at 15,000, but the maintenance, the service charge is 10,000 or 7,000. So it doesn't become tenable anymore. So there must be so many other things that we must look into. Shall we have water? Most of the people living above ground, fourth, fifth ground floor, they don't get access to water because of the availability and the logistics. So what is my point? The government must show concerted effort by doing their part. The first thing is planning. The other thing is providing social amenities that will attract people into certain zones. And those anchor tenants becomes like a magnet to settlements around there. That is an issue that must be addressed, so that we don't again find ourselves 5-10 years from now having those other challenges.
Right, let's just get back to the bit of zoning and the pricing as well. And Madana, you can help us here, because it seems also we've just left land to the market forces. Is there a way that we can get intervention from the government, that even with the zoning, we know this is a price limit for this, market, this zoning of lands that we have in this? Because if we leave it to the market forces right now, I think, or the speculative bits, this will not be affordable in the long run. What do you think?
Thank you. But before I come to that, Dibal,
Yes.
allow me to, because listening to Lee, it's almost obvious that there's a very big opportunity that's currently available for the county governments, which are outside, managing space outside Nairobi City, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Eldoret.
Yes.
Because they haven't got to their burst limit. I think they still have a very nice opportunity to zone and plan the land within their jurisdiction. But sometimes when you withdraw from, when you are engaged in a thing, you get very overwhelmed. But when you withdraw and look at the actions that have happened since we got devolved, you get the impression that they haven't quite appreciated the opportunity that is within their hands. So the governors and the professionals managing devolved units need to realize that this is their best time to prepare the spatial plans that Samuel is also talking about, and ensure that they begin to respect land use as best they can. In a number of budding urban centers, you get the impression that they also haven't appreciated that land is always cheaper today than tomorrow. So the resources that are coming to their hands could very easily be, some of it could be channeled to the purchase of land for purposes of for purposes like housing, so that then you stop it now, not tomorrow. Then when investors come into those towns, it will be a lot easier to begin to point them to an existing pool of land. Now, I think if you engage them, probably they haven't thought about it, but I think it's good for us through a program like this to raise their attention to that opportunity today, so that they think about how best to set resources, both financial and technical, to sort out, to stop the situation now. If we were dealing with Nairobi in its 50s, we would be talking about a very different situation in terms of this discussion we're holding. So they have their situation of the 50s today. If they can handle it before, kind of the population dynamics are also reversing the migration into the bigger cities. But it will be so fast for some of those towns, if they don't do it now, they will probably be struggling with a problem harder than Nairobi, because also the resource challenge faces them. But then coming to what you mentioned about the issue of land.
Before we even go to the issue of land, I think because that particular spatial planning that we're talking about, that we're still grappling with the issues of 50s or in the 50s, is it because we still have the same master plan of the 50s, or it has been developed? Or what is happening? Because it seems we've never had any launch of any master plan going forward as far as spatial planning is concerned, because things have changed so far. I mean, there's a population burst in the city as well. But let him finish on land, then we come to you, Lee, and Edwin.
On the national spatial plan.
On the national spatial planning. Okay, fantastic. We'll pick up on it. Madane, just complete with the land as well.
Yes, so I was just saying that the experts in our sector, the land sector, will just have to appreciate that this country must be given a solution in regard to the value of land. We cannot have a scenario whereby cost of land is probably in a number of scenarios higher than that in New York or even London.
It's very prohibitive. Yeah?
Yes, it is certainly prohibitive. But it will call upon policy interventions, and I mentioned some of them when I was beginning to talk.
Yes.
I mentioned
the value index.
Yes, value index as one. I also talked about the capital gains tax, which is coming into it. The Sectional Properties Act, which is now under discussion, and it just requires constant attention, so that we don't, for a long time we just assumed, the market is. It's good to have a free market, but when it comes to land, there are policy interventions that could be done to begin to make people appreciate that, look, it's practical. You are not going to have an escalation that phases out everyone other than a small bracket. That's not easy, but I think for the country, a bit of what has happened is good. What we need to be seeing is the application of these tools that have come into the market lately, and a very good watch so that if the tool is hurting, again, the same market that you want to help, then you go back and retouch it.
Right. On the master plan and the spatial planning, Lee?
Yes. We had, for a long time in Kenya, we did not have a national spatial plan and land use plan for many, many years. And about 2 years ago, the government, through the Ministry of Lands, was able to conclude a process through a stakeholder workshop that we were also involved in the private sector, where the final document of the National Spatial Plan was concluded and it was launched at KICC. So we now have a National Spatial Plan for the nation as Kenya, which was a very big milestone. Now, the next step that happened after that, and it was announced during the launch, was that it would now move to the counties, because that was national, and now that we have a devolved government system, the counties were to continue with that work and prepare the county master plans, spatial master plans. Now, what has happened is that there has been a disconnect between the very good efforts of the national government and concluding that effort at the county level. So what may be required to happen now is to put a timeline and a deadline around this effort, because it was a national effort with a program, but we are stuck at the counties, and that is what possibly there needs to be a law that touches, brings the funding, the county funding, apart from the CIDPs, to also have valid and adopted county spatial plans as a condition. Because if we do not have proper county spatial plans happening, we are going to have very uncontrolled developments happening in the counties. You know, the counties are still in a good place right now because they are low density. But over time, the challenges that we are facing in Nairobi that have taken, you know, some of them you cannot correct, would happen now in the counties. These problems in the city and in the towns would get devolved to the counties. So there is an urgency when we have time to plan well, and that should be a condition to funding. Otherwise, you're going to end up with unplanned counties and planned settlements and counties where land use is no longer defined, and you cannot plan anymore, because when people come up with the developments and do all sorts of things, to reverse is very difficult.
It's very difficult.
Yes, to reverse.
And of course, Edwin, okay, you can continue.
Just wanted to add one quick thing to the question you asked Mwadhani around land, whether government should regulate or determine pricing. Certainly I agree with what he's saying, policy and regulation to moderate, but certainly we should leave it to market forces. Because government should only do that which I can't do for myself, roads, security. If you then bring government to things that private sector should do, and I'm reading your own paper here, Uwezo Fund, Women Fund, Youth Fund was meant to benefit women, people with disabilities, youths. But other than women, you're saying it benefited wealthy individuals and rich counties. So when you bring government to things that are primarily supposed to be done by private sector, you end up with these kinds of things. So there's a problem in the value of land, in the price of land. But the solution is not government to come and then determine the value. The solution is to bring the policy and regulatory intervention to moderate and to provide an enabling environment. But we certainly should leave it to market forces.
To the market forces.
I'd like to comment on the issue of, I think Edwin is quite right about the pricing. You know, why the issue of price? The land and the system that we have in Kenya, the majority of land is in private hands. It's in private hands, and also communities. So what happens is that if government had a lot of land in its hands, then it would be able to control the price, because you're able to release and determine price, because you have got economies of scale and you can set the price. Now, because government has got not much land, it is not able to control pricing, and therefore what would happen is that, and it would be very important for housing. for affordable housing to succeed, the role of government is so critical going forward, and therefore government needs to consider to own land so that the national government and the county government have some land banking available for this social program. This is a social program, because to have no land, you start off from a point of a challenge, to have no land. So it's important that just the way government has invested long term on infrastructure land, buying corridors for infrastructure, SGR corridors, that is a part of priorities. The same way you compensate for land because you want to do roads, you want to do rail and other things, dams, you compensate. It's the same thinking that needs to be around housing, that you are going to put enough funds around housing by land acquisition in correct locations, in thousands of acres, in preparation for mass housing. That thinking needs to expand from the public corridors of infrastructure and dams into housing. And that way, then you're able to avail land at a reasonable cost. You have a stock, you have land for future, and this is a key investment for the government. Otherwise, going forward, if you don't have the land, and it is always in private hands, you'll be always at the mercy of the private owners.
Yes.
And you have to keep negotiating and agreeing, and land costs continue to increase over time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Dibal, can I add that it's a little interesting to notice that telecom is offloading.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to raise, because
land.
Yes.
Now, and
that is in the business
I
daily
want to observe. I think it's useful for policy leaders, policy drivers, to appreciate the opportunity that arises when state entities like this find themselves in a situation whereby they must release some of their land.
Yes.
Now,
because
in
some
Nairobi,
of this, the idle capacity of this land also
in
for the
Nairobi
longest time.
and in other places, if this has to be done, and you can tell from the thrust of our discussion, we are decrying the need to access land which is well located and also probably affordable.
Yes.
I think the government policy drivers must try to lock on to this kind of opportunities as a first priority, so that if indeed it is suitable for the housing programs that we are talking about, then they lock on to it without letting it be released into private hands, because the moment it's off into private hands, it's held speculatively, it's probably going to be inaccessible at the cost that we intend to access it. So it's a good opportunity, and I think it's not only telecom that will be doing this kind of a thing in the near and midterm future. So this should be.
So we
policy.
should be able to secure these lands
Exactly.
that are in the hands of the government, not going into the private hands, because of course the prices will skyrocket at the end of the day, and achieving now that particular Big Four agenda on housing will be a pipe dream.
The opportunity is with us.
And many parastatals, of course, they have huge, expansive tract of land that can be very useful, especially when it comes to affordable housing. But I wanted also to latch on the issue of spatial planning, Edwin, and we've seen recently that yes, you talked of the SGR corridors. Houses have been demolished because we're being told this is actually, the corridor of SGR. So we had a situation in Koroi where people have put up, beautiful structures. Along the way they hear, oh, we are actually on the SGR corridor, so we have actually to bring down your structure. The issue of compensation has been there. Well, I don't understand, if we had a good spatial planning and we have it, and we know this is where we want to build roads and all, will we actually be facing the challenges we're having right now, bringing down structures? Because people now, they have bugbears and fears of putting up beautiful structures. You don't know if you're in a road reserve. Tomorrow you'll be told, oh, we are trying to resuscitate the railway line because the meter gauge railway also is passing through your land. And maybe there was an agreement with Kenya Railways along the way, but the government will always have an upper hand. So when you're talking about spatial plan, do we consider the citizenry as well? Because I think that should be an informing document on where we're having infrastructure passing, where people will be living, and will not have these collisions with the government because of infrastructure planning as well.
Okay. Thanks, Dibal. I'll come back to it, but just a minor point of clarification. We sold, because we are talking as if Telcom is a government entity selling land. We sold Telcom a long time ago. It's already a private company owned by a foreign.
But still, the government has a biggest share in telecom right now.
It has shares, yes. But The person who then says, I want to then sell this land, realize the value, is usually the private equity investor who is looking for cash. I think we should look at other state corporations, and I agree with what you're saying. Do they need the land? But we shouldn't sell it. We should then move it to a land bank that can then be useful, because this is something that should have happened a long time ago. But going back to your spatial planning, I don't think it's just an issue of SGR and spatial planning. The difference between why we are called the third world and other people are called first world has nothing to do with intelligence or DNA, just has to do with how organized people are or disorganized they are. So it is not an issue just in spatial planning, it's everywhere, whether it's roads, whether it's energy. We don't sit and look at what is the 50-year plan and how do we plan today so that infrastructure as we may need it, whether it's airports, whether it is trains, whether it's ports, that we will not interrupt people's lives unnecessarily. So it is inherently a third world problem that we are not an organized people. It's not just an SGR thing. Even in our politics, we don't sit and look at what is the constitution that can last the next 50 to 100 years. We look at the constitution that can take people to power over the next 5 to 10 years, and then when we realize there's something with it, we call a referendum, and we'll always be doing referendum. So it's not just an SGR or special planning issue. It is who we are as a people. We are not organized, and we don't have long-term vision.
Thank you. Could we also tease out maybe the issue of resource mobilization, which is very critical as well? And we can tease out the issue of existing housing finance that maybe needs to be reviewed with the aim of packaging financial products that fit the affordable credit paradigm as it is right now. Housing cooperative societies and pension schemes can also increase the contribution to property development, and I think this is where you come in, especially for the lower end market, people who are looking for 4 million, 5 million, because I think looking above from the higher tier, that is not really affordable right now, if you go by what housing finance is doing right now, because they're actually giving out, such as the lower end, mortgage services as well. But where does housing cooperative really come in right now? Because I think also you're very critical right now when people are addressing the issue of housing.
There's a very important dichotomy that we must address of demand and supply. The housing, especially housing cooperatives and SACCOs, have the demand side of the spectrum. And of course, most developers will have the supply side. We are looking at a scenario whereby we must create that synergy where the existing cooperatives will provide the end user, because they have the infrastructure in terms of the systems and the people. But again, the question of time, because most SACCOs will give loans between 3 and 5 years. If we can elongate that, it means that we can attract more. And the issue of demand has never been an issue with the cooperatives. The issue has always been supply, the capacity to deliver to your members.
Yes.
And that is why I've always insisted that the government should have started with the existing players in the industry, whether they are private or cooperatives sector, and meet us where we are, from where we are. Because ask yourself, why has it taken more than 2 years to even implement the first housing program in the country? It's because it has been a lot of discussion without a lot of action. And what we needed to do is to understand the players, what they are doing and what they are going through. In some scenarios, we don't need all that support, but we need the government to understand with the specific interventions that each player would need. And for example, there's no program that can succeed without piloting it. We've not piloted the housing scheme so that we can see these houses that we are talking about, what are the dynamics. For example, we take care of social aspects of this scheme. If you do a 2-bedroom house to a family, will people fit in the 2-bedroom, and the fact that 2-3 years from now, your demands of a house will have changed, because a startup or a young family today might fit in a single room. What will happen if we give them mortgage and in 3-4 years their lifestyles and taste changes? There must be that transition from 2 to 3 to 4, and maybe to private ownership of houses in a standalone setup. So that is one area that I think the cooperatives can play very well. And especially for me, I'm very passionate about rural housing, for the simple reason, the estimation of the population of Kenya today will be around 52 million. And out of 52 million, that 6 million are in the rural setup. That is 70% of people are in the rural setup. So even as we talk of affordable housing, we are only concentrating on the urban centers. But when we go to the rural areas, we also find that people are living in very deplorable conditions, and they too need to have decent housing. Maybe not as expensive, but they have land, and they may not require a lot of these other plannings. So cooperatives can meet them where they are because of the geographical spread. So I'm looking at that as I'm very passionate about it, because 9 million rural homes. Actually, we have about 9 million rural homes, because the average size of a family is 3.9 in Kenya, about four persons. So that tells you that there is a very huge demand, even in the rural setup, that the cooperatives can put up. And for me, I've done a paper, I have a proposal to the government to team up with the cooperatives and circles to do houses in the rural areas. And that will ensure that we do not only concentrate on people working in towns, but our parents, our relatives in the rural areas will have decent homes. And when we retire, we can also have a comfortable dwelling place. And rural setup does not require a lot of things. In fact, you just need to provide a simple house using simple technology, provide things like solar power and water, clean water, and you are done. That will solve the issue of sanitation, will solve the issue of diseases, will shape up so many other things that people need to do. So it's my honest belief that even as we look at this, the cooperatives, especially because in our country we have about 22,000 cooperatives with a population of a membership of 14 million. 40 million is a very big constituency that the government cannot ignore. So how can we provide that platform for them? Because most of them have land, but they lack money to enhance that. And the best point for cooperatives is that they have the market and the demand side. So what we need to do is to create the question that you asked, if we have a shortfall of 2 trillion. Yes. We can create a revolving funds that will be administered through the cooperatives and other private sectors, that you can borrow money and you don't need 5 trillion. With 1 trillion, you can revolve it like we do with higher education, Osborne, Weasel Fund, and other funds, and it is administered for that, so that as people pay up, it is availed to the next people. So those are some of the suggestions that we'd want to table and would seriously want to consider in this provision of affordable houses.
Right. Let's come back as I also prepare our headline thoughts, because Edwin talked about other developed countries, and us, we're not really borrowing a leaf, but Singapore has been also very pivotal when it comes to affordable housing as well, and Kenya can learn one or two things from them, which they have successfully provided affordable housing for citizens through an integrated housing approach that ensured proper and well-coordinated process through the Housing Development Board, which also provided estate management services. I wanted us also to focus on the issue of maybe when it comes to funding, aside from just cooperatives, how can we tap through the pension schemes? Instead of me waiting until I'm 65 for you to give me this money so that I can actually go and prepare my burial sites and and a plan for my funeral as well. Why can't it be useful that I can actually tap into it right now as a source of financing for my housing? I think maybe there's something up the collective sleeve as far as that is concerned, you are the developers. You can actually tell us how can we sort of come up with financial instruments, money which is probably lying idle, I should say, like the pension scheme, and tap into that to finance mortgaging, which as it is right now, it stands at 1 to 6. And I think this is a huge disparity which is indicating an overly priced and an affordable housing system here in the country. Yeah, any of you, Edwin?
Yeah, to be able to tap into my pension scheme for housing, the first thing is that I need to have the pension scheme. So that's the number one challenge that's there. I think it's only 12% of the working population are in any sort of pension scheme to
12%.
begin with. Yeah, only 12% of people who should have. We are not talking about people without jobs. We are talking about people with jobs or some sort of income. Only 12% have a pension scheme. So there's already a problem in terms of having a pension scheme. But even for those that have, we already have regulations. I don't know what percent, but there's a certain, I believe 60% of your pension, you can pledge it towards housing. But the issue is you still run back to the same issues. Yes, I have my pension. Let's say I've accumulated 1 million shillings of pensions for the time I've been working. I'm 30-something year old. Now, even if I pledge 60% of it, that's only 600,000. So I need to find a house that is affordable. So the issue I still think is not being able to use the pension scheme. One is having a pension, and secondly, if you have it, getting an affordable house. The place where I think we can do better is members of pension schemes should look at how much is my pension scheme allocating towards real estate development, because if you look at some of the returns you're getting from pensions, 10% kind of returns, less than 10%. If a government bond is going to give you 12.5, a 10-year government bond, then why do you need a pension manager to give you a 10% return? So members of pension schemes need to be more enlightened and more discerning to sit down and ask, where is my money being deployed? And if the issue at affordability level is supply, not demand, why can't you be allocating some of this money into affordable housing? Even if you get for me a 15% return, it is better than the 7, 8, 9% that pension schemes are allocating right now. So yes, pensions can actually work, but we need more people subscribing to pension schemes, and we need people who already subscribed in pension schemes demanding from their pension trustees or their pension fund manager better returns and allocation to affordable housing.
Mm-hmm. All right, the issue of integrated land approach, which is not there, as also we are winding up. Maybe you can weigh in, Modane, very briefly.
Sorry.
The integrated.
My mind was actually a little off what you just asked, and I was just asking myself, and probably throw this to this gentleman as we close out. I know we also have lately come up with the unclaimed assets fund.
Yes.
And that asset seems to be growing extremely fast. That fund seems to be growing extremely fast. So I don't know whether it's one of the possible sources of financing which probably can allow funds to be borrowed at a much lower rate than is ordinary. Because I think the uptake from that fund, if we watch it, is probably going to be very low, because it requires you to find out who it belonged to. It takes quite a while. So I think it's one of the opportunities also that
I think the protection around also the unclaimed asset is very pivotal, because I think, yes, that will have been one of the source of funds. But the trustees, as it is right now, with the mechanism around it, it's not easily accessible. It's not easily accessible, and I don't know the mechanics. Maybe that will be a bigger topic that we can actually weigh in to see if they can tap through the unclaimed asset. But of course, if we just leave it that way, that will be another, projection of clammy fingers from, people from government. Because here we have Maringa actually, and he says, I need to ask you this as we're winding up briefly. Any of you can ask. He is asking, I would like your panel to be uber honest. What has the war on corruption, how has the war on corruption affected real estate, given a third of our budget is misappropriated and a huge chunk of it is dumped kwa Mijungu? Curious to see who will answer this. And maybe this is because also of the demonetization that is ongoing. I hear also a lot of money is being dumped in the real estate as well. So there's a flash of money coming, people buying property, construction materials, building, so that they can actually, ward off the money. Briefly as we're winding up. Okay.
I don't want to be the first one to go, but I would say I wish that money would come my direction. Like this.
Same here.
I was expecting money to flood in the real estate, but I don't know where they are taking it. But having said that, I wanted to allude to the fact that Mijungu subscription has hit about 250,000 subscribers.
Thank you.
But only 15,000 have committed with something. And that means we've collected less than, or they have collected less than 10 million.
Thank you.
So that tells you that subscription does not mean demand.
Thank you.
So the government must interrogate what are these issues that are making people who are desirous of having the 250,000 not afford. So that is where the story should begin.
Thank you. Right. Let's get closing remarks also from Ibrahim.
Yes, I just want to observe, following what he says, that this country cannot stop doing stuff because of the threats from the past.
Yes.
I would want us to take a perspective whereby we engage to solve our problems as they arise, but the need to ensure that funds committed to various public projects are optimized, and where there are issues of integrity that arise, they are dealt with immediately, not promptly, so that we begin to appreciate that if you are caught having misappropriated public funds, which for projects that we are all expecting, then you pay the penalty promptly.
Thank you. Right.
Yes, thank you very much. This has been a very good discussion. I'd like to say that we would like to continue to support the effort of our government on the affordable housing program, because this is the first time we have seen a lot of energy and effort and commitment to handle this very difficult subject. Affordable housing is not an easy one, and therefore we like to continue, and we like all the stakeholders, the private sector, everyone to be engaged until we get the results that we desire to see. Secondly, the issue of planning. We have time now. We need to plan well our nation, and we should not lose the opportunity we have. Thirdly, the SACCO issue. I'm concluding.
Yes.
The SACCOs is a pathway for a great opportunity towards housing. So what our colleague has said is that we should take advantage of the existing infrastructure of our SACCOs. And remember, they are countrywide.
Thank you.
To get to housing. And lastly, on corruption. You asked about the money.
Yes.
My own view is that we don't need money from corruption to build real estate, housing, and our projects.
Thank you.
We need money that comes from a thriving economy.
Thank you.
We are not looking for windfalls from corrupt money and those people dumping money they have stolen. We don't need that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Edwin.
Just speaking from where Leah has left it, affordable housing is important and achievable. If we lengthen mortgages from 5 years to 20 years, we provide direct tax relief to the buyer, not taxing everyone. You who wants to buy, here's a tax relief, and tax incentives to the developer, we shall achieve affordable housing.
Thank you. Right, Edwin Dande, the CEO of Saiton Investment, thank you for coming through this morning. Also, Ibrahim Wadane, Chairman of Land Development and Governors Institute, thank you for your input. Samuel Maina, Chairman, Rithi Housing Cooperative Society, thank you for coming through. And architect Lee Karuri, Chairman, Resort and Cities, thank you for coming through and for that very cogent discussion we've had this morning. Also, for you, the valued viewer as well, we thank you. Governor The Dreamer is saying, as we're winding up, in the planning and designing of new communities, housing projects and urban renewal, the planners, both private and public, need to give explicit consideration to the kind of world that is being created for the children who will be growing up in these settings. Good one. Also, we have Nyamogo Gogni saying housing landscape in Kenya needs to come with quality, affordability, advocacy, security, and accessibility to all Kenyans. And Josh Gombe is wondering, did I just hear him say that an investor will need to build 1,000 affordable houses in order to make 1 million shillings profit? There is Dr. Josh Gombe wondering. I think this also came from Samuel as well. So we'll get the clarification on social media. Thank you very much for your valued company. Of course, we also support the Big Four agenda that every Kenyan should be housed. Thank you. Great.
Breakfast is not complete without the new Minute Maid NutriDefense's Nectar Plus. Complete the most important meal of the day with the goodness of great-tasting juice fortified with vitamin E and zinc to complement your family's nutritional needs. Minute Maid NutriDefense's Nectar Plus. Breakfast complete.
Kipi kikusi chako? Katibu kata kwa kata. Katibu msika vizuri.
Asikia kwenu mmesota mpaka mnakula na story ya nyama.
Nina mwanangu mamba kama wewe. Let's go. Reach your elders. Help your parents. Say your prayers. Be a good child. Anything you want. Anything you want. Anything you want in life. Bend and low. Okay. Wow, you look so cute.
Peace.
This one looks good enough for you. It's so tasty and crunchy. Did you like it? I loved it. Me too. High five, CJ.
It's your boy Mash Mashabu, aka Junior Bandman. Watch Generation 3 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. only on your #1 station, NTV.
If I were you, I'd cherish the time you have left, because the countdown starts now.
I believe that it was all worth it. But I think that'll be the last time I try something like that again.
Something terrible happened to your brother! Oliver is in danger, Eno!
That's my son!
I did everything for her to like me, but she still chose Eno over me. Eno, always Eno, Eno, Eno!
The Ministry of Education will on Friday the 16th of August 2019 hold the National Curriculum Conference on the competency-based curriculum at the KICC beginning at 8 a.m. Register now.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM, because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
Ningefikiria huu uchafu wanatupa hapa wangeliacha. Kama haya ndo ambayo yanatoka kule yanakuja paka kwa humu wa Sabaki.
People upstream of this river don't care. We are polluting the river.
Unless the pollution is stopped, we're just damming poison.
Mimi nikipeleka hii sukuma huko kwa soko, siwezi kusema inatoka Athi River. Mimi nasema inatoka huko Ukambani.
Mali ya umma ni serikali itafanya. And so you dump plastic, you dump materials into the river, and they're going to kill your brother downstream.
Are you telling me it's now that there's cancer everywhere, big guys are dying of cancer, that we are realizing there's a problem? We have been incubating a problem.
NTV, turning on your world.
Living with S in association with Minute Maid.
Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Living with S. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia, and we are back at Park Inn by Radisson. Today's show is all about being empowered, making sure that you're able to reach your highest and fullest potential. And my guest today has dedicated her life to just that, to serving God and humanity and making sure that the world is left a better place. Her name is Dr. Pat Francis, and she's a founding pastor of Kingdom Covenant Ministries. She's also a transformational activist appointed by the UN. She's an author, She is a woman to reckon with. I mean, we were chatting before we started rolling, and I was like, I have so many questions. Can we make this a 2-hour segment? Because I'm so fascinated by what you do. Thank you for honoring us with your presence, Dr. Pat.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm so excited.
Nice.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about your childhood. I find that that's always an interesting and a great place to start to try and understand.
Well, I was born in Jamaica, West Indies.
Okay.
And I grew up there, went to university there, University of the West Indies, and then in the medical field of radiography. And then there was a communistic threat on the island. So there was a mass exodus of people leaving. And you know, just after I finished and I started to work, someone said to me, but why, if you have the opportunity of going to Canada, why don't you go there? And I said, but I don't even want to live in the cold. I don't have a desire, but why not? So I went to Canada because my sister was there, so I had the ability with family there. And I went to spend a year just to check it out, and that was it.
Right.
Stepped into another realm.
Yeah.
And so I'm in Canada now for 30 years.
Wow. So did you grow up in the church? Did your parents, were
Do
they
you know,
Christians,
in Jamaica, most people will say they're Christians.
Okay.
And so even if your parents don't go to church, they send the children to church. So they sent me to Sunday school. And then when I was 8 years old, I gave my heart to Jesus. And I did it in my room at home because you know the Bible, you know, you go to Sunday school, you hear the word. And I wanted a personal relationship with him. And I did it in my room. And something happened. I had a vision of him just loving me and a vision of heaven. And I would say, Jesus, I want to come to be with you. And he says, no, not now. There's something I have for you to do before.
At 8?
At 8 years old.
Oh my gosh. So what did that mean for your teenagehood? Because I know that's also a time in many people's lives where they start to feel unsure. I mean, self-doubt starts to creep in, and you're sort of just being swayed left, right, and center because of friends. Did your relationship with God change at all?
Oh yes, because during teenage, like you said, I begin to think, is there a God?
Okay.
Is it all fiction? Is it real? And I kept praying, God, if you're real, make yourself known to me. Because I want to know if this is all something people made up just because they have nothing else to do. What is it? And finally, he led me through the journey that when I was 18 years old, I think it was a Billy Graham crusade, came again and taught the word. And I said, God, I volunteer my life to you. And at that moment, I knew that he was real. All the doubts left. And that's why when I'm ministering to youth or ministering to people, adults, still wondering about it, I understand that. And God doesn't mind that because he's powerful. He's not intimidated by questions. He doesn't mind you questioning him. He doesn't mind you wanting to find the truth. You know, but I found the truth. And then I found another greater truth, that by becoming a Christian, God was not only just with me, but he actually is now in me. And so there is a Hebrew word that describes God being with you. It's called Shekinah, glory, God with us. And God with Moses was able to do amazing thing and brought people out of slavery. And he had to let them know that I am with you. So the Bible talks about the fact that he was the cloud by day and the fire by night. And the children of Israel were so victimized and oppressed by slavery. Every morning they'd wake up and they'd look out and is the cloud with us? Yes, God is with us. And before they went to bed, they would look through the tent. Is God with us? Yes, the fire is here. So he wanted them to know tangibly, I am with you. I'm taking you out of slavery. I'm taking you out of oppression. And so the rabbis call it Shekinah glory, God with us. Now I'm majoring now on God with us, but also God in us, which is another level.
And that at 18, you felt intrinsic, at 18 years old?
At 18, I recognized truth, and I didn't have any more doubts after that. The doubting process had gone. And so as I am growing with him in relationship, he's making me know more of himself. And so it's about 8 years ago, he made me recognize and be aware of his presence in me, not just with me. Because, you know, as a Christian, sometimes we can just parrot things. And we meditate on we study the Bible, we can say all the quotations, but it can be just parroting rather than revelation that become your personal truth. And one of the personal truth he made me recognize is the greatness of God in me. And he told me, brand it the Kyle glory.
Right, which
Yeah.
we'll get to in a moment, because I
Yes.
find that also so amazing what you've been able to do. So going back to your childhood, I
Yes.
want to map out, you know, your childhood and understand how you came to where you are today. So you study radiography,
Right.
But then you go ahead and you do your doctorate in philosophy and religious studies
And psychology.
Mm-hmm. At which point did you go from, right, I'm a Christian and I
Working.
know the truth, to now maybe I want to dedicate my life to this a little bit more?
Well, while I was working in the medical profession, I know that Jesus has asked us to go in his name and to serve him. So I traveled for many years in Kenya, in Uganda, in Asia, living with the poor.
Okay.
I remember even in Philippines, I was there, and where I lived for 6 weeks at a time. The house was so poor that there were lizards on the ceiling, you know, and the slum areas and stuff like that. So I saw what poverty could do.
And this is because of your medical profession?
No, I was traveling now to teach.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I would also take medical teams.
Okay.
Sometimes I would take teaching teams. So I was doing missions, but it was short-term missions.
Okay.
Just because I know God has told me to go in his name. He's looking for human volunteers. So I would go and travel in different nations to find who can I bless, who can I train, who can I help. And so I begin to see the ugliness of poverty. And I think that was what made me say, God, help me to help the poor. Give me the ability to help the poor. And so that really transformed my life. And then at some point, I wanted more. And I said, God, how can I serve you more rather than just 6 weeks at a time, 3 weeks at a time, going into missions? And that's when I decided I'm going to study. And I invited 10 people at my home for us to study together. And then it became 70. And I had to move out of the place, rent a place, and then it grew again. And I had to
Right.
move from there until it became hundreds. And so I called this thing, Thank God It's Friday.
Okay.
I call it a Bible study, Thank
Yeah.
God It's Friday.
Yeah.
And because I didn't feel called to be a pastor or anything like that, you know, I thought, what is this? But I just named it Thank God It's Friday. Let's get together, let's praise God, let's get teaching, let's get miracles. And so that's what we did. So it became so big that finally God led me to know this is not just your little Thank God It's Friday, it's actually a church.
Yeah.
And so the first Sunday morning we started service, and I didn't call it church, I call it ministry, because I didn't feel that I'm a pastor type. And then so we call this.
Wait, you've been through ministries like missions in Africa,
Yeah.
in Kenya, Uganda. You've been to the
Yeah.
Philippines. You now have this group of people,
Yeah.
hundreds coming to your home, and you didn't feel like you were called to be
A pastor. Yes.
Really, I feel like that's you trying to push, and God is like, "Hello,
I know,
I'm here.
I know.
This is what
Yeah.
you're meant to do."
And so because it was a Friday night thing.
Okay.
You see,
Okay.
what's this, you know? But then when he told me that Sunday mornings, I said, okay, I'll start a Sunday morning fellowship.
Okay.
Not a church. Sunday morning fellowship. But 700 people turned up.
Wow.
And then I thought it's curiosity, you know, but the next week was 800 and until it became thousands.
And that's the story of Kingdom
Covenant Ministries.
And this is
yes.
in Canada.
In Canada.
Oh my goodness. All right. So now you've started this this church, and you've grown the numbers and the number of people who are able to come and listen and hear, but you still feel that there's more that you've got to offer. Can you tell me a little bit about Kyle?
Kyle,
Yeah.
yes. So, you know, God is with us, but then Christ in us. The Bible says that when you believe in Jesus Christ, He actually comes in you, not just with you. And Kyle glory, the Hebrew word Kyle, It means powerful, it means great, it means innovative, it means creative, it means wise, it means wealth. It's a compound word with many, many meanings that makes it rich and holistic. And he said to me, brand my glory in my children, Kyle glory, so that they can have an awareness of how great they are. And understanding the dynamics of humanity, that every human being is made in the image of God. The Bible says in the beginning, he made us in his image and in his likeness. Therefore, there is God-likeness in every human being. And that's why you can be an atheist and still be powerful. You can be an atheist and create the whole Apple kingdom. You can be ungodly and still become a billionaire. Because you're creative. Man is powerful. Mankind is powerful. Human beings are powerful. And that's why I love to help people discover their greatness.
And that's what Kyle is.
So Kyle is the great glory of Jesus Christ that is in believers. So the glory is in us and he's with us.
Okay.
So from the inside out is where he wants to flow.
Right.
And tap into his greatness from within, so that the negativity of our humanity can be diminished by the greatness of God in us and through us. So whatever I'm doing now, I give the glory to him. God in me, the hope of glory.
Right. Do you remember the moment in which you discovered that in you?
Yes,
the Kyle?
glory.
Is it right to say that you
Kyle glory?
Kyle
Yeah.
glory.
It's an awareness.
So do you remember the moment you discovered
Yes, I
that
think
in
it's
yourself?
about 9 years ago that God made me recognize now I'm not only with you, everybody know God is with them, but I'm in you.
Did something happen?
Something triggered.
Yeah.
I mean, are you trying to tell me that the God of Moses, are you telling me the God of Elijah, the God of Esther that made her queen, the God of David that made him kill a giant, are you saying that God is in me? And he says, yes. But it's a quietness because we're not awakened to his glory. And so when you're awakened to your glory, you can become like a David and you realize I can kill my giant with the power of God. I will use a little stone, but the power of God will make me kill my giant. And so now our giant could be fear. Our giant could be cancer. Our giant could be intimidation. Our giant could be defilement. Our giant could be shame. But God says, with me, you can destroy that giant and go forward in glory.
All right. Okay. Well, we've got to take a quick break. When we come back, I'll ask Dr. Pat how we awaken it in everyone. In everyone. We'll be back in a moment.
Breakfast is not complete without the new Minute Maid NutriDefense's Nectar Plus. Complete the most important meal of the day with the goodness of great tasting juice fortified with vitamin E and zinc to complement your family's nutritional needs. Minute Maid NutriDefense's Nectar Plus. Breakfast complete.
Who wants to answer? Mary?
Mary has a toothache.
Oh, I see. And who knows why?
Because her tooth is too big.
No, it might be a hole in her tooth called a cavity. That's why I brush twice a day using Colgate.
Imagine this is your tooth and these are food acids that cause cavities. Colgate with calcium and fluoride helps prevent cavities for maximum cavity protection. And now available in a 12-gram sachet for fresh breath. Only 15 shillings.
Nation FM. More music and less talk. More music and
Ningefikiria huu uchafu wanatupa hapa wangeliacha. Kama haya ndo ambayo yanatoka kule yanakuja paka kwa humu mtu wa Sabaki.
People upstream of this river don't care. We are polluting the river.
Unless the pollution is stopped, we're just damming poison.
Mimi nikipeleka hii sukuma huko kwa soko, siwezi kusema inatoka Athi River. Mimi nasema inatoka huko Ukambani.
Mali ya umma ni serikali itafanya. And so you dump plastic, you dump materials into the river, and they're going to kill your brother downstream.
Are you telling me it's now that there's cancer everywhere, big guys are dying of cancer, that we are realizing there's a problem? We have been incubating a problem.
You are watching Living with S in association with Minute Maid.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at Park Inn by Radisson, and I've got Dr. Pat Francis with me. Now, before the break, you were explaining what Kayil means and Kayil glory, and that essentially it just means that there is a power within us.
Yes, the power of Christ. The
power of Christ. And now I'm wondering, I'm curious to know, if you were to meet an atheist, because you did say everyone does have that power within them. If you were to meet
everyone, every believer in Christ have the power of Christ. But
Okay.
God is with everybody.
Okay.
And you know what, if you believe in Christ, then he gives you his spirit and his power and his anointing and his authority if you believe in him, right? But even without God, you can be powerful, because every human being is made in the image of God. And that's why when you look at someone, even if they're poor or they're going through something, there's a godlikeness in them. And that's why we all have the ability to do good, you know, and to be creative and to be innovative and
Right.
all of that, because human beings are powerful.
Right.
We develop the world.
So how do you awaken it? And you did share,
So
for you it was 9 years ago.
Well,
but how do
the
you-
awakening now, what I'm talking about is that when you believe in Christ as your personal Savior, he comes in and live in you, in your heart. So then the powerful, great glory of God is in us, so we can operate in double glory, which is what the book Awakening the Glory Within talk about,
Right,
how to operate in double glory.
Right.
Because now you have natural glory, which is every human being, and that's why when I look at people in poverty or look at people living in any kind of negativity, I see the potential of what they could be. If only, number one, they believe in Christ so that he can restore them and so that he can get the opportunity to make them become everything that they need to be. And then number two, he lives in them now with the inner glory and the outer glory, so you can operate in double glory, which is a different realm again. But human beings on a whole are powerful people, powerful to do good and powerful to do evil. Right?
So to awaken the Kayil, you need to be a believer.
A believer in Christ, because it's Christ in you, the hope of glory. And that is in Colossians 1:27. It talks about Christ in you, the hope of glory. When we talk about salvation and we want to be saved, what it means is that he comes in, he forgives us of our sins, and then he comes in to rule and reign in us and through us. So we now become sons and daughters of God.
Right.
And that is huge, to be a son or daughter of God, right?
Yeah.
And then, so the awakening is an awareness of who you are in Christ.
Right.
It's an awareness of how powerful you can be. It's an awareness that you can be a murderer like Apostle Paul, or an orphan like Esther and become a queen if you have purpose. So someone like you, God has given you purpose and influence. And we were talking earlier and you said you stumbled into this. You didn't stumble into it. He led you into it. I could say I stumbled into being who I am. I didn't stumble. He led me. And everything about me is a part of the package that he can now use for his glory.
Do you think everyone has a purpose?
Every human being have a purpose.
Okay.
Every human being. And it's about the discovery of purpose, because purpose is powerful. And when you understand purpose, it becomes so powerful that it protects you.
Protects you from?
For example, the purpose of Moses was to deliver Israel, 2 million slaves. Pharaoh couldn't kill him. So you understand that Moses go before Pharaoh and said, I have a message from God. Let my people go to worship me. Now Pharaoh could instantly kill him. Pharaoh had a military army. Pharaoh thought he was God himself. So how you have this man who is an ex-convict coming to you to say, I have a message from God that you must let the slaves go. You stole their money. And Pharaoh didn't kill Moses. Goliath didn't kill David. Because when you have purpose, it keeps you alive.
Okay. I have so many questions and so many layers, but but it's also not to say that death means you did not have a purpose.
No, it's appointed a time for us all to die. Everyone will die.
Right.
And that's why it's so important, before we die, find out why we lived in the first place.
Right.
Find out how God can use you to do good. And you know, whether you're Christian or not, people are doing good. You know, every people of all faith are doing good things. Right. They're helping the poor. They're doing this. So that's purpose. Right. And so he blesses you. If he blesses you with wealth, whether you believe in Christ or not, help the poor. Right. That's purpose. Do good.
Right.
That's purpose.
Right. I agree.
Yes.
So let's talk about some of your humanitarian efforts, and specifically the restorative justice for youth, which mind blown. I'm going to let you explain, because I think it's something that should be replicated in as many countries as possible.
Yes. Well, when I finally became a pastor, and I had a burden for young people, and it happened that I was walking the mall in Canada during the day, and I looked and I saw a lot of youth that are not in school. And then I looked at one particular and I saw the eyes that was filled with hate. A lot of young people are angry because they're hopeless. And I began to pray, God, send them to me. Send the bad kids to me. Send the struggling kids to me. I mean, what a crazy prayer. Send them to me. And I prayed for 1 year, crying out, praying, fasting, and God sent 120 of the worst youth in Toronto. They turn up at my Friday night Bible study that I used to call Thank God It's Friday. And they came rough, tough. And I said, God, what do I do with them? He says, well, use your brain. You ask me, you pray. I said, create. And so I said, okay then. So I took them away at a retreat for the weekend. And by Sunday, God came. And they came to the altar and they were crying their hearts out and giving their hearts to Jesus. And then I began to teach them every Sunday morning for 1 hour before the service. You are made in the image of God. I don't care what your father did to you. I don't care if you don't have a father. Now you have a heavenly Father. And that was my big thing, because Father's Day is one of the most painful times for me, you know, because I know some of them, they have been rejected by fathers. So what it is, so I made them connect to God as their heavenly Father. And I would say, with God, all things are possible. And you're made in the image of God. And I taught them for 5 years myself, even though I had a church, but I was the youth pastor in Pouring. I got a team of business people, team of people like you, that I wanted to mentor them. So I got it practical. You do the natural and God do the supernatural, right? And so we taught them, empower them, and a lot of those young people became lawyers and teachers, and to show that with God all things are possible. And if they can find the right support system and the right people to believe in them, then their greatness would eventually materialize, you know. And some of them were not academic, but then the greatness was there. For example, one of the young ladies became my TV producer. And she couldn't study, and she was very angry. And when you ask her in the small groups, we had small groups and we had the large group, to read, she would get angry. And then we found out it's because she had dyslexia. So she had an impediment. But then she was so brilliant and creative and wise. So she became my producer. So it's to discover the greatness in everybody. Not everybody will be a rocket scientist, but there's greatness in everybody. And so we started youth programs academic programs, social programs, sports programs, you know, anything that young people would like, and they became mighty, and they became a strong community. And then I went to the prison one day, and here I am living in Canada, white country, and I look in the prisons and I see predominantly blacks. So I'm saying, but this is not right. So I begin to pray about it and say, but God, look at all the black young people in prison. What a wasted life. You must do something about it. And he says, okay. And I said, what? He said, create. And this is what I mean about the Kyle glory in you. You are like God already, but now he can create solutions through you. So you become a solutionist, not just to curse the situation, but God, how can I create and make the situation right? And so he says, create. And so the desire and the vision attract the resources. Right? First, you have to want to do something good. And then God give you the ability to do something good. And so I attracted lawyers and judges, social workers, psychotherapists, and said, let's create a program. And they told me it cannot happen, you know, you can't work with the court. Christianity and the state cannot work together. But I didn't listen to that because I know with God all things are possible. And so we created a restorative justice program where I live to see the day when the kids, yes, I did sell drugs, yes, I did do this, but you're guilty, sentenced 3 years to Pat Francis Church, not prison. So we became the alternative to prison.
So that young kids,
yeah,
under 30,
yes,
right?
Young adults, yeah,
Young adults.
and youth.
Yeah, and youth. If they are sentenced to prison,
yeah,
and anything
if
under
they're
5,
guilty,
if they're guilty, anything under 5 years,
not anything under 5 years, it's according to the crime. So it's not murder or anything like that.
Oh, so okay,
right.
okay.
So and it's like selling drugs or being in drugs.
Okay.
I saw one South American girl once walking in the church, beautiful. I said, who is she? And they said, oh, she's part of the restorative justice program. What did she do? Oh, she tried to rob a bank. I said, are there any normal people in this church? I mean, what is wrong with this picture here? But you know, first-time offenders, you know, is the key.
Okay.
So you're not criminalized, but first-time offenders, youth, young adult, experimenting, make a mistake, and then they brand you for life. And this is what this program does.
So instead of going to prison,
they
then
sentence
come
them to the church. And what we do is that we have a program that is not just for the church, but for the community as well. So we have a community program that we call Acorn to Oak, and it includes inner healing. What is the root cause? Prison don't deal with the root cause, they just give you the punishment. And then we have psychotherapy, we have psychology. Then we get into what is your academic. And if they dropped out of school, we bring them back into school. What is your career choices? And we help them to think about career path so that when this is over, they will go forward. And the good thing is that they will not have a criminal record.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And so this is the good thing about the restorative justice program. And now I think it's across Canada.
Wow. So, but this is what I was saying, like it just blows my mind that you were able to have such a huge change implemented in the system that allows children another alternative that seems to be more holistic in trying to take them out of that mess. Is it open to children of the youth and young adults in different religious backgrounds, like, or is
Muslims came for this program?
Okay.
Non-religious people came to the program, and this is why it was birthed in the church, but we took it out of the church and created it in one of the community centers that we have, so that it's not limited to anybody, because God loves everybody, regardless of your religion, right? And He wants to save everybody. So Muslims will bring their young people, you know, whoever, and they come through the program.
Wow, and how long has it been running now?
Well, this is must maybe about 15 years or
15 years.
Yes.
Are there any stories, testimonials that you could share that impacted you the most?
Because even my, not only that, but my worship leader was that. He has a degree, but he became out of restorative justice. I'm walking to one side of the church and I saw this young man cleaning, because part of what you do is community service as well. So you do community service in the community or you do community service in the church, and I see, who is that? And he stole from a shop, you know. And so, you know, through the program, he got his degree and he became our worship minister for many years. He's now in the States, yeah. So many great stories, and poor recidivism. In other words, when you come through this program, it's not likely that you'll go back into crime.
Wow.
Right.
And that, I think, is the biggest.
That is the
Because a lot
key.
of time, prison sort of perpetuates
Right.
that. And what you're told repeatedly is that you're worthless.
Yes.
You're going to be back in
You're
here.
a criminal.
It's, you know, and that's what you're branded.
Right.
But this provides the youth with hope. And at
Yes.
that age, like, you
Yeah.
want to know that there is hope.
Yes.
All right, we've got to take a break. We'll be right back with more from Dr. Pat.
Why aren't you wearing the ring?
2 is company.
I don't know what I'm supposed to feel about this.
Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mgeni pole, imejaa.
Nini? Tunakujua kwa nini wazee wetu wanapotelea kwako.
Ndio tulikuwa tunataka kujua siri yako.
Siri ndio hiyo. Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D, and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad. Siri ndio hiyo.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
How much more do you think we can engage, and for this particular segment, younger women, to be a part of influencing policy?
Having women and also men who are in the youth bracket advocating for these policy changes and being in the forefront of pushing these policies.
Unfortunately, we make policies first and then we bring it down to the community.
Even when it comes to the guys who are being interviewed, I always say there's a difference between information, infotainment, and entertainment.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm just going to put that out there.
You are watching Living with S in association with Minute Maid.
Welcome back, everybody. So, Dr. Pat completely blew my mind with her youth restorative justice program for youth. Which, even during the break, I was just asking more questions, and she said, actually, the kids aren't in prison. They're in their homes.
Yes.
And they have to just, you know, do these tasks, and whether it's go for, you know, counseling or community service, which I think is incredible.
Because remember, the problem with youth is a family issue.
Right. Right.
So you can't deal with a youth in isolation without the family.
Yeah.
So
you
we have to
involve
get into
them.
involve the family. You get to be part, mother and father, of the restoring of your own child. How did they get to this position? And so they live at home. They have a time limit when they have to get home. And then they do community service during the day, do good, as part of the sentencing. How many hours of community service, and then the program,
Wow.
career counseling, all the different aspects.
Wow. So you're also a big advocate for leadership, intentional leadership, entrepreneurship. And in November 2010, you led a trade delegation with a combined $1 billion with the B dollars to Accra in Ghana. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, I went to Ghana and for ministry to speak at a conference there. And it hit me while I was there that, places like America and UK was built upon African slaves. And many nations are built on slavery and stealing from people, the people that own the land. They don't act like landowners, and even if they own the land, they can still die of poverty, So that whole systemic poverty. And I thought, Canada is strong, and our strength did not come from African slaves. There was some kind of a slavery, and Canada has its issues with the First Nation people, but the resources. So I said I need to look into how can we have that conversation with government leaders. And the Prime Minister, the President of Ghana at that time, he used to have sessions at the palace on Sundays. So I went there to speak, and he was there. And then I heard myself say, I'm going to bring a team of people to Ghana. A team of business leaders, so that then they can do jobs with the local people and partner with the local people for businesses. And this is what I'm talking about, Kayil Glory. I didn't have anybody in mind, but I felt the desire, like how you say you stumbled into this. So now if you're spiritual, you think I was led by God, or God told me this, God told me this. I don't hear voices, but it's this strong leading, And I said, I'm going to do it. And I think that was about February. I'm going to bring a team. And by October, I mobilized by God's grace. And this is what Kayil Glory is, the powerful, great glory of God that will make you attract resources to fulfill the desires of your heart. That's what it is, because it gives you ability. The word power means ability. It means strength. It means creativity. It means innovation. So I attracted a group of business people in the oil industry, in the agriculture industry, in the technology industry, having factories, having this, that. And so 20 people, they came from Korea, they came from Malaysia, they came from Canada, they came from all the different areas. Wow. It just started as a seed. And then when I sat to talk to them every day, just like you, I'm talking to each one, because my great thing is to discover the greatness in people. And a lot of them didn't even understand who they are until I'm beginning to speak. And well, we have an oil ship. I said, wow, what's the value of that? And then, oh yes, I have a factory, but my family's factory on the totality would be about $1 billion. So you have that in your family, yes. So the more we go on to discover the greatness of each people, we realize the potential was greater than we thought. They wanted to build factories in Ghana and that sort of thing. And so by God's grace, and they announced it in the church, and people started to call people that were having a trade delegation at the hotel. So people who normally would not come to a trade delegation was able to come, because of course the bureaucracy and the favoritism that happened, that your government leaders will only bring their friends and that sort of thing. Normal people came with ideas and business ideas, and I taught them in that how to see opportunities. So I said to them, for example, you have come here now, you are in farming, or you have come here, you are in housing. Right. But one of the things you need to do also is to operate in double glory, double major. And if you're a professional, it doesn't mean you can't have a business. And if you have a business, how to know what business you need to get into. So I teach them what about how God told the Israelites that when you go into the promised land, you will have milk and honey, right? But if you don't understand the dynamics, you keep looking for milk, but you won't find milk. What you'll find is a cow. Because milk comes from a cow.
Of course, yeah.
So you have to know how to see a cow and see the milk.
Right.
You have to know how not to miss your opportunity. You have to know how to meet someone and know that this person is a part of your destiny, and to know the opportunity that is there. You need to see a lack in your country and create a business opportunity, a solution out of that. Yeah, and how to see opportunities. So I said, don't limit yourself to what you came here for. God is with you. And it was a powerful thing had happened at that hotel. And the business leaders kept saying, thank God for Pat Francis. They put it in the paper that this lady from a church in Canada brought this, and that was in the paper.
Wow.
And I am so glad that they say this pastor from
Right,
Canada,
yeah.
because it shows that the church is the answer to society.
Right. There's another program that you've started as well that I find to be very, very inspiring and very transformative for women and men as well. And I think that's something that you're very conscious of too. Tell me about Victory After Abuse.
Yes. Well, I have a program on Facebook called Kyle Conversations with Pat Francis. And one of the people that I interviewed about 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago was a woman that lived with abuse for 16 years. And she's now a powerful woman. But she was able to talk about the pain and how it happened. So, did you marry for love? Yes, we married for love. But then it was soon after she got married, she recognized that her husband had an issue with anger. And that he would hit her. And when the first time it happened, it shook her. But then after that, he would put her in the bath and he would bathe her and say, I love you, I love you. And she would say, I'm loved. And then one day he punched her broke her jaw. And she kept going back to this particular doctor. And then when she was going back to this doctor, finally the doctor says, I'm also living in abuse. And the reason that it fascinated me, because when you think of women that are being battered over and over again and live in it, you think it's because they're poor, or because they're black, or because they're white, or because they're Indian, or because we're there. And then we realize this abuse is beyond color. It's beyond class. We had an incident in Toronto recently where a top surgeon was abusing his wife, who is also a doctor. And he would beat her. And she wouldn't tell the family, because when you're in abuse, you have shame. You don't want the family to know, so you isolate yourself and live with your pain. You can't tell anybody because they will think you're stupid. They will think, what's wrong with you? Why are you staying there? Why? So here it was a medical doctor married to a surgeon, and he was abusing her. Well, she didn't deal with it. And so it was in the paper last year where they couldn't find her. And her parents get out and says, I know he killed my daughter. And he kept saying no. And he was such a great doctor. Everybody loved him and respected him. And finally they found a suitcase with her body cut up. He not only killed her, but he cut up her body and put it in a suitcase, and they found it under a bridge. And finally, the parent says he did it, and he says, no, I didn't do it. And they were investigated. But finally, his daughter said, yes, I heard Daddy beat my mom. And for the sake of his daughter, he confessed to it, because he said he didn't want them to put the daughter through the court system. So he confessed. So this is high class, rich, wealthy people living in abuse, and the poor people living in abuse, and all the different races and religion living in victims of abuse. And then she told me about her pain. The emotional pain and the shame. She kept saying shame, and there is a demonic force of shame that can make you live with shame. Even church people living with shame, and I begin to feel the pain. And then I say, but tell me what you're thinking. What is your thinking? Well, because after the abuse came honeymoon. And he kept saying, stop, you make me do this. You make me do this. And she began to blame herself. Until finally her doctor says, you need counseling. You need to get out of this because you are no longer valuing yourself. So after 6 months of counseling, she began to realize it's not her fault, it is his fault.
Right.
You know, and that was the first process.
Right.
And then the counselor told her how to get out of it. And we have many social programs that will help you. We have Home for Battered Wives. We have different programs where the government will give you money to go back to school, or money to find an apartment, and different programs, and psychology and counseling and different things. So she went for 6 months, and they told her how to get out of that abuse. How do you leave without being killed? 70% of women that try to leave an abusive home in North America are murdered, because they will say, I will kill you if you leave. Yeah. So you need that help and support.
So is that how Victory After
So
Abuse
Victory After
about?
Abuse came up. I said, you know what? We're going to help women. And not only women, but the men. Because if the man is doing that abuse, then maybe he was abused himself. Most of the time he was abused himself. He had a father that used to beat him, or he had an abusive home where the mother maybe terrorized him, or the mother molested him. So abuse is complex. So it's not just the woman that we want to help. We want to help the man also, because what is wrong with your mind? Why are you so filled with hate and anger? Who triggered that anger in you? And why do you want to take it out on this woman that you claim you love? You cannot help yourself. It means you're demonically influenced. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the Bible says Satan comes with one agenda: to steal, to kill, and to destroy. And he does it through human agents. And so every abuser is being abused. That's why after Judas betrayed Jesus, he killed himself. Because Satan hates everybody. The drug lord himself is living in terror. Nobody escaped the evil of the enemy. He uses you, but he abuses you. Right. You know, you might be powerful by demonic force, but you end up wanting to commit suicide yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I like the approach of also focusing on the men, because often pain, the infliction of pain, comes from pain. Hurt comes from hurt. If you understand that, then you could even be like stopping generations from like picking that up, you know, and sons and daughters as well, who watch their fathers do that to their mothers.
Right.
So, as we wrap up, Dr. Pat,
yes,
tell me, why are you in Kenya? I know you've been here before and you've come several times, but you're here for a specific reason.
Yes, I'm here for the Heaven Fires Prayer Summit with Apostle Julius Subi. So I'm here for a conference. I'm here for 5 days. Actually, I'm a whole week, because I'll be here after the conference already for 2 more days.
All right.
And then I go to Uganda.
Yeah. So if you want to be part of the summit, is it open to...
It's open to everybody. Okay. Everybody can come to this conference. And I was sharing that I'll be talking at this conference about recompense. And the word recompense means to pay back. You know, the enemy comes to steal, to kill, and destroy. Many of us have suffered loss. Even abuse. 16 years this woman was tormented. What is the cost of that? What is the value? Right. And then we demand payback time for loss of dignity, payback time, loss of land that was stolen, payback time, loss of finances. We're set up, the enemy set us up and rob us. Recompense. It means that we ask God to come into the situation, judge the situation, bring justice, and then bring recompense, which means payback time. And it happened with the Israeli. You know, Joseph was a mediator between Israel and the king of Egypt. And you know, Joseph was in prison. Egypt was going through a famine, and he needed help. He had a dream. Nobody could tell him what the dream is. Somebody told him about Joseph. This man was filled with wisdom, prophetic power. And he brought Joseph, and Joseph got the dream that there's going to be 7 years of famine. And then the king says, Joseph, do you have a solution? And so this is what I mean about seeing problems and become a solutionist. Yes. And so Joseph says, yes, this is what we're going to do. And so because of that, the king says, you don't need to go back to prison. I need you. And so Egypt became one of the most powerful nations because of Joseph, a Jew. And he ended up being the second in Egypt. And then Jacob and his family came to Egypt in the time of famine, and they came wealthy. And 200 years later, here are the Israelites in slavery. That is injustice. The Egyptian used them and them abused them, and now they started to kill off the little baby and kill off the old women and kill off people who can't work like slaves. So slavery is injustice. And so the people cried, God, help us, help us. And so God came down and judged Pharaoh, bring justice and recompense. So when they left Egypt, they left with gold, silver, and clothing. Right. They didn't just leave empty-handed. It was payback time. And that's what recompense is, payback time. So if you have been stolen or...
Right, yeah. Okay, so if you want to learn and hear and understand more about that recompense, then you know where to go. It's called the Heavens Fire Prayer Summit 2019.
Yes.
Dr. Pat, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing and for inspiring many. I know that your story is going to leave a lot of people wanting to awaken the Kahil glory. Right? Thank you.
God bless you.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. And thank you to Park In by Radisson. We'll be back same time, same place. That's NTV, 8 a.m. tomorrow. See you then. Bye, everybody.
Living with S in association with Minute Maid.
Complete the most important meal of the day with the goodness of great tasting juice fortified with vitamin E and zinc to complement your family's nutritional needs.
If I were you, I'd cherish the time you have left. Because the countdown starts now.
I believe that it was all worth it. But I think that'll be the last time I try something like that again.
Something terrible happened to your brother! Oliver is in danger, Eno!
That's my son!
I did everything for her to like me, but she still chose Eno over me. Eno! Always Eno! Eno! Eno!
The Ministry of Education will on Friday the 16th of August 2019 hold the National Curriculum Conference on the competency-based curriculum at the KICC beginning at 8 a.m. Register now.
Nation FM. More music, less talk.
It's just us against the world in this life of sin. Ain't nobody gonna.
More music, less talk.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge Mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Breakfast is not complete without the new Minute Maid Nutri-Defense's Nectar Plus. Complete the most important meal of the day with the goodness of great tasting juice fortified with vitamin E and zinc to complement your family's nutritional needs. Minute Maid Nutri-Defense's Nectar Plus. Breakfast complete.
I am Joseph Mungai Gikonyo, the proprietor of Garam Investments Auctioneers. I came to the Daily Nation because it was then, as it is still now, the newspaper with largest readership in the country. I didn't have to think twice about it. The Daily Nation is the cream of the crop. And I have seen tremendous growth in my business via the use of the Daily Nation.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
Top Spot ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula One?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu, sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
Enjoy all your favorite NTV programs on all free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs. Catch us on ADN channel 101 and 103, DSTV channel 271, GoTV channel 91, Zuku channel 13, and Star Times channel 106. NTV, turning on your world.
Yani babe, kwanza kunegotiate story ya baby shower.
It was not that important because this was our second baby.
Why do you just like poking me?
Super Loaf, slices of life.
This is NTV.
live from the Nation Center. Welcome to NTV Today. My name is Ken Mijungu. We're also live from one of the hotels right here in the capital with the media launch of the Soweto Gospel Choir. We'll be speaking to our reporters on the ground also across the country to try and determine what's happening around you. We're also following for you a number of stories, and we expect to have updates throughout the day of these stories. And in studio this morning, we are discussing that the differences between MCSK and the artists, performing artists, and the dispute over the payments that they received a while ago. We are going to put that into perspective. So for this discussion, we are joined by Peter Koigi, who's the head of marketing at MCSK. We'll be joined by three artists, veteran artists. That's Daddy Owen, Timmy Tidat, and Majimaji. As you know them, we'll be telling you their other names, but that coming up a little bit later on. First, let's take a look at the stories that made your headlines. My name is Ken Mijungu. Let's begin with the battle for funds. And as the two houses of parliament are still deadlocked over the division of revenue bill, President Uhuru Kenyatta is still resolute that the counties will not get any more than what's available. The president, in what may rub governors the wrong way, says the government has even been doing the counties a big favor by offering much more than what is provided for in the Constitution. NTV's political affairs reporter Kenneth Muredi has the latest on the pickle that has interrupted operations in some counties.
Such are the scenes in some counties as they protest the delay in the payment of their July salaries. This is a stalemate between the National Assembly and the Senate persists over the shareable revenue between the national and county governments. But even as the standoff persists, the president too is persistent that the counties will not get a higher allocation and should take what's available.
The Constitution says that we should give a minimum of 15% to devolved governments. My brothers and sisters, within 1 year of taking office in 2013, I had moved that figure to close to 30%. Sasa jameni, labda mimi ndio nilifanya makosa. Yeah? Labda mimi ndio nilifanya makosa. Because now it has been just taken for granted that it is there. It is not there.
He called on both houses of parliament to find common ground soon and governors to be open to ongoing discussions to find a solution.
Because sometimes we tend to operate as if money is inatiririka tu. No? Money is limited, resources are limited.
We were 314. We convinced the president as our party leader to 316.5. That is the position of the National Assembly, and it's cast in stone.
And in the line of the president's position, the leader of majority in the National Assembly has published an amendment to the Public Finance Bill seeking to authorize the Controller of Budget to be disbursing the 15% equitable share to the counties as stipulated in the law in the event of such a prolonged standoff between the two houses as has been the case.
The Controller of Budget does not need the concurrence of the two houses or the bicameral houses to approve.
After rejecting the division of revenue bill that came from the Senate last week, the National Assembly has moved ahead to form a 9-member team that will engage their Senate counterparts in an effort to unlock the county's cash crunch, but with a caveat. They insist that they will not move an inch more than the 316.5 billion provided for. Kennedy Muredi, NTV at Parliament Buildings.
And as counties continue to feel the effects of the cash crunch, Parliament is working on a bill to cap government borrowing that was pushing the country into a debt trap. Majority Leader of the National Assembly, Edith Duale, has backed the draft legislation but proposed the ceiling be capped at 8 trillion shillings, up from the 6 trillion shillings proposed in an earlier version of the bill. NTV's Lillian Chiari reports that the economists say the move is ill-advised and unsustainable.
Kenya's public debt has been spiraling up towards the 6 trillion mark. For every 100 shillings the country collects in tax revenue, it spends about 130 shillings to fund its budget needs. Parliament hopes a bill to cap the debt ceiling will mitigate the risk of uncontrolled borrowing.
Our debt and our revenue collections, we are not doing very well. What IMF says, the ratio must be 300%. So that if we are collecting more revenue, then we can borrow up to 300%. But again, IMF have issues with that. Our revenue projections are not very good.
The country's capacity to repay the loans has been impaired by failing revenue collection.
I think we have overborrowed. We should have stuck to the 50% that's provided in the PFM Act. But we have gone to 55%. So when this bill comes, I will support the either 7 or 8 trillion.
Dwele argues that an increase of the debt limit is viable.
When we raise, the projection is also that the economy, because of the investment we have done in infrastructure and these other drivers of the economy, we expect the economy also to grow.
Economists have, however, dismissed the bill, saying that setting a specific figure to curb the borrowing, yet Kenya depends on the borrowed monies to plug the budget shortfall, isn't sustainable.
That arbitrary cap of 6 trillion shillings, it is superfluous because we already passed 6 trillion shillings in February this year. So the justification for why new debt is required should be done when that debt report is presented to Parliament, so that the budget that then follows has taken into account all these issues about how much debt is required, what will be used, and how that debt will be serviced over the medium or longer term.
We should limit to a specific amount. Like if you want to borrow another 1 trillion, but give us the reasons what are you doing with the money.
Maisha ya mwananchi wa kawaida inaendelea kudidimia kwa sababu ya hiyo pesa inaenda juu. So maoni yangu ningeomba iende chini.
The accumulation of the public debt without clear investment returns has posed a risk of debt distress. The amendment of the Public Finance Management Act is thus set to give Kenyans comfort that their members of parliament are privy to what the government is borrowing and how the government intends to repay these debts. Lillian Kiarie, NTV, at Parliament Building.
Well, it's not every day that you see a candidate express interest in a job on the dailies. And yesterday was one such day. At 52 years of age and a father of 3, Philip Chepsat took the unusual step after being out of a job for the last 10 years. And though Governor Mike Sonko may have turned him down for the deputy governor's job, he maintains that he is qualified for it. But for how long is the Nairobi governor planning to run the capital's affairs without a substantive deputy? Olive Barrows explores.
Self-proclaimed hustler Philip Ogoti Chepsat is a man unafraid to get dust on his shoes looking for a job, scouring the proverbial streets for vacancies. And it's why 6 months ago he offered himself up for the job of Deputy Governor Nairobi County, and following it up with an ad in the newspaper today.
People were offered the job and they turned it down. So I looked at it, I said, I can do it. Why can't I give it a shot? But the medium of, I didn't want to go to an individual, perhaps who knows the governor, to introduce me to the governor, because then I would carry the baggage of people. You know, if I were to go to somebody takes me to governor, then I would owe him a lot. I don't want to owe anybody anything.
That guy has applied, but that's a hiyo position ya mwanamke, so that guy is huyo amefanya makosa.
Not everyone is convinced, however. Analysts are reading conmanship and dishonesty on the governor's part in first appointing an unapprovable candidate, Mijungu, at the height of his deportation troubles, and then parading a list of female candidates on social media for a popularity vote, as though it were a pageant.
There is no way the assembly that comprises of individuals that support Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and others that support Raila Odinga, whom collectively have a problem with this gentleman because of the way he antagonizes them. He knew there is no way that name is going to pass.
Long con or not, there are those who, like Sonko's actions intimate, consider the role of deputy governor as superfluous.
My view is that deputy governors don't have any role. If you look at Section 32 of the County Government Act of 2012, the only role the deputy governors have is to deputize the governor.
Despite the protestations, the Nairobi governor has made it abundantly clear that he's a one-man show.
Mwenye anatumika asahau hiyo. And this is the last warning napeana executive. Your meetings zile mnafanya asubuhi ku undermine me, you forget it. I'm aware, and I've got the intelligence of each and every person who is here.
So there is hope yet for Philip, though he may have been turned down for the deputy governor's post.
Not so many people who are in public office know what people go through in small businesses. You see people walking around doing businesses, it's quite difficult.
Olive Burrows, NTV.
Away from that to a question of definitions, and the meaning of the office of the governor has once again been put to question as governors barred from office by the courts continue to discharge their duties. Samburu Governor Moses Kaisane and Kiambu Governor Ferdinand Waitito have been carrying out their functions, the functions of their offices, but away from the buildings or their offices in their respective county headquarters. NTV's Brenda Wanga reports on how the governors have taken advantage of ambiguity in the court's judgment.
It appeared to be just another day in the office for embattled Samburu Governor Moses Kasaine. Here, he is seen at a ceremony where the boards of the county public service, the county hospital and the municipal boards were being sworn in. All this, the functions of the office of the governor.
Challenges on the wage bill. This is part of the management that will help us also to manage our scarce resources.
He undertook this duty at the Maralal Catholic Pastoral Center, miles away from the county headquarters, perhaps in a bid to circumvent High Court orders that he stays away from his office until the charges of graft and abuse of office are dealt with conclusively. His actions come barely weeks after his appeal to have that order overturned failed, setting the stage for what is now becoming the norm when it comes to handling governors who find themselves in court over graft charges. Kiambu Governor Ferdinand Waitito was the second to be hit to the same orders. But it will appear that both Kasaine and Waitito have interpreted the ban from accessing the offices of governors in their counties literally. Both of them have been adamant that while they will keep away from the physical headquarters, they will not relinquish the powers of their offices.
Kama kuna mtu alikuwa amekuja na karatasi nimsaidie, si ningemsaidia tu. Si nimekuwa hapa, yes. Mimi ndio kama executive powers bado ziko na mimi.
We are waiting the final report on human resource and the management of the staff that we have today.
Their stance just adding to the confusion that the High Court orders continue to evoke. The orders had been seen as a win in the fight against graft, but the jury is still out on just how effective they will be, as there is no clarity on just what office in this case means. Brenda Wanga, NTV.
And now the wife of suspected drug baron Ali Punjani alongside 4 other suspects arrested in his Nyali home will remain in custody for at least today. Kaki Sushmi and the police national who appeared before resident magistrate David Odhiambo at Chancellor Law Courts in Mombasa will be detained at the Nyali police station. The prosecution had asked the court to give police 7 days to allow them time to provide more evidence linking her to her co-accused and to drug trafficking. Now, the magistrate, however, declined and gave police only 24 hours. They were arraigned a day after they were picked up from the suspected drug lord's home. Now, police say they will be charged with obstruction of justice as well as being a part of a drug trafficking syndicate. It has been over a week now since some 5,000 bags of sugar suspected to contain mercury was reported stolen from Bolore Transport and Logistics Company in Changamwe area of Mombasa. The sugar had been declared unfit for human consumption and was to be destroyed, but how it was stolen from the godowns remain a mystery. NTV's Kevin Mutai reports that the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization maintains the sugar ought to have been destroyed immediately after it was seized.
The tight security arrangement at the Bolore go-down in Changamwe area of Mombasa County shows just how difficult it should be for bags of sugar to be stolen without triggering any alarm. The gates are closed at all times and security personnel man every point of entry and exit. But amid all this, some 5,000 bags of sugar still disappeared. Just how many lorries and trips did the thief need to steal the bags and ferry them out without being noticed? The theory of the authorities is that it was an inside job, well choreographed and executed. The sugar had been impounded by a multi-agency team led by the Kenya Revenue Authority and Kenya Bureau of Standards upon suspicion that it was laced with mercury.
The committee directed that KEBS moves with speed to destroy all the sugar that is not fit for human consumption, except for the sugar that is subject to court cases that have not been concluded.
The harmful consignment could be circulating in the market, posing a great risk to Kenyans who love the sweetener. NTV has learnt that the whereabouts of top managers at the facility is unknown, as is that of the watchman who had been on duty for only 4 days. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has begun a probe into the mystery surrounding the theft.
Largely looking at the samples, even the information we give you then, it was issues of moisture content, poor storage, deterioration in terms of quality and all that.
In 2018, the government launched a countrywide crackdown on contraband sugar, but the details of what became of the crackdown have yet to be released. Kevin Mutai, NTV, Mombasa.
Well, away from that, now police in Kitengela are investigating the murder of a young man at a gaming shop earlier yesterday following an argument over a video game. The suspect is said to have slit the throat of his 21-year-old victim when the argument escalated. Meanwhile, the crowd that had milled around the shop attacked a police vehicle that was ferrying the suspect to the police station. Leila Mohammed recaps that drama.
A hail of stones aimed at this vehicle forced the crowd that was milling here to scamper for safety. The crowd that had been drawn to a beheading incident that stirred Kitengela town.
Saa hii vijana hao mwenye ameuliwa saa hii ameuawa juu ya PS. Juu walikuwa wanapigania kwa PS. Kwa PS ni hizi game zenye watu wanacheza za gaborin.
The suspect, said to be a Congolese national, had argued with his victim, a 21-year-old, over a video game before he slit his throat. Police were not too far from the scene of crime.
Nimekuwa mtaani na nikaona hao vijana wawili venye wamekimbia, mmoja amekimbia akategwa na jamaa mwingine, venye ameinuka tu hivi akajipeleka yeye police station mbio.
Isinya Sub-County Police Boss Kinywa Mugambi says police would clamp down on any attempts to cause unrest, even as they investigate the murder.
Baada ya polisi wakuje waangalie kwanza mwenye amechinjwa ama amekufa, wajaribu kumuokoa, wanashika wezi, wanaenda wananyamaza, watu wamejaa huko ndani, hata evidence ishaharibika.
When all was calm, the officers created an aisle to enable their colleagues move the body to a waiting vehicle. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
Quite unfortunate. Now, this story forms the basis of our discussion this morning, and thousands of musicians in the country unexpectedly received 2,530 shillings ya kutoa as royalties from the Music Copyright Society of Kenya. While receiving pay for work done would be music to their ears, this struck a raw chord with many musicians, especially the more established ones, saying it is a short change to their hard work. And while the collective management organization came forth to clarify the matter, they are still on the spot for disbursing less than the government expects them to. Now, Seth Olale gets you in tune with the latest dynamics of the musical scene.
Musicians' complaints have been doing the rounds on social media after 14,467 of the artists Tuesday evening each received 2,530 shillings as royalties from the Music Copyright Society of Kenya.
So in total, one song, when you see a song by maybe Masi Masika on TV, it has costed that lady more than 100 and something, even 200,000. A song like this.
Local artists who are toiling day and night in order to produce quality material for public consumption say that the collective management organizations are not doing enough in terms of revenue collection. They want a permanent solution and they're not ruling out other options.
For me, I would say that is the highest collection distribution that MCSK has ever done.
MCSK Chief Executive Officer Milka Kaluti says there is lack of understanding in distribution of royalties to registered local artists in this payment, which he says amounted to 44 million shillings. Last week, the Performance Rights Society of Kenya, PRISK, says it paid out 19 million shillings, with some of its 4,000 members receiving just over 4,000 shillings. This, just like MCSK's 2,500 shillings royalties, was categorized as general payout, where all artists received an equal amount.
Most of their music is being played with the broadcasters, in the radios, in the televisions. So far, we've not started collecting from the broadcasters.
Of the 44 million shillings collected from the music performances in public places, MCSK says it paid 37 million to its registered members, 3 million withholding tax to KRA, 1.2 million shillings was mobile money transaction fees, as 3.5 million shillings was disbursed to international collective management organizations. But the CMOs are still on the spot for under-disbursing. The Kenya Copyright Board says the 3 CMOs that include Kenya Association of Music Production, PRISK, and MCSK have jointly collected 118 million shillings, distributed 80 million, which is 2% less than the distribution target set by the board as a precondition for licensing. Seth Olale, NTV.
Well, Daddy Owen and Timothy that join us shortly in studio to help us understand exactly what's happening. But in studio right now, I have Peter Koigi, who's the head of marketing at MCSK, that's Music Copyright Society of Kenya. And I have Majimaji, who's an artist, performing artist, and he's a veteran in the industry. Perhaps he was in the industry when there were no royalties. Perhaps there was no kind of payment made. So just to get a perspective of what happened, Seth has explained this Koigi really well. How this money was divided and distributed. But I think that does not kill the vibe, sort of. It doesn't make these artists who feel they should get more quiet because they're still making noise. And as early as this morning, I saw a recording from a number of other artists also talking about this. So we just want to understand, and we couldn't have an opportunity to call everyone to sit here. So if you have a question to MCSK also, we'll open the phone lines shortly for the artists who want to ask questions or to understand this. But let's put it to perspective. Let's understand. Divide this for us. How comes everyone who received the money received 2,500 shillings? Because 30 shillings was Yakutoa, and it was made very clear. How comes everyone? Because this was divided in performance, the 2 months, right? Yes. Most of them perhaps did not even perform, but all of them got 2,500. Some performed more than others. How was this divided?
Okay, thank you very much. MCSK has what we call the distribution rules. And these distribution rules were actually passed by the members in one of the annual general meetings in previous years. So in the distribution rules, they are very clear, and we have what we call a performance in public place distribution, and then we have what we call a broadcast distribution in layman's terms. Okay. So what we did was what we call a performance in public places. So this money collected from the bar owners, the matatu industry, the other PSVs like the online cabs and the like. So once we aggregate all this amount of money, we did what we call a general distribution to all the members by virtue of you being a member of MCSK. Okay. So it was divided across board. Okay. Later on towards the end of the year. Equally.
Regardless.
Regardless.
Or as the president says, regardless.
Yes. Okay. As long as you're a member of MCSK, you are entitled to something.
To something. Whether you performed or not.
Whether you performed or not.
But how do you give me and I didn't perform?
But you have songs.
I have songs, but I didn't perform them. Why are you paying me?
You perform them in wherever you come from.
Okay.
Yeah, because...
Average this for me. Average how much these collections are.
Okay.
And this was over 2 months.
Yes.
Is this an annual collection from the stickers that we see on PSVs? Where do you get this collection from?
Okay. First of all, the 44 million shillings that MCSK distributed was an amount that we got for only 2 months.
2 months, yes.
That is May, when we got into operations.
Okay.
May and June.
What do you mean when you got into operations? MCSK has been in operation
We didn't have a license to actually collect.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So when we were actually licensed by the Kenya Corporate Board to start collecting and us laying the systems in place, so we went live on 1st of May.
Okay. What have you been doing with policemen on the roads, harassing matatus, if you say you didn't have a license to perform? I always see them standing at Nyayo Stadium with policemen.
Yes, currently as from May.
No, even before May, this has been happening. I've been seeing stickers on cars with MCSKs, stickers on cars, allowing them to play those music in the matatus. So you've been doing this illegally?
No, like I said, as from May. I can actually support that. As from May this year, so for May and June, we collected 44 million.
Okay.
And whatever we collected, we distributed everything to the artists.
Okay.
Yes.
Joint collection, as Seth reports, collectively goes to beyond 180 million shillings.
18.
Joint 118.
Yes.
Joint collection.
Yes.
What was distributed from your collection was less than that.
It was actually 56% because we share in certain ratios.
Okay.
So MCSK's 56% was 44 million.
Okay.
Out of the 80 million after deducting the 30% admin cost. Because for us to go to the field to collect that money, we need the licensing officer, we need an office, we need that car, we need to fuel it, we need also the policemen.
So
to be
you take 100% and distribute 56%.
No.
So 44% is
70%.
You distribute 70%.
Yes.
But the 56 is from the joint collection.
Yeah, 50.
And you are entitled to 56.
Yes.
All right. Does this make sense? Does it make sense to you?
It doesn't make sense in terms of the number of members they're distributing to, but it makes sense in terms of resource management.
Okay.
I think once they say there's 70-30, it is 70 that was passed by members. But at the same time, I think he has not explained that they've given other CMOs, of the 100% CMOs have taken off some percentage, yes? Other CMOs.
We share in a ratio because we're doing what we call a joint collection exercise. Rather than you having
everyone doing its own collection.
Yeah, so let me get it. MCSK collects all, then divides to camp and PRISC.
No, it's KPM.
Okay.
That is camp, PRISC, and MCSK collects
jointly
into one account. All the direct costs are removed, that is, which are equivalent to about 30%.
Okay.
The balance of the 70% is shared in the ratio of 56%, and the rest to camp and PRISC. So
Okay.
because we administer different rights, that is
Yes.
where we should have started. We administer different rights. MCSK represents authors, composers, arrangers, publishers. Camp PRISC represents represent the producers of sound recording and audiovisual works, and PRISC represents the performers performers of audiovisual works too. So in the process, these are different rights held by different organizations for different members. So we must share in a ratio that will cater for all the members, whether you are a producer, whether you are an artist.
So the money in question we are talking about here is money that MCSK has distributed.
Yes, 56%.
I still have a question. I have a question on that, Majima,
Yes.
even as you try and understand that. And to allow Daddy Owen and Timothy that come in, I like just one more time, Diana, if you could just play the story from Seth Olale, because he really breaks it down really well, just to allow the two artists to join us.
They say money makes the world go round, and off the spin, musicians' complaints have been doing the rounds on social media after 14,467 of the artists Tuesday evening each received 2,530 shillings as royalties from the Music Copyright Society of Kenya.
So in total, one song, when you see a song by maybe Masi Masika on TV, it has costed that lady more than 100 and something, even 200,000. A song like this.
Local artists who are toiling day and night in order to produce quality material for public consumption say that the collective management organizations are not doing enough in terms of revenue collection. They want a permanent solution and they're not ruling out other options.
For me, I would say that is the highest collection distribution that MCSK has ever done.
MCSK Chief Executive Officer Milka Kaluti says there is lack of understanding in distribution of royalties to registered local artists in this payment, which he says amounted to 44 million shillings.
The girls are calling me Yaga.
Last week, the Performance Rights Society of Kenya, PRISK, says it paid out 19 million shillings, with some of its 4,000 members receiving just over 4,000 shillings. This, just like MCSK's 2,500 shillings royalties, was categorized as general payout, where all artists received an equal amount.
Most of their music is being played with the broadcasters, in the radios, in the televisions. So far, we've not started collecting from the broadcasters.
Of the 44 million shillings collected from the music performances in public places, MCSK says it paid 37 million to its registered members, 3 million withholding tax to KRA, 1.2 million shillings was mobile money transaction fees, as 3.5 million shillings was disbursed to international collective management organizations. But the CMOs are still on the spot for under-disbursing. The Kenya Copyright Board says the 3 CMOs that include Kenya Association of Music Production, PRISK, and MCSK have jointly collected 180 million shillings, distributed 80 million, which is 2% less than the distribution target set by the board as a precondition for licensing. Seth Olale, NTV.
All right, we just had to play that story once more because we needed to put this into perspective, even as Daddy Owen and Timitida join us in studio. And I'm still here with Peter Koigi and, of course, Majimaji, a veteran. He understands. And as I said from the beginning, perhaps he started performing when there were no royalties. It was unheard of. I don't even know how they made money then. But the interesting thing is this distribution, and the reason why Timitida and Daddy Owen are up in arms is because of how this money was distributed, and the fact that it was a flat 2,530 ya kutoa. So let's get back to this and perhaps put this into perspective again, because they now join us. How you arrived at distributing this 2,530 per artist?
Okay. We collected 118 million shillings in 2 months, right? Out of this 118 million, we deducted 30% to make sure, we didn't deduct after, but it is the cost of collecting the money. Let me use, that is the right word. It was the cost of collecting the 118 million. So in net form, we had about 80 million shillings. Out of these 80 million shillings, 56% was for the author, composer, arranger, right? 22% was for the producers of sound recording. The other 22% was for performers of that kind of music and also audiovisual works. So once we got our 44%, by virtue of you being a member, remember in our distribution rules, it's very clear that we'll have different classes of distribution. There is a broadcast royalty which will be coming towards the end of the year. That one will purely be dependent on the logs or the airplays that each and every artist in Kenya has on all the stations that we have in Kenya. Now for this specific one, based on the constitution that our members actually passed in an AGM, they actually clearly say that they need a general distribution to cater for those artists that, one, they play their music, or their music might not be captured by the systems that we have. Secondly, to make sure that it was equitable, that each and every artist, by virtue of you being a member of MCSK, that you're entitled to, one, either voting, and number two, a royalty.
What percent did you distribute?
All of it.
No, what percentage? As in, Out of the kitty, what percentage?
Out of the 44 million collected in 2 months, which has actually been the highest. I can't.
Okay, by law, you need to distribute how much percentage by law?
70%.
How much did you distribute?
70%.
Are you sure you distributed
the whole figure you had? The whole thing. Whatever you got, we gave it to the artist.
Okay.
Yes.
Everything you got.
Ken, the gap is here.
Yes.
That maybe he's also not getting. Having been privy to this organization from way back, from Poxy Pressure until now, there was a point a floodgate was opened. And I think in future we need to address it. Either they have a scientific way of distributing this general distribution or distributing this 2,500 in Ayakutoa, or they look at how do you become a member. So the problem started here. A floodgate was open.
Anyone can be a member.
Even you can. You can sing a song and register. With your daughters and your brothers. Some people.
And they'll be members.
Yeah. Some people use this gap.
Okay.
So unapata family moja ina watu 10.
They're all registered members.
Kila mtu anatoa ngoma moja moja moja. So you see that family of 10, today they are not complaining of 2,500 kwa sababu it is 2,500 times 10. They are not legit musicians.
Okay.
So I don't know how we can come up with a criteria, because at the end of the day, legally, a song is a song. I don't know what criteria us members and MCSK can come up with that can reduce the threshold of how to become a member. But that floodgate is the problem.
How many members do we have,
I think we have now about...
according to your kitu inaonyesha 13,000.
13,000 members of
13,900.
13,000.
Should be
about 14,000.
Okay.
Yeah, but then there is another criteria as well.
Yes.
An artist who has been a member for not more than 1 year should not be given general distribution.
Yeah.
Then there are people who have not been
active.
Not active. They've applied for membership but not been approved.
Yes.
So I don't know if you gave it the whole. By the way, I know it's not sensational, but I don't have a problem with how they've distributed, because if I had 10 shillings and I have 10 people who have equal rights, I'll give 1 shilling each. Yes. Now the problem is, who are these 10 people?
Yeah.
That is where the floodgate got wrong, got messed up.
Okay.
In the general distribution.
The general distribution.
But if were it at...
Are they subscribing? Are you subscribing members of MCSK?
Yes.
What do you use to subscribe? A song?
You take your song, ID, and you become a member.
Just like that.
And there's a registration fee, of course.
Oh, there's registration fee.
So that is the floodgate, which I can propose in future. From a managerial position, there should be a threshold.
There should be a verification.
Otherwise, anybody, including...
It should be verified.
Including if you recorded your cut and it sounded well,
you
can qualify to be a song.
Okay.
That is where the problem is.
Let me hear from Timmy.
Me, first of all, I come from a point of view, as in, sijui niweze setiaje, yani kama si Mambwenya tumekuwa tumetoa noma yadi. Na represent watu wangu wa street. Unanipata eh? First of all, ukisema hiyo do watu 13 nikidivide by hiyo kitu haikuji hiyo 2500. Number 1. Number 2, ukisema kila mtu alikuwa na distribute inaitwaje hiyo ni general, ndio mtu anapata hiyo 25 na 30 ya kutoa. Kuna mtu jana amenitumia inbox ni 27, simu yangu huko nje 27 bob, ametumia 27 amenitumia. Sasa najiuliza hii 27 unaitoa hata aje, ama ni ndio umetumiwa ikusaidie kufacilitate transaction next, sielewi. Unanipata? Naona hapa hivi kuna tumetoka kwa mazoeano ikapanda kidogo kwa madharau. Unanipata? Sababu huwezi tumia msee do kwanza iko chini ya do aliregister nayo. Niliregister 2012 3000. Sawa? Mimi nimetumia 2500.
Is this the first time you're receiving something from MCSK?
I received 150,000 2014 when we released Welewele, and it was everywhere na hatukupata hata do yoyote. So kenye ilifanya tukapata hii do, tulienda kwa Twitter. Tukaambiwa kamini hapa kwa ofisi.
Really?
Tukaandikiwa check, tukatoka nayo. Sasa sijui mbona lazima ngoja, sijui mbona tunafaa kufika level ya kutoa noma
ndio mpate kitu.
Ndio tupate kitu wakati tunafanya muziki tu, kazi inafaa ikue ina flow vizuri. Sijui mbona inafaa ikue hivyo.
Did that really happen? Did that really happen? They walizusha, then they were called to the office and they were paid, because that's not how it should happen.
That has been happening. We have
that
Can I explain this?
Yes.
Can I explain this?
Yes.
So what has been happening with our Kenyan artists? It's very simple. We have a system. And this system, what it does, if your music is not on our system, number one, it puts it on a section of it called an identified works.
Unidentified
works.
Okay.
Yes. So once, like the way he complained, we have to call him, and now once we upload his works onto the system, it's now the system now recognizes and says, hey, by the way, Timidat has got so many play counts.
Okay,
hey.
but we didn't have him on this other side.
But we didn't have him on this other side.
My question is, let me just finish, then you ask, yes.
But we didn't have him on this other side. Yes. So we take these play counts again and we factor them again. And automatically the money that was allocated for unidentified works is now applied to this particular artist, and that is why he got his 150,000 shillings.
I have a question.
Okay. Yes, yes, yes.
Please, please.
That's a good explanation.
Let me ask.
Yes.
Utasemaje muziki yangu iko area ya unidentified na hiyo ni 2014 na mimi nimeregister 2012 nikalipa tao yangu 3 and by then hiyo hata ni domingi kuliko yenye nalipa Kenya, nimeichanga nikaenda, ilikuwa somewhere pale bazaar nikalipa hiyo do yangu 2012, so nikapewa hiyo ni member. Kwanza ilikuwa na text juu ya how long ku approve ndio ina come through, so 2012 niko approved member. Utaniambiaje by 2014 sijulikani na vitu zangu haziko and I have to complain?
How is that possible?
Okay, what happens when an artist comes to MCSK and registers as a member, they don't later on come again to update their records on the new music that they have
produced.
They have
so they let that work to you people to identify, oh, kuna hii ngoma ya, so let's update it here.
Yes,
that's
and
what,
it should be proactive from the artists themselves. They know this is my product. I need to take it to the supermarket. That's called MCSK, for them to be able to put it on a shelf, for it to be monitored, for me to get royalties. But if they don't do that, number one, they miss out on the royalty. I know of so many artists. I'll give you a very good example. Maybe he might be one of them, the people who might have complained. Calligraph Jones.
Yes.
When
actually,
he registered,
among the first people to complain.
Thank you, and I saw him. So Calligraph Jones, if you go to the system, the first CD that he actually brought to MCSK was what is being monitored, right?
Okay.
But he later on he has produced over 5 albums, but he has not made a point of him coming to MCSK and update those works so that he can actually earn there.
So monitor.
Yes. So you'll notice that if I go to a monitoring system, the people or the musicians, the international musicians who have actually uploaded works as far as Tanzania, I can see them top there. That's why, for example, Diamond would actually be number 1 currently. And then number 2, frankly speaking, would be Nyashinsky. Reason being,
they come and update.
They come and update. Okay. But the rest of the artists,
they don't.
So if I was to do a distribution, if this money, 44 million, was to do a distribution,
where will it go first? The top.
It will go to the top artist.
I think for the purpose of this discussion,
yes,
I think he needs to define well so that also Timidat gets it.
Yes.
We are talking about general. We are not talking about the broadcast like umechezwa marangapi kwa radio.
Okay.
Where is coming from? Where is coming from ni umechezwa marangapi? Okay. Then that will be. But for general ni kama as per constitution when members were passed, if you are 10 people and there is 10 shillings, general equal distribution requires kila mtu aende na bob.
But the question is, how do you then get 14, get 27 shillings, and others get 2,000?
That one I don't. If that one needs to tell. But if they gave 2,530 equally to every member, that's okay. My problem is, based on the general, we now need to move to this threshold and floodgate so that.
We will talk about the floodgate and how to mitigate that.
To be a member. That's when we'll say this.
But let's just get this out of the way because people need to understand. He says he got an SMS. There's someone who got 27 shillings.
27 shillings.
Yes, and it's general. Everyone should get equal. How do others get 2,500 and others 27? I had one person say he got 14. This Steve-O's simple boy, he got 14 shillings. You know how do they get? What's that discrepancy?
First of all, this Steve guy is not a member of MCSK, so there is no way
you would have sent him money.
You would have sent him money in the first place.
Okay. Now I want to go
this
back.
This 27 shillings guy, is he a member of MCSK?
I think he's a member.
He thinks.
We need to know.
No, wait.
But if he's not, he wouldn't have gotten money.
He wouldn't have gotten money. Yes. So I know people have.
Wait, he is a member because he actually sent me the message.
Yes, that he received.
The difference message yake na yangu yake ni 27 bob, yangu ni 25.30.
Okay. How is that possible?
Kabla ujibu hiyo please. Nataka turudi pale kuna hii place yenye unasema daddy ana need kurudi kwa ofisi update.
Yes.
Sawa. I think MCSK inaweza kuwa inachukua advantage ya hao watu wenye wajaenda kwa update because it is up to you kuniambia ni aje una need ku update. Mimi naenda kutoa wapi tutorials za kujua sasa na need ku update from manini na watu wako mtaani wanajua ni aje na need kwenda ku register, nikisha register imeapproviwa na need ngoma zangu ndio hizo and stuff. Lakini sasa hao sasa wanajua watu watafanya makosa na hata shasema I know someone like Calligraph Jones 5 albums ajazi update. Unafanya nini ule msanii ajue ana need ku update ajui, so hii ni advantage inachukuliwa
because at the end of the day there's some collection. There's some collection because you got a collection once it was updated. What happens to this money that is collected and is unclaimed?
Yes.
Okay.
There's an
the members no. Let me finish.
Perhaps before you answer, you wanted to say something about that.
The unclaimed account.
Yes, unclaimed.
I know there's an unclaimed account.
Existing.
I told you I have the facts. There's an unclaimed account. Number 2, when was the last time MCSK did a verification of their members?
That should be in 2016.
2016.
Yes.
Verification.
Yes. Not we call it vetting exercise.
Yes.
We did a vetting exercise of each and every member. If, for example, we check on the system.
That's okay. That's 3 years ago.
Yes.
How many members were there by then?
That was about.
I was in prison for 1 year, so I have numbers.
We haven't done any new membership approvals. Okay. We call them approvals, where we call the directors of MCSK, whom they elected into office.
Okay.
And these directors are artists. Remember, waliobobea ama they are still artists even currently.
Okay.
These are artists who go down. They know almost like each and every music, and they will listen to it. So if you have copied somebody's music, they will know, hey, I've heard this music somewhere, and you'll be thrown out of the vetting exercise.
Okay.
Yes.
Take us back to the unclaimed money, because the money is there. Where does this money go to? The money is there.
What happens after every 3 years, and it is in the Constitution. The members have never read the Constitution that governs MCSK. It is in the Constitution. After 3 years, this money is taken back and paid back again now to all the other artists. Again, because for example, if we can't identify this music was for which particular artist, then it will have to be redistributed based on the Bank Convention, which actually clearly states that this unclaimed money must be redistributed back to the other members after every 3 years.
Or after every 3 years.
When was the last time that distributed?
2016.
2016.
Yes.
So 3 years. This is 3 years.
No,
this is the third year.
We didn't have a license for 2017 and 2018.
Really? But I saw you guys.
You guys didn't have a license, but you are collecting money.
Give me seat. You've been collecting money.
No.
How long do we have? How long do we have?
No, we still have time. We have an hour.
Okay.
So hauko na license ya kufanya nini daddy?
2017.
Ya kudistribute. So ngoja nataka nipate poa. Hakukuwa na license ya kudistribute, but kulikuwa na license ya collect, because do ilikuwa na collectiwa na ni mita kama so sita bro. So sita.
Now I've actually done the calculation. I've done the calculation. In 2 months they have collected 118, the highest, right? In a year it will be 1.4 billion shillings.
Thank you.
Right? Yes. So if they were to distribute this to the 14,000 artists in Kenya, each artist will go home with about 101,000 shillings. If it was to be distributed in 100% minus the 30. But if you take the 30, it's about 80,000 every year for each artist. But let's go back to this. So the money that you didn't have a license, the money was still collected.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, can I put this in perspective?
Yes, please do.
In MCSK or in any business, there's what we call the fixed cost.
Fixed, okay.
Yes. Like for example, if this Nation Media Group, whether people pay advertising revenue,
we have to pay rent, we have to pay all
you
those.
have to pay your salaries,
Yes.
you have to pay rent, you have to pay all those things to maintain that office, even this lighting and everything, right?
Yes.
So for example, let's assume the revenue is so small that it cannot
sustain
even the workers, it cannot even pay salaries.
Yes.
Yeah? Even as employees, we never went for salaries for 2 years. Right?
2 years?
Yes.
You worked for 2 years without salary?
Thank you.
Unaendaje kwa ofisi unatumia nini?
Okay. For them?
For them.
Okay.
That is what I'm trying to put across. You can even go
2
to a
years.
record. Yes.
Okay.
2 years.
Okay.
But we did it for the artists, for the love we have for our artists.
Okay.
Yes. So the little that we got here for the 2 months, we were so excited and we were like, hey, why don't we distribute this money with these artists so that at least they can also feel that NCSK is back, right? And we did that. For 2 months, 44 million. So if I was to project this money for the next maybe 6 months, 44 million, that should be about 300 million. And if all the media houses come in and pay, and plus all the other hotels.
That broadcasters issue, let's not put it.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's just it's hypothetical. Yes. Okay.
Let's take general. Yes.
Yes. If we take the performance in public places, if we take all this amount of money, we'll find that at the end of by December we might have at least 300 million share for MCSK to actually distribute to the same artist. But now this time around, we'll do what we call the scientific distribution. And it's my call.
So you're going where he said.
Yes. Okay. And it is my call that all the artists should make sure that their works are on our platform. For all the videos, all the music that you have done, make sure that you come to MCSK and say, hey, I want to check my music, whether it's being monitored. Okay. And trust me, by the end of the year, nobody should blame anyone, whether MCSK or whether Campris, whether if you have not declared your works, you cannot come and blame us.
Okay.
It should be, the honor should actually rest
on
the musician to make sure that their works are on the platform so that we are also able to do what we call a fair distribution of their royalties.
Are you trying to say that kwa hizi 2 years?
Yeah, 3.
No,
2017, yes.
2 years zenye hawajakuwa na license na kazi ijakuwa poa, so mnajilipa, unaenda job kutufanyia sisi kazi 2 years, right?
I'll be very frank. We actually forwent those salaries because it would, if, for example, if I come and tell these guys, hey, you will have to take our salaries, these musicians will be up in the street. But we forwent all that to make sure that the artists in Kenya
were you in the office at that time when they were foregoing salaries?
Me, I was at Prisk, the board.
At Prisk, okay. At the board of Prisk, okay.
For 1 year.
Okay.
And the main reason why I went there is to learn and understand.
Okay.
And to deal with such people.
What did you find out? What did you find out?
It's my friend. It's not like a fight,
yeah.
But sometimes it's good to understand from a point of information rather than just being in the street and heckling and all that. Yes. And for me, I went there to look for solutions. There are so many solutions that I think should work.
Okay.
And even by the time there was a fight between MCSK and Mpake, someone created a solution that people didn't want to embrace. Do you know about distro? Do you know about distro? It's a software that needs to be somewhere. Someone created a better software.
You should not continue kabla sema anaijua majuu ya sema kitu.
Someone
is it a monitoring software?
Okay. Someone came up with a solution.
Yes.
On whereby, even to get a solution to what he's saying that artists should go and update.
It's in the solution of distro.
It's in the solution. The solution was, you see, like YouTube. We put our stuff there. You understand?
Yes.
Nowadays, even DJs get in that pool and pull the song, download the song. Even our fans stream from there. And in YouTube, there's a backend. There's statistics. For you as a fan can say that your song has 3.4 million views. You understand? Me as a DON, I can go inside the backend to the statistics and understand and know how much am I making, and it's open. You understand? That is something that we need. That's a solution that needs to be there that the 3 CMOs don't want to embrace. We need to go digital.
Thank you.
Not manual, not to have you every time going to update your music.
And to be honest, it's not even a way to fight any CMO. Digital will solve so many things. You see, at the end of the day, if you're telling me I've earned this money and I don't know, there's nothing to show how I earned the money and how I'm earning it. Of course, there'll be a fight.
Okay.
There'll be a fight.
Okay.
And this system has not been working for all these years. Why can't we sit down, pull back and say, Majimaji is here, anajua, it's not been working for all these years. Why are we still trying it?
Deliberately.
Why are we still trying it?
Okay.
There's someone somewhere who knows it's not gonna work.
Okay, Diana tells me I have to take a break. When I come back, I'd like to pick from where you have spoken because it's important. If there's a platform that artists don't have to keep on updating their music, you know, like our own umbrella body, you know, they follow us up. We don't even follow them up. They come here and pitch tent and say, this is what we need you to do. You need to update. You need to take a new card for your accreditation as a journalist in Kenya. We don't have to go to them, and they know that's part of their responsibility. But I'm going to come back to talk about that. But first, let's take a break.
wasa wamekutuma.
Wanajitambua, yani wale wanajiamini. Yani someone took their sweet time and thought about us. Rembo TV, simply beautiful.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Can I buy a chocolate, please? It's for my mom. Happy birthday, Mom.
Thank you, Bella. There's a class and a half in everyone.
How much more do you think we can engage, and for this particular segment, younger women, to be a part of influencing policy?
Having women and also men who are in the youth bracket advocating for these policy changes and being in the forefront of pushing these policies.
Unfortunately, we make policies first and then we bring it down to the community.
Even when it comes to guys who are being interviewed, I always say there's a difference between information, infotainment, and entertainment.
Yes.
I'm just going to put that out there.
Kipi kikusi chako? Katibu kata kwa kata. Katibu msika.
Asikia kwenu mmesota mpaka mnakula na story ya nyama.
Wata uongo. Nina mwanangu mamba kama wewe. Let's go. Reach your elders. Help your parents. Say your prayers. Be a good child. Anything you want. Anything you want. Anything you want in life. Okay. Wow, you look so cute.
Peace.
This one looks good enough for you. It's so tasty and crunchy. Did you like it? I loved it. Me too. High five, CJ.
It's your boy Mash Mashabu, aka Julia Bandman. Watch Generation 3 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. only on your number one station, NTV.
Gazeti liloboreshwa la Mwanaspoti linakuletea mengi ya kufurahisha macho na moyo. Taarifa zote za soka, riadha za kusisimua, burudani za kitaifa na kimataifa ambazo zitakukonga moyo, bila kusahau kuvumio na usasa katika fasheni na ulimwende. Yote haya katika toleo jipya liloboreshwa la gazeti la Mwanaspoti
utakalopata kila Jumanne na Jumamosi na sasa la Alhamisi
kwa shilingi 35 tu. Pata toleo lako sasa.
Right, good morning once more. My name is Ken Mijungu right here on NTV today. And this morning we're discussing that dispute between MCSK and artists regarding the payment. And we're talking about general payments. We've established where the problem is the general membership. We'll try and get a solution with my panel here, and Timmy Tidat, Daddy Owen, and Majimaji, and of course Koigi from MCSK are helping us with that discussion. But before I come back to them, let's go to court, because the governor's case on the Division of Revenue Bill is back to court, and Vincent Duor is reporting from the Supreme Court this morning. Vincent, is this case going to proceed? And if it's going to proceed, what are they discussing today? What is likely to come up?
Absolutely. Today, Supreme Court is expected to really confirm whether speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate have filed a report on the Division of Revenue Bill 2019. You remember last time the court had asked the Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin Muturi, and the Speaker of the Senate, Ken Lusaka, to file a sworn affidavit to explain to the court why both houses have been unable to agree on the shareable allocation to the counties, because the two houses have failed to agree over the actual amount of shareable resources that should be allocated to the county governments. Because you remember the Senate insists the county governments are supposed to be allocated 335 billion shillings, while the National Assembly has insisted on 316 billion shillings to be the amount to be allocated to the national government, to the county governments. And the court demanded an explanation for the two speakers to really explain why they can't agree. And that is basically going to be what is going to inform the direction that the court is going to take over this matter. Because if you remember, last time they were here, Judge Maraga told them this is a political process, and they are very hesitant as a court to listen or to hear this case, and they will prefer it being a legislative process. They should work on it or sort it out through a political process. And therefore today a number of governors through the Council of Governors are expected to be here today, including some members of county assemblies, civil societies and other parties in this case, including the Law Society of Kenya, the Commission of Revenue Allocation. They are supposed to be here, and the hearing of this matter is going to start at exactly 11 a.m. and we are going to know the way forward. But remember, even as all this is happening, remember President Uhuru Kenyatta has insisted there's no any amount of money they are going to add on top of this 316 billion shillings that they have agreed should be allocated to the county governments. And therefore, this is a stalemate that has affected a number of county governments, because right now, more than half of the county governments have not paid salaries to their workers. And we saw, a few days ago, workers or the Union of County Government Workers saying that they are going to go for a go-slow or strike to demand their salaries. And this is something that we know has started last Tuesday, but it has been low-key. But this is just some of the negative impact that has transpired due to the stalemate over the Division of Revenue Bill 2019. And therefore today we'll know the way forward, because remember Maraga said if the National Assembly and the Senate will fail to agree on the way forward, then they will have no option but to decide and give a direction way forward on what should really happen moving forward as far as the Division of Revenue Bill is concerned. And therefore at 11 a.m. we'll be here to bring you live what will transpire in court. But for now, I'm taking you back to studio.
Right, Vincent, and I was about wondering, the fact that the president spoke yesterday, does that statement really throw the court off? Because that was a very conclusive statement, and stemming from what we had also weeks ago, Vincent, perhaps the other thing is this is a political process that cannot be adjudicated in court. So let's wait for 11 and understand if the two speakers of the House indeed met and they have a solution going forward, and also touching on what the president said yesterday. Let's move on now to Kisumu, where a popular joint owned by former Game Member of Parliament, and if you have been to Kisumu, you definitely know TLC is the latest casualty of the ongoing demolition in Kisumu. Now, the Kenya Railway bulldozers descended on the premise last night, among other properties, as the deadline of notice issued by the corporation to tenants with temporary leases expired 3 days ago. And Oko Kusa now joins us live from the county of Kisumu. Oko, good morning and good to see you. I know this has been going on for a while. I know down by Luangni Beach there was demolitions. I just saw someone post about Tilapia Beach the other day being demolished once more, and TLC went down last night. Tell us more.
The day where I'm standing is popularly known as Akamba area. That has also been demolished. These demolitions are actually being carried out by Kenya Railways Corporation. Some few weeks ago, the corporation issued notices to tenants who have leases on their land to vacate by August 12th. This, they say, according to that notice, is in regards to the expansion and revitalization of the Kisumu port, which is underway. Remember, today, President Uhuru Kenyatta and the opposition leader Raila Odinga were supposed to lead a host of East Africa heads of states to launch the newly refurbished port. We are talking of a port that has been refurbished at a cost of 3 billion shillings, and there's a lot of expectation even in terms of economic growth. The government actually is saying that with the newly refurbished port, they expect to spur economic growth in this region and actually make Kisumu one of the regional hubs, economic regional hubs in these parts of the world. And therefore, these demolitions, according to Kenya Railways, are supposed to expand the operations here. And of course, when that happens, there are casualties, and the traders here are counting their losses, as I've mentioned there, and a lot of them actually are asking the county government to step in and probably provide them with alternative areas where they can continue conducting their business. Just right beside me here are a number of them, and let's hear what they have to say. Baribo, just start by introducing yourself, and then you tell us briefly, how have you been affected?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Josephat Oduor. Kwa vile kama naangalia kama sisi wakaji wa Kisumu, wakati vibanda zinabomolewa, wananchi wengi sasa wanakosa hata kukula, hata kuishi. Sasa kuna wenye hawana manyumba, kulisha family. So tunaweza omba Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na Mheshimiwa Governor angalie mahali ambayo hao watu walihamishwa, wapeleke, kila mtu apate njia ambayo anaweza kula nayo. Lakini port, huwezi kuja ati unafungua miradi ya port bila wananchi. Hiyo port itakuwa port kweli? Hata hiyo Uhuru kama anaangalia akuja hapa Kisumu, hiyo port yake sasa itasaidia watu wa Nyanza na nini? Angalia mahali ingine, chukua hao maukas wenye banda zao zilibomolewa yote, hao wapate mahali ambayo watoto watakula, hata kesho watoto wana next week. Asante sana, wacha tusikize kutoka kwa huyu mama. Hebu karibia tafadhali. Anza na majina tu.
Kwa majina naitwa Jacqueline Achia. Mimi ni mwana biashara, nilikuwa nafanya biashara hapa. Na hii biashara ndio tulikuwa kama mategemeo, kulipa nyumba na kulipa school fee. Sasa hivi niko na watoto wawili. Tunaenda third term. Tuko na balance shule. Sana shindwa, utatoa pesa wapi? Watoto wakirudi shule, utaambia mwalimu ati tulifukuzwa, atakusikiza. Kukula ni hapa, kuoga ni hapa, kila kitu ni hapa. Sasa tujui penye tutaenda. Hiyo ndio naweza sema. Wakubwa wetu kama wako na vile venye wanaweza tusaidia, watusaidie. Hiyo tu.
Let's hear from the last gentleman. Just step forward.
Mtu wangu, mimi nakwambia kitu moja. Tunadhulumiwa. Na hiyo hatuwezi kubali. Sini watu tunambaka family, tunalipa mpaka marent, tunawatoi wanaenda mpaka chuo. Lakini kitu inafanyika si kitu poa. Tunaambia Orezo na former prime minister waangalie maslahi yetu. Sisi ni watu pia wa Kenya. We are Kenyan citizens. Sisi ndio waga tunawavotia. Na tunawapa job yetu na ndio wanachukua. Voti yangu ni voti yako.
Kwa hivyo wewe ufurahi hii maendeleo inaletwa hapa na serikali?
Maendeleo ni gani bana? Siona lazima watu inform. Sasa ile unataka kudu kitu kama hii to inform.
Nasikia mlipewa notice.
Notice hatujakamishwa. Nani alikamishwa notice? Nani alikamishwa? Hakuna.
Okay, fine.
Lazima tukamishwe notice. Gava lazima juu pia si ni gava.
Okay. Well, Ken, those are some of the reactions here from traders who have suffered losses as a result of the demolitions that I've mentioned. They have been going on here for the last 3 weeks. This is in regards to the expansion of Kisumu Port, which the government says is going to be refurbished at a cost of 3 billion shillings, and it's expected to actually improve the economy of this particular region. Remember, that event was supposed to happen today, but according to State House yesterday, is that it has been pushed forward indefinitely. We really don't know when it's going to happen next, but communication from the State House indicated that that event had been pushed forward, but so we'll be waiting to hear from the same State House when this particular event will happen. Remember, a total of 4 heads of states from the East African region had been invited to participate in the launch. We are talking of Magufuli of Tanzania, Museveni of Uganda. We were expecting Shikedi of DRC, and of course Kagame of Rwanda. All were expected here today. A lot of expectation and anxiety from residents here, as I've mentioned there before. But of course, there's also that mixed reactions regarding the demolitions that are ongoing in this particular town. Back to you, Ken.
Right, Oko Kusa, thank you very much. And it's a painful process, but ultimately, as someone says here, it will benefit and people will like it in the long run. So thank you very much for your live report. Let's now cross over to Muranga, because Muranga is discussing the same topic we have right here in studio with the artist. And Martin Moura now joins us. Martin, give us your perspective from Muranga.
Yes, I thank you so much, Ken. As you have rightly said, we are coming from County 021, which is Muranga County. And as you can see in my panel, I have actually a lady and 2 gentlemen who are musicians. And you know, Muranga County is one of the counties that export, music. You know, we have good musicians. Most of the good musicians come from this county. And without taking much time, I just want to delve on the topic that we're discussing about the royalties, which has really brought a lot of hit. And
all right, the signal from Muranga is not all so good, but we'll try and get Martin back on the air because he's also discussing the same topic. So, Daddy Owen, I stopped you, but you had a point, because I really want to exhaust that point before I go back to the substance of what happened, the membership. So, go ahead.
I think, as Margie is saying, the biggest issue right now is on the gender distribution, whereby the verification in that pool of artists, people like us are not satisfied, because we go back to when we registered and how it was done and how it's being done even today, and we see so many loopholes that eventually, I don't know if MCSK has a plan, and he's here to explain to us. Is there a plan that when we listen to you today, me and Margie will go home knowing that our money is safe? Because it's so hard that all of us, our money is collected by a pool or a pot, a basket somewhere, and then it's distributed to people who, in real sense, we know the culprits are inside there, who are not even musicians.
So you'll be asking Kenyans that once you listen to my song, send me M-Pesa, you know? You'll be putting your numbers out there.
To add as a response,
yes.
Also the issue of double standard. Here, we are saying they need to look at the way they'll cap the floodgate of anybody can register with a song, including if a cat sang.
There should be a cutoff somewhere.
There should be a cutoff.
Yes.
Now, here we are telling them to have a cutoff. But at the same time, this is how also they make their money. If you register, you pay about 3,000.
3,000.
So we are telling them to reduce this 3,000 and identify genuine musicians. So he needs to tell us how. Because me, when I saw things coming up on the internet, I said, no, let's be sober about it. Let us be a bit more mature about it. People who can manage resources. The problem is these members.
The members.
Their constitution says distribute equally, generally. So hapa kuna norma. Ni 10 bob, na tuko watu 10. Kila mtu atapata bob. Now we want to move to who are these 10 people. But at the same time, if it is 10 members, they have made 30,000. Unaona? Sasa tunaomba wapunguze 30,000 ya kuran OPEX ya operation costs zao, si ndio? So that's where they should tell us how are they planning to verify the person who comes to the song. Kwa sababu this thing happened this weekend. Hiyo kitu kifunguliwa unapata mtu ameenda akaambia familia yake, ni aje? Hii ni song yangu. Let's say song inaitwa kula vitu. Ama wamlambezi wamnyonyee, sawa? Wewe ndio uite wamnyonyese. Wewe ndio uite wamlambezi. So those are 2 members registering with one song. Unaona? Sasa hawa wana time ya kusikia hii ngoma si ile nani alikamnayo jana. So hiyo system ndo sasa mimi nataka.
There's no board for
and then,
verification, vetting or something.
Mtu mmoja mimi sasa nikaenda nikamwambia dota yangu just sing something. my son sings something, my nephew sings something. Sasa weekend tumekaa, tumeenda tumechukua studio time 10,000 1 hour hapa River Road, tumerecord kitu. Sisi wote 10 kesho tunakuja, si wote ni members. Hiyo family leo hawaliji ya 2,500 na kutoa, wamesema wamepata
10,000.
25 wamepata
25 times 10, yes, 25,000. Yes.
Alafu the owner mwenye kamnadia anasema nipatieni, chukuleni sotano sana ya macho, minipeni hiyo motembao.
Yeah, wezi lia, hakuna 20,000.
How are we curbing that system? Because it is happening. And
yes.
even it is also hurting again on the next level of deciding who are the directors.
Okay.
So hawa watu 10 watakambogi siku election.
Waweke mtu wa? We've been here for 5 years.
Waweke mtu wa kwa kiti.
It's 1 vote per person.
Yeah. Okay. Tena hii mbogi itakam, this familia mzima 10 people will come and ensure they put a director who will suit their interests, and then we end up with such a constitution.
Okay. Koigi, I want you to answer that. Just keep it on paper because Martin is back and perhaps they'll have their own questions so that when you answer those questions, you answer everything. Martin, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ken, and we apologize for the technical hitch. Now, as I was saying, I'm with a lady here. I just want you to start by introducing yourself and tell me, how is MCSK of yesteryears and MCSK of today, comparing that the money that you've been receiving as royalties?
My name is Mora. I sing gospel music. I'm based in Murang'a. And I've been privileged to be in the 3 leaderships of MCSK, beginning from Abel Kifoto, Maganzo, and now Kasanga. I think it has been getting worse by the day. We used to receive royalties 3 to 4 times a year, not less than 10,000, 10 to 25,000 there. That was for royal distribution. But it has been wrangles here and there. Our leaders cannot agree. The offices are almost not running. Sometimes you go to the offices and you are not attended to well. Even the people who are employed there look down on musicians, the very people who are employing them. And it begs a big question. How can the owner of the cow receive less than the people that they send to milk their cows? We are the owners of the music product. First, there is no accountability, there is no communication, and we can see, even the house itself, the leadership itself, is not held together. There are problems. Unless we tell each other the truth, this thing is going nowhere. As members of MCSK from the Central Region, want to hold a meeting based on musicians only and chart our way forward. Okay. We do not want to be taken for a ride. Our music, we record using money, we promote using money, and we move from one point to another using money. Then management brings issues. No. Okay. We are saying no to that. Okay. 2,500 as royalty, it's laughable. We can't take that.
Okay. Now, maybe to you, we know MCSK have been going around Murang'a collecting loyalty. Do you think you're getting what you deserve as musicians?
Ndio tuweze kuelewana kabisa. Naitwa Solex, jina ya usanii. Na ningependa kuzungumzia wale wanabiashara ambao wanatumia muziki sana sana hapa Murang'a. Wacha niseme ambao tumewitness. These guys wa MCSK wanakuja hapa Murang'a kwa mabiashara za watu. Pengine wale wanauza muziki, wale wanauza movies, na wakati wanakuja pale wanapata labda umelipa ile license ama labda hujalipa. Ile jambo kubwa sana wanafanya ni kukushika, wanakupeleka kando, na labda wanakuja na askari ambao wameshikania nao, wanawaita kando, unaambiwa ulipe ile pesa ambao unafaa kulipa kwa MCSK, na ikiwa hutaweza kulipa utaambiwa utoe kitu kidogo kando. So my issue here goes to the MCSK and the criteria they are using to correct these royalties. They are not open. They are not. They are corrupt. That's all I can say. They are thieves, and we cannot keep on complaining. The best thing we can do right now, we need to break this thing. Tuvunje MCSK, tuanze afresh. Hata kama itakuwa devolved, kama watu wananchi wa Murang'a ambao wanafanya muziki, wanafanya biashara, wanatumia muziki, let's have devolved unit kutoka kwa MCSK. Tukue na kama branch hapa Murang'a, ambapo kama wewe ni mwanabiashara, kuna ile unaenda unalipa pale, Ndio pia kama muziki unatumia muziki ya Solex kwa mfano, unapeana mpaka ile record kwamba mimi nilitumia muziki ya Solex siku fulani mara ngapi. Hiyo record yote iwekwe. Ndio MCSK wakija kusema watanilipatia 2500, nitawaulizaje, hii 2500 unanipatia umeiokota kwa criteria gani? Umetumia njia gani kupata hii pesa? Kama hatutafanya hivyo, mimi naambia MCSK hivi, nisubirini Nairobi, nitakuja huko na tutawavuruga. Pesa mtatupatia.
Now, niko na msanii mwingine hapa hivi ambaye ngoma zake zimegonga vichwa vya habari hapa katika kaunti ya Murang'a. Wewe ulipata pesa ngapi na unafikiria ni worth what you got na ungetaka serikali iingilie kati?
Mimi kwanza nicheke kidogo. Mimi naitwa Saiki Junior. Kusema kweli ngoma zangu Mount Kenya, hata kama ni kuuza, mimi mwenyewe nijimanage na nifuate data zangu mahali zipo, singekosa less than 500,000 kwa mwaka 2. Mimi nimekuwa kwa industry kwa miaka 5. Pesa zenye nimepata na nilipata usiku, sijui usiku ya kuanzia sijui ni saa 2 ama ni saa ngapi. Nilipata 2,530 shillings. So kitu tunataka kuuliza MCSK, wanatumia njia gani kulipa wasanii? Wanatumia njia gani kuokota hizi pesa zetu? Kitu kingine niulize, kusema kweli, tumeona corruption imegonga kila mahali. Tunaona watu wanafanywa auditing. Sasa hapa ndio tunaomba EACC waingilie kati. Kwa sababu hapa kuna wizi, kuna unyang'anyi, kuna kupuuzana, na tunawaambia tena kuna wizi, kuna kupuuzana na kuna madharau. Hata afadhali wangekaa na hizo tu pesa. Tukae tu tukijua hatujailipwa, bado wako na hizo furugu zao na huko. Tukae tu tukijua hatujailipwa pesa kuliko kupatiwa pesa zenye zitatumiza roho. Umefanya recording, a quality music, unatoka hapa, shows unafanya every day, usiku yote, wanaokota kodi zao. Unafanya road shows, huwezi fanya road shows bila kulipa. Ukienda na huko watu wanakupigia masimu, Saiki tunaona sasa siku hizi mtatajirika, tunalipia TV zetu mpaka kwa kinyozi. Alafu sincerely talking, unapata 2,530 ya kutoa na wanaandika 30 ya kutoa. Serious.
Okay. Asante. Ningetaka to one question to you.
Yeah.
Do you think it is high time they put up system to ensure you can be able to monitor how your song is being played?
Yes, we need those monetization machines or systems. They promised us wakonazo zina monitor from TV stations, radio stations, etc. We are still waiting. There is no transparency. Hata ukienda kule wanakuambia hatujapokea pesa kutoka kwa mitambo ya habari, hatujapokea kutoka kwa radio yoyote, hatujapokea from wherever. So we do not even know whether who is speaking the truth, because ukiongea na watu wa radio wanasema they still pay MCSK. Okay. And another question is kitambo MCSK wanyang'anywe license, there was money in those accounts. Where did the money go? We understand it's close to 36 billion. Okay. Mulipeleka wapi pesa? Okay. At least tokelezeni, ambia watu kweli, have good channels of communication and talk to us one on one. Let's understand you.
Thank you so much. Ken, as you have heard, those are some of the views from musicians in Murang'a County. They are not happy with how MCSK is being run and even the royalty that they are getting. They are saying they have been struggling to get the music out there, but what they are getting in return cannot even be considered as a peanut. They are asking the EACC and the DPP to kindly intervene to ensure that they get what is meant for them. Back to you, Ken.
All right, EACC and the DPP needs to go to MCSK. But we need to correct that notion. This is not about royalties, right? It's not about royalties, because if we go that direction again, we'll get lost in this. Yes. Yeah, but the genuine concern perhaps about leadership rank, and this is not the first time MCSK is on the spot for this or that. So we understand and we appreciate those musicians from artists from Murang'a. Let's bring the discussion, because you have an opportunity to answer. Then once we're done with that, I'd really like to know about this software that can offer this solution. But first, talk to us about, perhaps answer the concerns that they have.
Okay. There was one query about accountability. I believe all our accounts, all our financial statements are always posted on our website. And at every annual general meeting, each and every member who attends that annual general meeting is given a hard copy of the financial statements, and they are even given sort of like a small time for them to actually explain, ask questions on the financial statements or what they feel they're not comfortable with. Like, you collected this much, why did you distribute this much? We have never gotten such questions in such forums. Secondly, membership registration. Remember, our members elected directors who are also artists, musicians, to manage their affairs.
Through that flawed process that he mentioned, 10 members from the same family have 10 votes for one person already. Yes. Anyway.
And these directors use their due diligence in actually, in using, for example, they use their diligence in vetting any new application for membership at MCSK, right? So if they found that you are using someone's song to actually register at MCSK, you'd actually detect it at the registration process.
No, that's not the point.
Let me finish. At registration point.
Okay.
Secondly, after doing all that, down the years, almost like every 2 years, we do what we call a vetting process on all our members.
Still active, who's out?
Yes, who is still active, yeah. Mm-hmm. And you notice we would check from the system. Yeah, we check from the system and we see you have these play counts. Maybe now you don't have play counts anymore. Mm-hmm. So we would ask you, you are expecting broadcast royalty from where now? So you need to be active, even in the industry, for you to actually receive a royalty. Because at the end of the day, these are the same people who will go back again. If we paid using the scientific again, the cream of the industry will be like, hey, we're happy with the MCSK. But I'll be very frank, even if tomorrow we did the scientific, tomorrow we'll have this same forum, those artists from who are not very well known.
Kinakatelo.
Yeah, yes. I don't want to quote
it's okay,
certain artists.
It's no problem.
Yeah, but they will come up again in arms and you will say, hey, we haven't received the 2,500 we are used to getting. So at the end of the day, you cannot make everyone happy. You have to strike a balance.
But there has to be a formula. Anyway, you still answer.
Yes.
Yes.
Thirdly, the last time that we did scientific distribution back in 2013, 2014, you notice that we distributed only 29 million for the broadcast revenue that we got from broadcasters. So this 29 million, when you use the scientific distribution, 4,800 members benefited from this. We went again back in 2014, 2015, when we did the same distribution, and this time it was about 28 million, and you'd notice that the figure went down again to about 7,800 members. So you'll notice that most of the members, yes, they are all artists. They will bring, even if you are to do a vetting, they will come with their works. And secondly, even before we did this distribution, we went back to our files and we identified anybody who had double registration, right? That was the first thing. Secondly, we went back to our files and identified names that sort of like related to each other, and we would actually call them up and actually identify the relationship before we actually did the distribution. This was to weed out those people whom people would say, these are the people who
So what you want now is authentic, verified list?
Yes.
Okay.
Then lastly, when people are voting, during the voting exercise, you notice like there is the rules that the same constitution that governs MCSK, that was approved by the members, actually guides how that election will actually be carried out. And for example, you'll find that membership for those people who are not members, haven't been a member maybe for the past maybe 2-3 years, they won't be allowed to vote.
Okay.
Thirdly and lastly, I've always been in the same groups with the same artists. I believe we're also in one of the groups, and several other artists. And during elections, I remember, I always come out and tell them, hey, you guys, this is your chama. You need to come out, number one, to actually vie for posts. Secondly, you need to mobilize your guys. I know you have guys who are supporting you guys. You can also come in and also they can also support you and become directors. And now you can bring in the input that you're bringing out in public now on the table at MCSK for this society to reach greater heights that you MCSK artists envisioned it to be.
Okay. You had a concern before I go to Timmy, because I know he wants to.
Yes. My concern is, number one, how many directors do you have? How many directors?
8 directors.
8 directors. You can't tell me 8 directors will know 15,000 members, each and every one of them, because you're saying the 8 directors verified the members. You can't say 8 directors will know Joseph Wepoholu from Busia, who is playing Anyatiti, and his brother and his sister, just because these 8 members who are on the board are the ones who are mandated to do the verification.
Okay. Can I answer that? I would also want to put through this, like when you have 8 directors, you also have what we call committee members in each and every region.
So you said
yes. Let me continue. But the directors are the ones who are in charge. That is the reason why I used the word directors.
You have 8 governors and their cabinet.
And their cabinet down there. So this cabinet also is also involved in the registration vetting of each and every member. So they know that in this region, that this music was for somebody else. Remember, it is 8 directors plus their committee members, who could be 40. Yeah, so 5 per each region. And in Nairobi, we have 10. So those could be about 50, 60. Okay. Yes, and they are involved in all these. They are involved in all this membership registration and also membership vetting to make sure that we have a clean list when you're doing any distribution. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, maybe I don't have a, honestly, I want to be on record. I don't have a problem with the general distribution.
Okay.
Like I said, it is 10 shillings amongst 10 people. The Constitution says they get 1 bob each. The only problem is this threshold. And I also like to go on record. I've heard from the clip from Muranga, they are saying the central people will do something on their own. I want to say that would be a wrong move, because once central you do that, Western will do that.
We'll do the same. Nyanza will do that everywhere.
We are in a cohesion period, and it should trickle down in every kind of organization in the country. So watu wa central wacheni hiyo maneno. Tukuje tu hapa tujenge hii MCSK yetu from the inside and from the outside. So the membership ni hii mambo.
Yes.
Hii mambo ndio inasumbua. Hii threshold ya membership. And he's come with the, if there's a way we can verify, I'm sorry, the law does not define which song is good, which song is bad. But I think we should come up with a way of finding out genuine membership. And we also must be privy to the point that the membership will never decrease.
It can only increase.
The other problem that is on the general distribution that I think will go on the administration level is this. You say it is 100%, then 30% in abaki operation. Your operation, I don't think, should increase.
Okay, it should
because
be constant.
It is salary.
Yes.
Si ati mki collect 1 billion, mutabaki na 300 million ya operation. And then you used to do the same operation with 3 million. So if your operation is 3 million, should be standard, then you apply for us, you've done a good job, we say, give them salary increases. Or maybe the committees should now be bought a car, given security. We will approve that. But here, their process is saying, if they correct 1.4 billion, like you're saying, and they take 30%, it means their cost of running the organization will has increased. That means they're awarding themselves some money that's not supposed to be rewarded. If you could spend 10 million to collect 100 million, you must not justify that you need more money to collect 300 million. It is the same operation, the same country, the same shops, the same vehicles, the same performance elsewhere. So, hapo pia inafaa mreduce ganjeni operation. It should not be on percentage base. It should be on our operation cost for annual operation is let's say per month is 1 million. It's 12 million shillings, salaries and everything. It is 12 million until we say you are doing a good work.
Yes.
Because now you're going to Uganda, going where your salary should be standard like any other organization, not because you are not musicians.
Okay, I'll come clean on that. When we say 30%, 30% is the maximum you can actually get to that. But our target as MCSK and the other CMOs is actually 90%, like SAMRO of South Africa. So where we're actually giving out 90% to the artist and only 10% for running the cost. If you're able to run the cost at 5%, well and good. 95% goes to the artist.
But you see, that's also dependent on the collection, because right now you're doing 118. So if you're doing 118 and you're taking 30, if you cut to 20% or 10% and you're collecting 400, you're still getting what you're getting when you're doing 118. Even much more.
It should be amount-based. It should be amount-based.
Yeah, amount-based.
How
not
much does it
percentage-based.
cost to run this campaign?
Yes, it should be amount-based, but that's not my suggestion.
How much is it to run the office?
No, that is my suggestion.
Yeah, that's the suggestion.
Yeah.
Yes,
that is the suggestion.
That's the suggestion. If it's percentage-based, it means if we are taking 10% and we are doing 118 right now, what if we are doing $1 billion a month? We're still taking 10%. And it's a lot more money. It's not the same. It's totally different.
So that's a very nice. Here's a nice question. Please ask it.
Which one? The one for the software?
No, you've just asked a question right now.
Go ahead.
No, it's just the same question. Why would you, the same question you're asking, why would you increase just because on percentage basis? It should be constant, what Maggie is saying.
Yes. Yes.
The need should be constant.
So that the remaining amount is distributed even more to the people who bring in the money.
It is actually, we call it, it's actually fixed. The amount is fixed. For example,
at 30%?
No, it's not fixed at 30%. 30% is the maximum. For example, if I collect 1 million shillings, and I notice my costs are like 400,000, I'll have to do it with most of the departments to make sure that I try and stick. But if I collect 1 billion shillings and my cost is only 1 million shillings, well and good, I can survive with the fixed cost that I'm allowed to survive. But 30%, that one is the maximum you can actually get to that. But if it
the
goes
money
above
you collect
that,
at the back end, the 42 million you've collected from the 14,000 musicians, where did it go to? Because you still need money, 30% to run the office. So this 42 million that has been collected over time from the membership, what is it used for?
what happens is that once as we are collecting money, we are incurring cost. So it's not like money you're
going to the enforcement part.
Yes, yes.
Which for me,
but it's taken from this 30%.
Yes.
But it's taken from the 30%.
Yes. Yes.
So where is the 42 million that is constant contributed by you people? Where does it go? Because all these costs you're mentioning is taken from this 30% that is collected. But there's a...
It's constant.
Yes, there's a 42 that was collected. Where did it go to?
42 that was collected?
Yes, just 14,000 times 3,000. 14,000 times
yes, that is the 44 million.
3,000,
okay.
That was
like
you explained. Yes, where did it go to, this money?
How much is registration?
Remember, when you are conducting this vetting membership exercise and everything, it also has a cost. Because
which is taken away from this 30% that you used to run the
No.
What is the cost of running MCSK?
That's my question.
For the 2 months.
He will not tell us that. Let's leave it.
The constitution million in 2 months.
He's just the head of marketing. He's not the accounting officer.
No, it's here.
But he knows.
So how much, what we're asking is how much does it cost MCSK
to run in a month?
To run those 2 months. Yani kuleta hii 30 million kwa table. Umetumia dongapi kurun. Salaries and everything.
Currently, let me finish.
Because I think it should not be based on percentage.
Yes. This is what I'm saying. Percentage is just a general term. Let me use that word. Percentage is just a general term. That you guys, or even this organization as it is, you cannot go beyond maybe whatever you have allocated for all your expenses, maybe 20 million shillings, right? But if, for example, your revenue goes down, if you take a percentage of the reduced revenue, you'll notice that the figure might eat away on the collection or on the revenue. So the same thing happens with the three societies. When we are currently collecting as CAMP, PRISC, and MCSK. So this money is put into a joint collection account. Remember, at the point of collection, there are expenses that we are incurring. Those are the fixed costs. Let me use that word. Don't call them percentages. Those are the fixed costs. But out of these fixed costs, you must tell these guys, hey, you have a capping. Out of this, you cannot go above 30%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
but we are not saying...
There are 3 organizations.
Yes.
Three. So each take 10%. All right. Let's talk about each take 10%, which is still in percentage. It's still
my proposal could work for you either way.
Talk to us about why is it that MCSK is so reluctant to embrace this technology that will monitor that these guys don't still have to come and update. He has a new song. Because I know I subscribe on his YouTube channel. I subscribe. So as soon as he has a song, it will notify me, this guy has a song. Why is it that you don't have such a software that does that for all you slow to embrace this?
Okay. Like I said, MCSK has a system. Whatever was actually presented.
But it doesn't work for you.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Once I finish, I'm able to... Yes, so that
it doesn't work for you.
Let me finish so that everybody can actually understand where I'm coming from. Most of the systems, the off-shelf in the market, they are not able to actually monitor the radio stations. But they are very good at monitoring the online content. So you'll find that the way you're talking about distro, I have YouTube accounts and the like, it is able to monitor all that. But the system that we have was actually monitored, it was actually developed by BMI in Europe, yeah? And it monitors all the publishers in America, in Europe, in Kenya, worldwide, yeah? So they're all using a known platform, not something that you're coming to test on. So what we need is to feed it with information. Once you feed it with information from our side, it should give anybody, whether you're in America, whether you're in Europe, they can actually say, hey, we have seen Timidad song being played in Europe by this station. You know, they are identified works, even in Europe, probably your airplays. But because we haven't fed that same system with your works, yeah, that means that even the people in Europe also have got an identified and distributed revenue. So what do? They return them back to their members and they continue. So if you as our members are able to actually support this same system, to actually make sure that all your works are even, so that not only just here in Kenya, the distro is in Kenya, but also abroad. Some are in South Africa. I'm sure some of your songs are also played in South Africa. So if your works are on the system, that means that even in South Africa, they're able to monitor your works. We have got about 96 countries, right, that are monitoring all our works. So if you don't place your works in that same system that is being used by over 100 countries worldwide, how will you be able to get international?
Who is supposed to place the works in the system?
Yourself. He's asking you to do it yourself.
Can you agree? How? Can you agree your system right now is outdated? Can you just agree that?
Yes,
it's an old system.
It's old, yes. Because number one, we were out for 2 years. But from 2016, it has all that data.
Okay.
Yeah. But from 2016, a lot of music has come into play. I'm sure you have released several albums from 2016, 3 years down the line. But if we can have those works on the system, even guys in Samro, guys in America.
I think we're looking for a local solution. Yes. Then we go across
you're able to get
the local solution.
Royalties.
Can we say we can get a better system that can work for both MCSK and me as a member?
No problem.
If
you're able to present
and why can't you embrace? Have you ever searched for one?
Yes, we have been. By the time we settled on Vericast, you can always Google it.
What's the name?
Vericast.
Vericast.
Yeah. So by the time we were settling on Vericast, we had so many.
When was that?
Providers.
That
was in 2015. 2015.
In 2015.
Yeah. 2014, 2015.
2014.
Yeah.
I'm so sure about it.
By the time we were settling for Vericast, it's because over the years we have actually built on that system.
Okay.
But it just needs a lot of input.
I just don't want to enter into politics. There are other solutions that were presented or brought forward.
And you think they were much better?
By far.
Okay.
As in,
they were never
I was sitting in the board.
Yes.
By far. But it was not embraced because of political reasons. But for me, like Maja said, sometimes politics can drag you behind. And it's really costing us, because where we are headed right now, that system they're using is outdated. Okay. I know it very well. For now, as we speak, it will not work unless we change it.
And we'll still
be here doing this interview next year at the same time like this, if the system is not changed.
I'll be very frank, the three CMOs, anybody, even in the public domain, it doesn't have to be you, anybody with a system that is better than what we have, we are free for anybody to come and present it to us. It's not like we have closed shop and said, no, we are sticking with this one. But if you can bring a better system to us, well and good. We need our main aim is actually to collect and distribute. And if you can distribute this money fairly enough for everybody to be comfortable, well and good. We are open to all that. But it all depends. With you guys, you come, hey, we have this system, somebody else brings us, and the board of directors from the three CMOs will sit down and be like, hey, this one is cool, this one no, because of one,
the
two,
question
three,
is,
and
the question is,
and then come move forward.
The question is,
yes,
umeopen mpaka kwa public domain, mtu anaweza kuja na system tuiangalie. Daddy hapa anasema kumekuwa na system zimewekwa hapa ni aje, hii hapa inaweza work hivi, hii hapa inaweza work hivi. Hapo ndani watu wamekataa sababu ya political reasons na selfish interest na etc. Yes. Sasa hii ya nje itakuwa iko na nini ndio ikikuja iembracewe na ikubalike? Sababu hii yenye mko nayo pia imekataa na mtaki kuachana nayo.
Okay, I'll be very before you answer. Okay. To add on that, I think it's your mandate.
Okay.
Yes. You understand? It's like NTV right now. If they know even this touch screen is outdated, they won't stay here and say, as long as it's working, we are still working with it. And you understand? It's your mandate to see there's a problem here.
Okay.
As us to go out there and say, guys, we are looking for a solution.
Okay.
He can't say anyone who has a solution should come to us.
I think that was an open invitation. And gentlemen, we have discussed this. At least we have understood where they're coming from. Timmy was angry when he came in, but at least he's calmed down. So I'll give you an opportunity each to conclude what you want to see just in 30 seconds each, because we run out of time, so that we'll let you go do some other things.
Okay.
So Timmy, what do you think can be done, and what are you looking forward to from MCSK? Because he's a messenger, that's why he was sent here.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, ningependa kwanza hizo manini zote ziupdateiwe. 5 years ni wakati naweza semaje, ni time long sana, na hiyo ni ganji kibao. Sawa. Kama not ku-update, ku-backdate. Alafu tuone vile tunafanya hiyo calculation vizuri for 5 years, watu walipwe vizuri. Unanipata? Hiyo ni moja. Ya pili, watu wa embrace digitality. Mtu wangu, tulishatoka hizo vitu zingine za kitambo. It is easy for me ku-update muziki yangu na ku-update hizo vitu zenye unasema ndio mjue vitu ziko kwa system. Nikiwa niko nayo kwa simu, tunaweza siku hizi tuna-upload hata muziki kwa simu na etc. Kubalini manze mambo ya digital brother. Sawa. Then the other thing, hizo zikikataa, mimi naweza ita musician wenzangu ni aje hii system. Tumekaa nao watu for 15 years. Ni 15 mzae. Si ndio? Imekaa sana. Sasa ni kama ukae kwa ndoa for 15 years. Mimi nakaa tu sababu ya watoto. Nakaa sababu madangu. Afadhali kama imekwara to pull back. Niaje wase to pullini back. Alafu tuache kulia. Unapigwa kila siku nazi yako bado uko tu hapo. Pull back. Niaje wase tuduini hivi. Tunaweza jiita kando. Tunaweza tengeneza yetu, tunaweza jielect, na tunaweza angalia direction tunataka, na tuachane na mambo ya MCSK kama wana decide ni aje system zao ndo wanataka na nini. Ile siku yenye maybe wanaweza kwa already wanaweza kuja, lakini wako partners.
Sawa. Daddy.
For me, number one, I think Kekobo should look on how, number one, it just starts from Kekobo. As in, there are so many ways on how they're giving registration to all these CMOs. Being part and parcel of one of the CMOs, I think there's a lot of integrity issues that is going on there. And if the thing is not coming from the source, Ukoju, trickling down, we'll still face the same problems. We can't be having this CMO today has a license, another coming, disbanding the other. For how long? We are still in course for the same. And then the other thing, digital. Like I said, there are so many solutions. I've seen them, I've tested them, and I know they're working. We need to update and move forward.
Okay, mimi nataka kuja from a very sober end na tupunguze pressure yenye litokea. We have an industry we need to secure. Problem hapa ilikuwa ni general distribution, sio royalties. We need to know the difference.
Yes.
General distribution inasema hivi, kama we ni member na kuna shilingi 10 na tuko 10, constitution inasema kila mtu aende na bob. Hiyo ndio kitu ili happen. Okay. So if we want to address this, to address how does one become a member?
Okay.
Hiyo ndio inafaa tu address. So hapo siwezi ingizia MCSK noma. Noma itingia kwa MCSK ni pande nyingine ya broadcast.
Okay.
How will they distribute? Ndio hiyo system inaingia. Okay. Kama mta-upgrade hiyo system sawa. Na kama mko na hii system, as long as mimi natupatia 80 ama 70%, tuendelee nayo tukiangalia gaizi, but make sure distributions that come next za royalties ziko fair.
Okay. Final. Yes, just I'll give you 20 seconds, but you have to end. I'm out of time actually, so you have a minute because you've explained everything. So just conclude.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I can say about as MCSK.
Yes.
Number one.
Very briefly, we've spoken about everything.
Yes. Number one, MCSK ni sisi wasanii. So if we as the artists, the Kenyan artists, do not support it, trust me, whatever, even if we come up tomorrow and we come up with another CMO or even 3 other CMOs out there, same thing will happen.
Okay.
The issues that we need to address is, if at all it's the system, let's address the system. Okay. If at all it's the distribution, let's address our constitution to actually either remove that general distribution and you have scientific throughout, let it go to the AGM where we have all the Kenyan artists going and voting against the general distribution.
My cry, please.
Yes.
Hapo hivyo nje. Yeah. Kama ni kwenda kuchukua do, ichukulie vizuri. Si na polisi amevaa uniform, leta pesa. Enforcement manze. Hiyo inakaa vibaya hata kwetu, sababu sisi ndio wadosi wa MCSK. Sasa mtu anaona yani timu anaweza tuma makarawa nichukulie, yani bebe hivi, sijakataa kulipa jamani. Nimesahau labda nitao tu.
Sawa. Well said. And thank you gentlemen. It's your organization, so you know what to do. And I'm glad he came forth and spoke about this. So at least we have more understanding. And even as we leave, because NTV Sasa is on air shortly, we want to take you live to one of the hotels here. The Soweto Gospel Choir is in town. They're performing tomorrow. But ahead of that, they're performing. And we leave you with this. Thanks for watching NTV today. My name is Ken Mijungu, and everyone here, thank you for coming. Have a good morning.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, I'm gonna let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine. Umlilo, vute matanjem. Oh, umlilo, vute matanjem. Umlilo gatikoa. Vute matanjem. Oh, ah, umlilo, vute matanjem. Oh, umlilo, vute matanjem. Umlilo gatikoa. Vute matanjem. Oh,
oh, sorry if ever needed to look before. So you need it now. Oh, so you need it now. You must, so you need it now. If you ever.
This is NTV.
Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D, and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad, siri ndio hiyo.
Ningefikiria huu uchafu wanatupa hapa wangeliacha. Kama haya ndo ambayo yanatoka kule yanakuja paka kwa mtu wa Sabaki.
People upstream of this river don't care. We are polluting the river.
Unless the pollution is stopped, we're just damming poison.
Mimi nikipeleka hii sukuma huko kwa soko, siwezi kusema inatoka Athi River. Mimi nasema inatoka huko Ukambani.
Mali ya umma ni serikali itafanya. And so you dump plastic, you dump materials into the river, and they're going to kill your brother downstream.
Are you telling me is now that there's cancer everywhere, big guys are dying of cancer, that we are realizing there's a problem? We have been incubating a problem.
What is chiropractic?
Chiropractic means done by hand in full. Chiro is hands, and then practic, done by hands. We are able to address the human body's dysfunctions or pain based on what is not functioning properly, what is not grinding.
What exactly are we checking for?
So we are checking for nerve tension. Just something you should remember is that the nerve tension does not state where her pain is, but where the problem with the nerves are.
Super Loaf, slices of life.
I were you, I'd cherish the time you have left. Because the countdown starts now.
I believe that it was all worth it. But I think that'll be the last time I try something like that again.
Something terrible happened to your brother! Oliver is in danger, Eno!
That's my son!
I did everything for her to like me, but she still chose Eno over me. Eno, always Eno, Eno, Eno!
The Ministry of Education will on Friday the 16th of August 2019 hold the National Curriculum Conference on the competency-based curriculum at the KICC beginning at 8 a.m. Register now.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
Yani don't try kwanza kunegotiate story ya baby shower. It was not that important because this was our second baby. Why do you just like poking me?
Super Loaf, Slices of Life.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Luos don't go to work. We attend to professional commitment.
Gangster, main rule. Avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoeana.
Mtu ako na homa, lakini kusiniza na sneeze, unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia,
December babes, haki si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sijui calm down is my birthday. Sijui all people were born the same but legends were born in December. Mbona mnajisikianga hivyo ama mnaonanga mkikaa kale kamkate ka mwisho?
Nani?
Shetani machana
Shetani mugani? Shetani mugani? Tebu tuone shetani mugani?
Johnny.
Oh, kametokwa ho.
Top Sport ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy. But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
It's a winning weekend on NTV.
We will hook you up with just the right people to help you fix your space.
In the quest to have more hair, some women are losing even the little they have.
It's common here in Africa.
Tule tuliona hiyo wanyama tulikuwa tunataka tu kuua.
Kenyan music.
Wengine wenye walisikia ni white edition mkakuja na wazungu.
Kwanza ni kuna huyu kijana anaitangwa Smart Njoka ni Mwandi.
Respect.
I cannot tell it all.
Have a fun weekend on NTV.
Welcome to Jam Rock. You know we do it every Saturday night, 10 up until 1 a.m. I'm your host, Chris Darling. Well, go on.
Don't leave it. Give me another chance, give me another try. It's the right to say goodbye. Don't come back.
House and car and cheddar. Just forget one more minute with my brother. So you come back.
We did a double of that. Step back. Here comes the shot attack. Skylocking. Only skywalking. Always stand up. Firm on this statement.
Me tired of this bag of talking. Tired of this one bag of argument.
Jam Rock, Saturday 10 p.m. only on NTV. This is NTV.
Mtazamaji popote ulipo, natumai siku yako inaendelea kuwa njema. Umejiri wakati mwingine ambapo tunakujia katika makala yetu ya NTV sasa, ile ikiwa ni Alhamisi nyingine safi, nikitumai kwamba kwako pia imekuwa nzuri kabisa. Mimi ni Daniel Mngule na kuomba uwe nami hadi tamati. Kumbuka hapo baadaye kidogo tutakuwa na mjadala wetu wa siku kuangazia masuala mbalimbali. Hii leo tukiangazia masuala ya athari za dawa za kulevya. Kumekuwa na vita vikali ambavyo vimekuwa vikipigwa kuhusiana na ulanguzi wa mihadarati hapa nchini, na hata sisi kama wanahabari tumekuwa tukiangazia baadhi ya mambo haya na vile vile masuala ya uhalifu ambayo yamekuwa yakihusishwa sana na ulanguzi wa mihadarati na matumizi ya mihadarati katika maeneo tofauti nchini. Pwani ilikuwa mojawapo ya maeneo ambayo yamekuwa yakigonga vichwa vya habari sana hivi punde kwa masuala ambayo yanahusishwa na uhalifu ambao unasemekana kwamba unatokana na matumizi ya mihadarati. Kwa hivyo ni baadhi ya masuala ambayo tutakuwa tukiangazia kwa kina hapo baadaye. Mwenzangu Jen Ngoiri yuko tayari kabisa na kikosi kizima katika upande wa pili wa studio, ambapo atakuwa akiuongoza mjadala wa siku hii leo, ambapo pia wewe tutakuwa tukikupa fursa kuchangia, na swali ambalo tutakuwa tukikuuliza leo ni je, ari ya kweli ya kukabiliana na mihadarati ipo nchini? Kujua tu vita ambavyo vimekuwa vikipigwa dhidi ya mihadarati, unaona vipi? Unaona kama kuna ari kweli ama kuna ile motisha ya kutaka kuondoa masuala haya, au ni masuala ambayo yanafanyika tu kufumba watu macho? Kumbuka pia Chuo Makore atakuwa kidundadunda michezoni kuangazia mawili matatu ambayo yamejiri katika nyanja za spoti, na vile vile kuna mengine ambayo tunafuatilia katika mahakama ya juu zaidi nchini, ambapo kwa sasa vikundi mbalimbali viko pale, wakiwepo magavana na vikundi vingine kuhusiana na ile kesi ya ugavi wa mapato hapa nchini. Utajua kumekuwa na ile vuta ni kuvute kati ya maseneta na wabunge wa bunge la taifa, na hapo jana rais akitoa kauli yake kuwataka wale maseneta na magavana kukubali kiwango cha fedha ambacho wametengewa na bunge la taifa, akisema kwamba hamna pesa nyingine nchini ambazo zinaweza kuongezwa kwa kile kiwango. Hebu tupate kusikiliza kidogo yanayojiri pale, kisha turejee hapa kuendelea na mengine.
By the National Assembly through a communication from the Speaker. So as we were trying to figure out what to do next, we received another version from the National Assembly. And Senate, always being the sober house that doesn't want to get to mess up national processes like this one, we did process the Division of Revenue proposals that came from the National Assembly, notwithstanding that they had withdrawn our own version. The status as we speak now, my lords and my lady, is that the two houses to agree. The figure that came from the National Assembly was amended by the Senate, and therefore yesterday, we did get a message from the National Assembly conveying the rejection of the Senate amendments, and therefore the mediation process is supposed to commence on this version of the bill. This morning we have received the proposed names of members of the mediation team from the National Assembly, and immediately after this session, we will be conveying also our names of mediators. Therefore, largely, my Lord, the process is at the tail end, because hopefully that mediation should be able to generate some consensus, hopefully. Second point, my Lord, I want to report to the court, which is not in the affidavit, is that the Senate also passed a resolution on 7th of August, not really a resolution, but the Speaker did direct the Committee on Finance and Budget of the Senate to convene a consultative forum involving all the key stakeholders, namely the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, the Attorney General of the Republic, the Controller of Budget, the Council of Governors, and this did happen. This forum did happen on Tuesday. And that forum, I'm happy to report, my lords and my lady, did generate some progress in the form of the Treasury agreeing that since the money being contested is less than, or rather what is being contested, the minimum proposal is 316 billion from the National Assembly. So it was agreed that the National Treasury can release any money which is less than that minimum. Although that proposal again was amended thereafter to provide that the Treasury will only release a figure up to what was disbursed to counties last year as an interim measure without prejudice to the ongoing negotiations. And then the negotiations, of course, will arrive at a final figure. But that was made subject to an advisory being done by the Attorney General, which we are waiting for today. And therefore, I'm happy to report there could be some progress again informally, where counties can ameliorate the crisis by accessing some funds, which cannot exceed half, 50% of 314 billion, which is the amount which was released last year. Finally, my lords and my lady, in view of those two developments, it is our considered view, that this court, in spite of the progress made, should continue and help the country in terms of determining this reference, because there are broader issues that are not necessarily directly touching on the Division of Revenue Bill of 2019. And therefore, for posterity and for the sake of strengthening, entrenching devolution in this country as a key component of our constitutional order, it is our humble submission that in spite of the progress made, in spite of a possible compromise and possible mediated outcome of the bill, in spite of the counties being able to access some funds in the interim, this court should continue and hear the parties and make a determination in this reference. That's all, my lord and my lady. This affidavit, my lord, should be on the record. It is sworn in by Eunice Gishangi, who is the senior deputy clerk of the Senate, under the direct instructions authority of the Speaker of the Senate, who is out of the country. So it should be put on record, my lord. That's all, my lord and my lady. Thank you.
Yes, who is appearing? Who is Mr. Mwendwa? Speaker, oh, yes. Yes, Madam, your name again was?
Mr. Dara. I'm holding brief for Mr. Mwendwa and Mr. Mbarak, who appear for the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Okay.
My lords and lady, this is just to confirm that the National Assembly complied with your previous directions. We have filed and served a status report, and my instructions are to ask this honorable court to give us time to mediate. As my senior has already stated before you, we've come up with names for members of the mediation committee from the National Assembly. We await the names of the Senate, and we just ask that you give us the 30 days as provided in Article 113 of the Constitution. Thank you.
Na ambacho unazoona hapo ni za moja kwa moja kutoka katika mahakama ya juu hapa nchini. Tutakuwa tukirejea hapo baadaye kusikia atakayokuwa kijiri, ikiwa ni katika kutafuta suluhu kwa mzozo wa ugavi wa mapato hapa nchini, mzozo ambao umekuwa kati ya magavana na wabunge wa bunge la taifa. Na wakati kwanza wao kufika katika mahakama hiyo ni kwamba jaji mkuu aliwataka wale maseneta na pia wabunge wa bunge la taifa kutafuta mwafaka baina yao, wakiongozwa na maspika wa mabunge hayo mawili, watafute mwafaka kuhusiana na ugavi huo wa mapato. Lakini kufikia sasa ni kwamba hawajapata huo mwafaka, na kama tulivyosikia mmoja wapo wa mawakili hapo akiwasilisha akiomba kwamba nao wanasema kwamba maseneta wanafaa kutoa wawakilishi wao wakapate kuendelea na mashauriano, wakiomba siku 30 zaidi. Lakini ni mjadala ambao umeibua mzozo mkubwa, na katika baadhi ya kaunti kufikia sasa baadhi ya wafanyakazi bado hawajalipwa, huku magavana wakisema kwamba wamekosa kuwalipa kwa sababu hawana fedha za kufanya hivyo. Manake kabla ya ule mswada kupitishwa kuwa sheria, basi hawezi kupata pesa kutoka kwa hazina ya taifa. Kwa hivyo ni mjadala ambao unaendelea na tutaendelea kufuatilia hapa ndani ya NTV. Sasa kama nilivyosema, pia tunaangazia yanayojiri katika michezo, na Yoshua Makori najua yuko tayari kabisa. Yoshua, leo tunatarajia nini viwanjani?
Dan Mule, leo kuna mambo mengi tu yakiwemo kwamba shajara ndani ya NTV sasa siku hii ya Alhamisi imesimama hivi kwamba Liverpool ilinyakua taji la 4 la Super katika shirikisho la mpira miguu barani Ulaya, waliponyakua hapo kwa kuifunga timu ya Chelsea mabao 5 kwa maana kupitia mikwaju ya penalty, ukipenda ite matuta, ikiwa kwamba mechi ilitamatika dakika 120 ikiwa mabao 2 sare hiyo, na Olivier Giroud alitangulia kuiweka Chelsea kifua mbele dakika 36. Alafu Sadio Mane, kijana huyu Msenegali, akalifuta bao hilo dakika 48 katika kipindi cha pili. Alafu akaja akafunga dakika 95 bao la pili, akaiweka tena uongozini hawa Liverpool. Alafu dakika 101 Jorginho alifuta bao hilo la pili, kwa kwamba sasa ni 1-1 hadi dakika 120 ikabidi penalty ukipenda matuta ya amue mshindi, na katika upigaji matuta Chelsea waliweza kufunga matuta 4 na Liverpool matuta 5. Kijana ambaye anatokea kule Misri muite Mohamed Salah alifunga tuta.
To nothing but the best in news, conversation starters and hard-hitting interviews that keep you informed for the day ahead.
Up and early, 6 on the nose. These people don't sleep. Fix first the data protection law, then we come up with the number.
Exactly my question to CS Joe Mushero.
Welcome to Living with Us. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia. Boy, have you missed out.
Stop your wheel. Game done.
Thank you for joining us on NTV today.
We have our reporters in different locations.
NTV is right here to bring you everything from the beginning to the end.
Hii ni NTV sasa.
Kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanafanyika.
Sasa ni kumtuliza. Hii inaitwa sensory integration.
Shughuli pevu ya kudunda viwanjani. Narejea kwake Nuri.
Na kurudisha hapa studioni. Kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kujiri katika maeneo tofauti.
Tunavyoelewa wanasema nini? Vimeundwa.
NTV in the morning. All you need to know to start your day.
Nilizae kama ajalema.
Serikali ileta dawa gani?
Makubaliano na FKF, na huenda huyu Kimanzi akasaidiana kabisa na Zedekaya Ziko Otieno kama naibu wake katika heka ya kuhakikisha kwamba Harambee Stars inakwenda kombe la mataifa Afrika kwa mara ya pili mfululizo, na iko kundi moja pamoja na kisiwa cha Komoro, timu ya taifa Misri, Mafarao ambao pia ndo washindi ya kombe la mataifa Afrika kwa mara nyingi zaidi, wamenyakua mara 7 sambamba na timu ya taifa ya Togo. Kwa hiyo kikubwa na chamano ni kwamba kesho ndani ya mikiki ikiwa naitaka anga majira ya saa 5 tutakuwa tuko vizuri kwa kiki na kuhakikisha kwamba Kimanzi anateuliwa kuwa kocha mpya wa Harambee Stars. Kwa hiyo kwa sasa mimi nimetema tu shajara, nitakuja baadaye saa 10 kufanikisha awamu ya alasiri. Done.
Na asante sana Yoshua Makori, hakika umetupa muhtasari ile ambao tunatarajia hapo baadaye. Kazi nzuri, tunashukuru sana hapa ndani ya NTV. Sasa tunaendelea kusonga mbele mtazamaji, kama nilivyokudokezea hii leo mjadala wetu unahusiana na masuala ya athari ya dawa za kulevya, ukipenda mihadarati, na ndio mjadala ambao tutakao tukiuendesha hapa Nairobi na pia katika studio zetu za Mombasa. Na leo tunakuuliza una mtazamo gani kuhusiana na vita ambavyo vimewekwa dhidi ya mihadarati hapa nchini? Weka kauli zako katika mtandao wetu wa kijamii, Twitter, Facebook @danmule @NTV Sasa @JenGoiri, na yote hayo nitakuwa nikiangazia baadhi ya kauli zako, na pia hapo baadaye kidogo tutafungua laini zetu za simu ili tuwape fursa kupiga simu na kusema nasi moja kwa moja. Na mtazamaji, kama pia nilivyosema, ni kwamba tumekuwa tukiangazia baadhi ya matukio haya katika taarifa zetu, tukiangazia masuala ambayo yanahusiana na mihadarati, vita dhidi ya mihadarati, na pia tukiangazia masuala ambayo yanahusiana na uhalifu ambao umekuwa ukihusishwa na masuala ya mihadarati. Kumekuwa na madai mengi tu kwamba baadhi ya maafisa wa polisi, pia baadhi ya viongozi wamekuwa wakihusishwa na kuwasaidia wale walanguzi wa mihadarati kukwepa mitego ambayo imekuwa ikiwekwa na serikali. Na hii ni mojawapo ya taarifa ambayo tuliangazia, na baada ya taarifa hiyo mwenzangu Jane Ngoira atakuwa akianzisha mjadala wetu moja kwa moja.
Ulanguzi wa dawa za kulevya unaendelea katika kaunti ya Mombasa licha operesheni zinazofanywa pamoja na Marekani kuwakamata wana wawili wa mlanguzi wa kimataifa Ibrahim Akasha aliyeuawa Uholanzi.
Unajua hizo visa husababishwa na viongozi wetu bana. Hao ndio wanaleta hizi madawa, ndio wanatuuzia na vijana wetu wanaangamia. Sasa kukomesha hizi vitu mpaka hao wakubwa washitakiwe.
Tunapata habari muhimu ya wale ambao wanahusika na hiyo madawa, wale ambao ni wakubwa wao. Na hata hao tutawakujia, tutawakamata wote. Hakuna mkubwa yote kwa madawa. Madawa ni madawa, hata kama uko position gani within the society.
Juni mwaka huu raia wa Tanzania Hussein Masud Eid alishtakiwa baada ya kupatikana na kilo 10 za heroin za thamani ya shilingi milioni 30 na alifungwa miaka 30 gerezani.
Tunajua inapitia pande ya South Coast, lakini kule huyu imetoka because tunajua hata hii madawa haifanyiwi hapa Afrika, zinafanyiwa nje, na hiyo mataifa inajulikana yale hata mpaka iko na industry zake.
Aprili mwaka huu maafisa wa ujasusi wa kupambana na mihadarati walimkamata Salima Bakari mwenye umri wa miaka 62 na Zainab Abdi Farah mwenye umri wa miaka 40. Polisi waliwapata wawili hao na kilo 1 ya heroin ya thamani ya shilingi milioni 3. Inadaiwa wawili hao wamekuwa wakifanya biashara hiyo mtaani Soweto Kisauni, na imedaiwa kuwa wana uhusiano na Swale Yusuf Ahmed maarufu Kandareni ambaye ni mlanguzi mkubwa.
Na wanatake advantage ya kwamba pande ya kina mama they are new entrants kwa hiyo biashara, na hatutawajua, lakini we are catching up with them.
Tunaona kina mama pia wanatumia kuleta hizi mihadarati, wamekuwa ni maagent wa kuleta mihadarati.
Sasa ndio wanatumia wanawake because it's easier, because women are not easily suspected.
Hata kuna sehemu pale Changamwe kielekea airport panaitwa Kwaola. Siku nyingine mimi kapitia hapo, mama mwenyewe ndiye anauza, mama aswa amevalia mbwembwe.
Huku idadi ya wanawake wanaoshiriki biashara ya mihadarati ikiongezeka, kuna kesi kadhaa ambazo hazijakamilishwa huku washukiwa wakiwa nje kwa dhamana. Baadhi ya watuhumiwa ni Bwana Hamad Farah, Abubakar Yaya na Abdul Majid Msalem. Polisi wamedokezea kuwa Bwana Hamad ana uhusiano na Hamed Bakari aliyejulikana kama El Chapo, ambaye alihukumiwa kifungo cha miaka 24 gerezani.
Wengine wale tumeshika, unapata even relatives, either bibi au dada ya watu ambao tayari tumeshika.
Biashara hiyo haramu imechangia kuongezeka kwa visa vya uhalifu, hasa katika maeneo ya Kisauni, Majengo, Likoni, Mtwapa na Nyali. Vijana wengi wanashiriki uhalifu baada ya kutumia dawa za kulevya.
Vijana wengi wamepotea sana katika hili swala tata la mihadarati, tumia madawa ya kulevya, bangi.
Takwimu kutoka shirika la Kenya zinaonyesha kwamba mwaka jana biashara ya dawa za kulevya iliongezeka kwa 44%, na hivyo kungali na kibarua kikubwa kwa serikali na jamii kwa ujumla katika kupambana na ulanguzi wa mihadarati katika kaunti ya Mombasa, hata baada ya kuhukumiwa kwa wana wa Akasha. Kevin Mutai, NTV, Mombasa.
Naam, shukrani sana Kevin Mutai, na baadaye kidogo tutakuwa tunaungana naye katika kaunti ya Mombasa, lakini kwa sasa ni wakaribishe wageni wangu ambaye ni Sam Mutuku ambaye alikuwa mraibu. Karibu sana. Tuko naye Richard Wafula, mshauri masuala ya dawa za kulevya. Karibu. Na mwisho kabisa ni John Odhiambo, alikuwa mraibu. Karibu sana. Sam, nitaanza na wewe. Hebu tueleze, mara kwanza ulianza kutumia dawa za kulevya ni lini na ni dawa gani hizo?
Vile nashukuru kuwa mahali hapa, na nilipoanza kutumia hizi madawa nikiwa high school.
Kidato cha ngapi?
Nilipomaliza kidato cha 4. Pale ndio nilianza BS tu pole pole. Alafu
ukaanza na pombe.
Nikaanza na pombe. Ilipofika kumaliza maneno ya high school, kwenda chuo kikuu, pale masomo ya high school niliweza kuperform vizuri, lakini hesabu ilikuwa na shida, so I went for a bridging course. Nikaenda bridging course pale Jomo Kenyatta University for 3 months. Pale ndio niliweza kuingiana na hata hizi spirits, hizi wines and spirits. I remember marafiki zangu wawili, mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Willy, alikuwa amefukuzwa Makerere University. Mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Macharia. So wote walikuwa walevi, nikawa katikati yao.
Sasa hao ndio wakwambia onja tu kidogo, nini kitafanyika hapa? Ndio utakuwa mwanaume ama kwa nakwambiaje?
Pale tayari nilikuwa nimeanza kulewa kidogo kidogo, hata nikiwa pale nyumbani. Mambo ya wafanyikazi pia. Napata mchana tumefanya kazi, jioni tuko na shughuli zingine. So nikiwa pale na Macharia, so ukapata niko pale Macharia nikiwa nikifanya hiyo bridging, it was for 3 months. Nikawa hata mlevi kuliko wao wote. Kumbuka kuna mahali hata tulikuwa tunaenda tunakunywa hii pombe changani kama tu mafuta ya ndege.
Sasa baada ya pombe ukaingilia nini?
Baada ya pombe nilipotoka huko, I was to do my degree in JKUAT, but my dad wanted me to do in a better university, that is Strathmore. When Strathmore pale, ukasitiza nifanye accounts, ATC. I went to a school called Visions, where was my turning point, ATC. And the exams of Kasne, which I really had.
Na hapo kaanza kutumia dawa gani?
Sale nikaanza kutumia bangi pale hostel Zangara pale.
Ukaanza sasa kuvuta ile bangi kabisa. Haya, shikilia tu hapo. John yeye anasema alianza na pombe alafu sasa akaenda kwa bangi. Wewe ikakuwa vipi?
Yangu imekuwa asante sana kwanza kwa kunialika kwa mwaliko huu. Yangu imekuwa kidogo kwa mpangilio ya mihadarati. Sikuanza tu pap kwa ile kubwa zaidi, kwa sababu unaanza na ile kidogo unasikia mwili.
Ulianza na gani na lini?
Nilianza na miraa. Na kuanza kwangu haikuwa ni kwa sababu yangu. It wasn't by my will. Yeah, it was due to peer pressure. Vitu kama hizo.
Marafiki, ulikuwa na miaka mingapi wakati huo?
Nilikuwa na miaka 15. Just after my primary nikakaa miaka 3 nyumbani because of school fees. So hiyo bad company come through. So because of that need of wanted to fit in the group. So
utambulika na marafiki.
Unapata manzee nisipofanya hivi hawawezi nikubali. So inabidi kama ni jaba inaenda sana, kama ni miraa.
Sasa ukaanza miraa, alafu baada ya miraa?
Baada ya miraa. So pia kidogo miraa ikakuwa bei kali. Kuna ingine inaitwa mogoka, hii ya matawi. Hiyo ni bei rahisi. Sasa hiyo unaweza ipata na shilingi 50. Lakini sasa the more naikula, the more unapata hii steam tena haishiki.
Ukaenda wapi sasa?
Nikaenda kwa bangi. Kwenda kwa bangi pia hivyo. But the groups zenye ilikuwa kando yangu ndio ilikuwa inafanya naelekea hivyo. But mimi kusema kweli nililelewa kwa mtoto mzuri. But kwa ile muda nilikaa nyumbani kidogo, pia group ilifanya nikaambatana na hiyo tabia.
Sasa baada ya bangi kuna dawa nyingine ambayo ulitumia?
Baada ya bangi kuna zingine pia zinaitwa huku shisha. Kuna madawa mengi but zimefichwa na majina. Sasa watu wanasema si madawa ya kulevya bali ni vitu zina impact akili yako. Because kwa in basic definition tuliambiwa dawa ni kitu yote ina interfere na akili yako. So kama miraa interfere na akili yako.
Kuna wakati ambapo ilifika ukatumia labda cocaine, heroin?
Nashukuru Mungu sana ilikuwa ifikia hapo. But kabla ifikia hapo nilikutana na mrembo fulani. Kuna mrembo fulani alinitoa katika hiyo.
Ngoja utaniambia kuhusu mrembo, lakini na wewe kuna wakati ambapo ulitumia?
Hapana.
Lakini ulisema ulitumia opium.
Bangi nilitumia. Bangi nilitumia sana.
Na nitakuja kwako Richard. Unajua tunaposema dawa za kulevya, kuna wale ambao wanasema kwani bangi ni dawa? Hii si ni kitu ambacho kinavutwa kila wakati. Labda tu tuelezee dawa za kulevya kuna aina gani na gani ndio dawa ya kulevya?
Naam, kumekuwa na mazungumzo kwamba bangi sio dawa ya kulevya, lakini kwa ukweli ni kwamba bangi ni dawa ya kulevya na ni moja wa madawa ambazo zimekuwa zikidhuru watu zaidi, kwa sababu bangi iko na kemikali ambayo inasababisha the addiction, THC. Na unapovuta hiyo bangi saa zingine sio rahisi kuiwacha. Kwa hivyo bangi ni dawa ya kulevya, lakini wengine watasema bangi ni dawa. Kwa sababu ni kweli ukiangalia kivingine utapata kwamba kuna baadhi ya kemikali katika bangi ambayo ikitumika vizuri ni dawa.
Lakini ikitumika vibaya ndio sasa inakuwa dawa ya kulevya.
Ikitumika vibaya basi inakuwa dawa.
Kando na bangi kuna nini?
Nimesikia ukitaja heroin, umetaja cocaine, kuna kuber, kuna shisha, kuna miraa, kuna sigara na baadhi ya dawa zingine mengi ambazo labda tutazungumzia.
Na kuna wale ambao pia wanatumia zile tembe kama ni za matibabu.
Pia dawa za kununua katika chemist zingine pia ugeuzwa na kuwa dawa za kulevya, kwa sababu umeelekezwa kwamba kunywa hii dawa mara moja siku 2. Wewe kwa sababu unahisi uchungu ama kuna mambo kadhaa ambayo unapitia katika maisha yako, basi uweza kuyatumia vibaya. Ukiyatumia vibaya na ikileta madhara mabaya, basi yanakuwa madawa ya kulevya.
Hebu tueleze takwimu ziko vipi sasa kwa utumizi wa dawa za kulevya?
Takwimu za tuonesha kwamba haswa vijana katika jamii zetu wanatumia haya madawa. Sitapeana exact statistics, lakini ziko juu kulingana na yale ambayo hata tumeweza kuelezwa kutoka Mombasa na sehemu nyingine zote kutoka nchini, kwamba vijana wengi wamejihusisha katika mambo ya
vijana. Hapo unamaanisha sasa wanaume kwa wasichana, watoto wa kike?
Wote, watoto wa kike, watoto wa kiume, wote wanahusika katika utumizi wa dawa ya kulevya. Kuanzia umri wa miaka 9, wengine hata 8. Kwa mfano, mahali nafanya kazi tumeweza kuona watoto wachanga miaka 10, 11. Wengi ambao tumeweza kuwasaidia ni watoto ambao wako shuleni, chuo kikuu, chuo cha upili na hata primary school, na wanafukuzwa shule kwa sababu ya kutumia madawa ya kulevya.
Na nini kinachangia? Maana wewe unafanya kazi kama mshauri. Nini kinachangia?
Swali mzuri Jane. Ni mambo kadhaa ambayo tuweza angazia na kusema kwamba yanachangia utumizi wa dawa ya kulevya. Kwa mfano, na tumesikia kutoka kwa John na mwenzake kwamba marafiki wabaya wanachangia zaidi. Haswa sisi kama vijana, watoto wa kiume, kwamba ungependa kujihusisha na kikundi fulani ndio ili upatiwe ule recognition kwamba wewe ndio
kama wewe John alivyosema, kama utambulike, yani
utambulike, ufiti kabisa.
Usiku unatembea mtaani unasema ule muoga hata ameshindwa hata.
Kwa hivyo na inaanza virahisi sana. Vuta kidogo, unajua haita kudhuru sana. Na unapovuta hiyo sigara ina kemikali ama ina component ambayo is addictive. Alafu inakuwa mazoea.
Inakuwa
inakuwa mazoea.
Sasa ukaanza kuvuta bangi. Ulikuwa unavuta misokoto ngapi kwa siku?
I remember kuna rafiki yangu tulikuwa tunachukua hizo vitu pamoja. 2 kwa siku. Make sure kuna moja ya asubuhi na nyingine ya jioni.
Hiyo anasema ni dozi kama dawa ile umeandikiwa hospitali mara 2 kwa siku.
Lakini nashukuru Mungu aliweza kunitoa kule. Ndipo na zungumzia.
Lakini kabla Mungu hajakutoa, hebu tuelezee athari ambazo ulikuwa nazo.
Athari nilikuwa nazo, moja hapo ni wakati unatumia bangi, ukipatana na drug nyingine yoyote utaweza kuitumia. Unakuwa na current ya kutumia kitu chochote. So athari zilizokuja na bangi zilinipata, ukapata sina nafasi hata ya masomo yangu.
Darasani hukuwa huendi?
Darasani saa ingine siendi. Nikipigiwa simu na watu wako town, mimi nimekimbia kwa klabu. Hizi vilabu za Nairobi. Na saa ingine hata nimetoka kwa klabu asubuhi, watu wanaenda class, mimi natoka klabu. Ilikuwa ni hali ngumu, hata mimi mwenyewe sikupenda vile nilikuwa. Lakini ukapata ile kitu tayari imeshanikamata. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu mbaya hii dunia kama addiction. Addiction ni kitu ya ajabu sana. Na ndiposa mimi nikiona watu ambao wako addicted, hata nikienda kwa rehabs kuongelesha vijana, mashule kuongelesha vijana, mimi naelewa hiyo jambo si
inakuwa vigumu kujitoa.
Kujitoa pale si rahisi.
Si rahisi. John, hebu nielezee kabla ya kwenda Mombasa, athari zilikuwa gani kwako?
Athari zilikuwa kadhaa. Mojawapo ya athari ilikuwa kuleta utengamano kati yangu na familia. Wazazi wakutaki, there is that stigmatization. Wanaona kama wewe kuna venye unafanya venye wataki. Shule pia you went up au perform vizuri. Kulikuwa na vitu kadhaa
na hapo kwa wazazi ulikuwa wakikwambia kitu ulikuwa huwasikii sasa.
Sasa hapo ndio kulikuwa na shida because nilikuwa na feel kama wanataka kunitoa kwa kitu napenda. Nilikuwa na feel like they want to remove me from what I love most. So ilikuwa kidogo ni changamoto. Hata kama walikuwa wananiambia kidogo wacha, lakini na feel kuna ile withdrawal effect. Kuna vile mwili ndani inasema kuna venye nafaa tu kurudi.
Hivi basi wazazi wako walijua kwamba unatumia dawa?
Wazazi walifika mahali wakachoka. Walifika mahali wakachoka, kijana endelea na maisha yako. Sasa sisi wenyewe alafu kulingana na background uwezi shinda hata kupeleka sijui rehab nini, mzazi inabidi tu amekuachilia.
Na sasa ulikuwa unavuta mara ngapi kwa siku na dawa zingine kutumia?
Bangi sana ndio nilitumia for a long period of time because nilijipata kwa pedi. Pedi ni ule muuzaji wa bangi. Alikuwa pia rafiki yangu. So kujua namba yenyewe.
Huyo pedi ni peddler.
Peddler.
Majina mtani na kwambia ajua kama tuna pedi, drug peddler. Sasa kuna majina ambayo mnatumia penye wenyewe.
Kabisa. So ndio lazima tutwist hizo majina ndio serikali pia.
Sasa kwa mfano kama ukienda kwa huyo pedi ulikuwa unamwambia nini?
Pedi sasa nilikuwa
na ameketi tu hapo nje tu ama kwa wapi?
Tunaishi naye plot moja. So he was using me like alikuwa ananitumia kutengeneza, kuzisokota. So unapata mimi pale hata siwezi nunua.
Nakupatia ile sasa bure.
Sasa mimi
wewe kwa kama mtu wake wa mkono sasa.
Zile zinabaki mimi ndio nazo. So haina hasara kwake because kuna service nimempatia. So inapata mimi kujitoa kwa ile shimo ilikuwa ngumu kidogo. But it took courage na pia.
Maana sasa ulikuwa unamka asubuhi umeenda kwake sasa.
Kabisa.
Na hapo unatengeneza. Na kabla sijakuja kwako, hebu nieleze sana pesa ulikuwa unatoa wapi? Kuna wakati ambapo uliiba?
Ile wakati vile nilisema wakati mwingine hata nashukuru kwa wazazi wangu, walinipenda tu bado vile nilivyo. Thank God for my dad Makao Mraisi. Walinipenda tu vile nilivyo. Hata na mama yangu walinipenda na walizidi kuniombea. So pesa nilikuwa saa ingine nikitumiwa pesa ya rent, na kata saa ingine naishi kwa watu. So unapata nafukuza hostel ingine na kaa ingine. So pale pesa ilikuwa inatoka saa ingine nasema nimelipa school fees na kumbe sijalipa for this accounting technician CPA course before I did my CPA and finally my degree. So ilikuwa pesa inatoka na uongo, watoto wako na uongo, wengine mzazi anaweza changanyikiwa. Alafu unakosa kutumiwa unakuwa mkali. So wao walikuwa wanatuma saa ingine wakiona pesa ni ya school fees but kumbe
unafanya mambo yako. Na Nataka kumuuliza Richard, kama mzazi kama ulivyosema, mara nyingi ni kutokana na marafiki. Mzazi nitajua vipi sasa hapa? Mwanzo sijui kama utaanza kuchoka. Unajua kwanza kwa sasa ukiangalia teenagers wengi wako na simu. Unaambiwa kuna kama walivyosema hizo code. Bangi mko mnahitaji kama ni hiyo code language?
Boza.
Boza Sasa kama mzazi sitajua. Hata nikiangasema niangalie simu yake, kuna ujumbe hapo sitaelewa. Je, nianze kupekua chumba chake ama nifanyaje ili kuhakikisha mtoto wangu ajihusishi na aingie katika dawa za kulevya?
Saa zingine ni sawa kupekua, lakini pia sio ati wataionyesha wazi wanatumia dawa, kwa sababu wanajua wazazi hawatakubaliana nao. Kwa hivyo watakuwa wajanja sana kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna chochote litapatikana, hata ushahidi hata kupekua. Kwa hivyo wengine hata hizo vyumba vyao vya kulala vitakuwa safi. Lakini mtu anapoanza kutumia madawa, kuna mambo ambayo unaweza angalia na ukajua huyu
kuna dalili
anatumia madawa. Kwa mfano ataanza kujiachilia. Alikuwa kijana mwenye utaratibu fulani, alikuwa kijana msafi, alikuwa mtu ambaye anaongea na watu, lakini anapoanza kutumia madawa unamuona hana tena ule alivyokuwa. Nywele hajachana, ni mchafu, hajijali. Kwa hivyo ukianza kuangalia mambo kama hayo, kama mzazi ikupe wasiwasi ni nini inaendelea. La pili, ukiona huyu kijana ameanza kuwa na tabia ya kukasirika haraka, ameanza kuwa na utumizi wa lugha chafu, ameanza kukosana na watu, saa zingine utamwangalia kwa macho uone ni kama kweli macho yamependuka,
kama amezuba hivi.
Bas kama mzazi uwe pia na wasiwasi. Ni nini haswa huenda yakafanyika na huyu. Wengine huchukua muda mrefu kulala bila kufanya chochote. Wanapoteza ile interest walikuwa nayo kwa mambo ambayo yalikuwa yanawaweka nyumbani ama pale nje. Mara mingi atakuja, hataki kukaa na nyinyi familia, amejiondoa, anajitenga. Sasa utashindwa, kwa nini kijana wangu, msichana wangu mbona amejitenga ghafla? Kwa hivyo akijitenga hivyo, basi uwe na la kujiuliza ni nini haswa linafanyika katika
maisha ya mtoto wako. Haya basi, mtazamaji, tunaendelea na mada yetu, tunazungumzia kuhusu dawa za kulevya na athari zake. Kwa sasa nataka kupeleka katika kaunti ya Homa Bay, tuungana naye Bernard Ojwang.
Well, thank you very much. Asante sana Harith. Tuko katika eneo la Migori. Kumbuka kwamba eneo hili la Migori imejulikana sana kwa shughuli biashara za bangi. Kumbuka kwamba jimbo la Migori imepakana na nchi jirani ya Tanzania, na hivi majuzi tuliweza kuona katika kituo cha polisi cha Rongo, maafisa wa usalama waliweza kuchoma bangi yenye thamani shilingi milioni 4, huku wakisema kwamba ni biashara ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea katika eneo hili. Wameanza na hivi majuzi pia tuliweza kusikiza kutoka kwa maafisa wa usalama kutoka eneo hili la Rongo wakisema kwamba yule ambaye atapatikana akijihusisha na biashara ya bangi katika eneo hili atachukuliwa hatua kali. Na kwa sasa jinsi unavyojua, wasanii, kazi ya usanii ni kioo cha jamii. Wahenga walisema usanii ndio kioo cha jamii, na katika eneo hili wasanii kutoka eneo hili wameamua kuchukua nafasi hii kuanza vita dhidi ya mihadarati katika eneo hili. Na kwa sasa nitazungumza na jamaa mmoja hapa. Kila mara tumeweza kuona kwamba watu wanasema msanii ndio kioo cha jamii, na nyinyi kama wasanii tumeweza kusikiza kwamba mmeanza mradi ya kupambana vita dhidi ya mihadarati katika eneo hili.
Ni ukweli ya kwamba wasanii ama msanii ni kioo katika jamii, kwa sababu jamii inatuiga kwa vitu vingi, kimatendo, kimavazi na kila kitu. So sisi kama wasanii wanaotoka kwenye maeneo haya ya Homa Bay na Migori. Tumeona ya kwamba tumeathirika sana, na hii inatokana kwa sababu miadarati, hasa matumizi ya bangi imeenea sana, kwa sababu ukiona hapa kando yetu, majirani yetu Tanzania, miadarati kama bangi hawajaweka vikwazo sana venye ilivyo hapa nchini. Kwa hivyo tunaona ya kwamba ni jukumu letu kama wasanii tujitokeze, tuhakikishe ya kwamba tumehamasisha jamii, vijana, wazee, watoke kwenye mtego wa matumizi ya madawa ya miadarati.
Na masante, ndazungumza na wa mwisho hapa, njoo hapa karibu. Kila mara nyinyi kama wasanii wa nyimbo za Injili kutoka eneo hili, kila mara tumeweza kusikiza watu wanasema ni hatua gani pengine nyinyi kama mnachukua, nyinyi kama wasanii, kuhakikisha kwamba mnaelimisha vijana kuhusiana na swala la miadarati?
Kwanza kabisa wacha nitambulishe, majina yangu kamili ni Carol David. Mimi ni msanii kutoka sehemu za Migori County, na hii swala la mihadarati ama dawa ya kulevya imekuwa ni kero sana kwetu sisi, kwa sababu kama mwimbaji wa nyimbo za Injili unakuta kwamba unaweza kuwa umeenda mahali kufanya show ama kufanya mahubiri, alafu wale ambao wanakuja kwenye halaiki kusikiza wimbo ni wale ambao watoto wadogo, wasichana wadogo, vijana, lakini wamelewa. Ukiona venye wanacheza mpaka unasema kwani ni nidhamu imeisha kwa hao ama nini inaendelea? But tumekerwa sana, kwa sababu huku kwetu kuna hii pombe haramu ambapo tunaielewa kabisa hii pombe haramu, alafu kuna nyingine ambayo sitaki kutaja jina yake, inajulikana sana, na bangi na pia sigara. Tunaona kwamba hii kitu imekuja kuharibu jamii sana, mpaka vijana wetu hawana ile nidhamu, hawana ile utu, kwa sababu imewaharibu kabisa. Na sisi kama wasanii tumeshaanza mikakati ya kuja kuitengeneza namna ama mbinu ya kuimaliza kupitia kwa mafunzo kwenye mashule, tena kutengeneza washa kwa vijana wetu ili wakuwaelimisha namna ya kuepukana na haya madawa, kwa sababu inawadhuru afya na inafanya pia uchumi unazorota, kwa sababu sasa kuna wale wa kufanya kazi ili nchi yetu kaweze kujengeka.
Na asante sana. Na umeweza kusikiza kutoka kwa baadhi ya wasanii hapa, wanasema kwamba tayari wameanza mkakati za kuhakikisha kwamba wanapambana na vita dhidi ya miadarati katika eneo hili. Kumbuka kwamba vile nilivyokuambia kwamba hivi majuzi tuliweza kuona katika kituo cha polisi cha Rongo, maafisa wa polisi waliweza kuchoma bangi ya thamani shilingi milioni 4, huku wakisema kwamba wako tayari kupigana vita dhidi ya miadarati. Na umeweza kusikiza kutoka kwa baadhi ya wasanii hapa, wanasema kwamba wao pia wataungana na maafisa wa polisi na kuzungumuza na vijana, kutembea kila mahali kuzungumzia swala la miadarati. Na wanasema kwamba wale ambao viongozi ambao pia wanatajwa kila wakati kwa mamna kutokana katika vita, katika biashara za miadarati humu nchini, pia wao wajitokeze katika vita dhidi ya miadarati humu nchini. Kwako.
Naam, shukran sana mwenzangu Bernardo John kutoka kule Homa Bay. Mtazamaji, tunakuja kwa moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti 001, na hapa tumeandaa kikao na wenyeji na vile wadau katika sekta mbalimbali kuweza kuangazia kwa kina tu athari ama mada ya leo, athari za dawa za kulevya, na kumekuwa na mazungumzo kule Nairobi. Na kwa kifupi tu acha niwatambulishe wenzangu hapa. Niko na kule upande wa kulia Mariam Bashir ambaye ni mkazi kule Mwandoni Nyali, akifuatwa na Maulana Muhammad ambaye ni mraibu wa dawa za kulevya, na hapa karibu na mimi ni Abdalla Abdulrahman. Kwanza kabisa nianze na wewe Mariam Bashir.
Naam.
Unasema jina lako lingine la kitani ni kuku kali.
Kuku kali.
Kuku kali.
Hilo ni jina nimefanya kupewa na hawa ambao walikuwa ni wahuni kipindi ambacho nilikuwa nimeingia Kisauni. Bado niko kwenye age ya youth nikiwa Kisauni. Hasa nilikuwa nikipambana nao wakati walikuwa na tabia kunyang'anya watu vitu barabarani. Yaani barabarani, njiani ukitoka unabakurwa, kama ni cheni, kama ni pochi, wakati huo simu ilikuwa hazijaingia. So mimi nilikuwa nikiminyana nao, yani nikiona kufanya kitu kama kile.
Kupigana na vijana.
Nikipigana na wale vijana
Uko unaogopa?
Sikuwa naogopa, nilikuwa pia mimi niko youth bado nina nguvu sio. Sasa nilikuwa nikipigana nao. Kwa hivyo sasa walianza wao, yani wakitokezea kama ataka kuchukua kitu na mimi niko nyuma, walikuwa na msemo wakisema do kifaranga iko lakini akibebeki kuku iko nyuma. Kuku iko nyuma. Sasa hiyo ndio ikachange ikabadilika, wakawa na wakaanza kuniita kukukali mpaka mwenyewe ndo nikajua wananitendo jina. Sasa nikaliandika kwa geti yangu, yani kuonyesha nishajua mimi ndo mnanitendo jina.
Umeweza kutazama hiyo taarifa ambayo niliweza ama tuliweza kuipeperusha wiki iliyopita kuhusu biashara mihadarati wanaohusika, na tuliweza kuwahoji baadhi ya wakazi Mombasa, maafisa usalama, lakini wanasema mtindo umebadilika na kina mama wanawake ndio wanatumika katika kufanya kazi ya biashara ya kuweza kuuza mihadarati. Mbona mtindo unabadilika kuelekea kwa kina mama?
Mimi siwezi kusema ni kina mama, hii biashara inafanywa na kila mtu. Yafanywa na kina mama, yafanywa na kina baba, yafanywa na vijana. Yani serikali, yani watu wote tuko ndani, tusilaumiane tuseme ni kina mama peke yake. Sote ino kazi tunaifanya.
Lakini maafisa wa polisi wanasema kwamba wakati mama anatembea na dawa hizi, ni ngumu kwa afisa wa polisi kumkagua yule mama ama kumshuku kwamba ana mihadarati.
Sasa mimi naona pia kushuku ni vitu vingi ambavyo katika Kenya nasema unaweza kupita navyo, aidha uwe mama uwe mtoto uwe nani, kwa shauri wao wenyewe si sana kuwa wanashughulika kuangalia kitu, yani tunalinda kitu fulani kukitafuta. Wao wakiwa kwa mfano wakiwa barabarani wana specific kitu ambacho wenyewe wanachokitafuta. Unaona? Sasa hapo ndo tatizo liko. Sio kuwa tuko tuachunguza chochote tutakachokipata ambacho hakifai si tuweze kukikamata. Kwa hivyo inakuwa ngumu kutafuta kitu kama hicho na kukipata.
Sasa Maulana, chaje kwako. Wewe ni mraibu, unajaribu kujinasua katika kutoka kwa mtego wa kutumia dawa za kulevya. Kwanza tueleze safari hiyo imekuwa vipi?
Safari hii ilianza mwaka 1999 nilipomaliza darasa la 8. Niko pale kabla kwenda form 1. Sikuendelea masomo kwa sababu tayari ndio nishaanza kuvuta bangi. Ile bangi nikasi tena, ndo nikaingia kwa haya madawa kulevya, kitu kama heroin, na ndo nikaenda nayo mpaka muda huu. Sasa hapa sasa kujinasua kwangu najinasua kwa kutumia methadone, na kwanza nianze kutumia hii methadone ni about 5 months now and I'm feel good.
Kwa siku nafaa kunywa hiyo methadone mara ngapi?
Once.
Naona umekuja na kifaa hivi, wewe tueleze unafaa kupima kiasi gani, kutoshana vipi?
Mimi napiga hapa 130.
Hiyo ni 30
yangu. 130 gauge yangu. Hiyo kesho usubuhi tena ama mwisho saa 6 kule. Ni usubuhi mpaka saa 6 niende nikapige tena. 130 dozi yangu.
Mko wangapi sasa hivi uko mnatumia methadone?
Kwa methadone tuko about 900. 900.
Na wote mnanunua
au tunapewa bure?
Na je, pengine haujawahi shawishika kuweza kurejelea tabia yako ya hapo
awali? Kiukweli vishawishi viko. Na vishawishi viko kwa sababu kuna ndugu zetu wengine hawajajikubali, bado wao wanaendelea kuvuta, na ndugu zetu tunafanya nao makazi kwa mastage kujaza magari. Vishawishi kama hivyo viko.
Na kabla sijakuuliza swali lingine, acha nikuje kwake Abdalla. Abdalla, umesikia kwamba mihadarati ipo na Mombasa kwa kila wakati inasemekana kwamba ndio eneo ama sehemu ambayo mihadarati ama dawa hizi za kulevya zapatikana. Je, ni nini hasa kinaendelea hapa? Kwa sababu tumeona serikali si mara ya kwanza kuanza vita dhidi ya mihadarati. Kila mara watu, kila mtu kiuzungumza swala la mihadarati wanasema Mombasa. Ni nini hasa kitu ambacho hakifanyiki vizuri hapa?
Hapa tatizo kuu la utumizi na uuzaji wa dawa za kulevya ni ya kuwa jamii imeshindwa kufuata mwelekeo ambao unastahili. Jamii kwa miaka mingi tumekuwa na utamaduni na desturi za kulaumu washikadau. Hususan tumekuwa na tabia kulaumu polisi tumekuwa na tabia ya kulaumu, tumekuwa na tabia wanaharakati wadanganyifu, huo tunawaita successful liars, kuingilia vita hivi wakijifanya wanapigana na madawa za kulevya, lakini inakuwa ni wadanganyifu ambao wanafaidika na vita hivi. Hawa vijana wakiumia, kuna watu wanafaidika na ile kuumia kwao. Ndio unaona vita hivi vimekuwa ni vigumu kumalizika. Lakini ingelikuwa kama haya mashirika ambayo yamebuniwa yana mikakati ama yanahusisha mshikadau kutoka mashinani ambaye anajua historia ya dawa za kulevya, kama shirika kama la Nakada, miaka yote wanapata wadanganyifu ndani ya lile boti. Sasa unapata mwelekeo hakuna. Huwezi sema wewe unapambana na dawa za kulevya wakati vijana wenye wanaingia kwa ile utumizi wa dawa za kulevya ni wengi, wenye kujinasua ni wachache. Sasa hapo utakuwa unadanganya ulimwengu na unadanganya nchi ya kuwa unapambana na watumizi na wauzaji wa dawa za kulevya. Inatakana watumizi ama wenye kutaka kujoin wale youths tuwe tunaweza kuwa control wasijoin. Lakini ukiwa on board na udanganya kuwa unapambana na dawa za kulevya, utakuwa unadanganya wananchi, unadanganya Kenya, unadanganya ulimwengu ya kuwa unapambana na utumizi na uuzaji wa dawa za kulevya. Inatakana wenye kujoin wawe tunawapunguza, ndio tuseme tunapambana na dawa za kulevya.
Na Maulana, hebu tueleze madawa hizi hasa umesema wewe ulikuwa unatumia heroin, ulikuwa unazipata wapi?
Nazipata maeneo.
Wapi huko maeneo kama
kuna maeneo kama go down. Huko Bombolulu. Twapa, Bamburi.
Dawa kama gani? Bangi, heroin?
Bangi, heroin. Cocaine hakuna huko. Ni bangi na heroin.
Alafu pengine tuzungumzie bei kidogo. Unauza kuanzia pesa ngapi hadi kiwango?
Bei, kiupande bei ni kitu kidogo tu sana hivi. Shilingi 200. Kitu kidogo sana yani. Yani hata yule mwenye ambaye hatumii akikiona kile kitu atanashangaa sana. Kwa nini kitu kidogo kama hichi chauzwa shilingi 200?
Mama, umesikia shilingi 200. Ni tatizo kwamba unapata kwamba na wale ambao vile vile hawezi pata hizo shilingi 200 pengine wanaweza jihusisha na visa kama vya uhalifu, kuiba, ili kuweza kupata pesa za kununua dawa. Uwasikia kwamba wanajua kwenye dawa hizi zapatikana. Je, kama mzazi ni nini hasa pengine kwa maoni yako tu ili kuweza kuangazia kwamba vijana hao pia wametumika na vyombo vya wasaidia vyombo vya usalama ili kuweza kuwapeleka katika mashinani kule vichorochoro ambako dawa hizi zapatikana?
Kuwasaidia vijana kivipi yani?
Ule ushirikiano yani.
Kama mzazi ama ushirikiano kama
huyu Maulana kwanza anasema kwamba amekutajia baadhi ya sehemu ambazo dawa hizi zapatikana. Lakini hiyo jua dawa hizo
pale zinapopatikana.
Lakini je, ni nini kama kwa mfano ushirikiano upi ama pengine maafisa wa polisi ingekuwa mwelekeo bora kuweza kushirikiana na vijana kama hawa ili kuweza kuzuru maeneo yale na kuweza kujaribu
Sasa kimimi nitakwambia hakuna polisi ambaye hajui maeneo yako wapi. Ataka ingia leo kwa station police, tayari ashajua maeneo yote pale yalipo. Kila polisi anajua maeneo yako wapi. Hakuna polisi ambaye hajui maeneo yako wapi. Kwa hivyo tukisema kuwa vijana ndio washirikiane na mapolisi waonyeshe maeneo yako wapi, huo ni urongo. Wanajua, polisi wote wanajua maeneo yako wapi. Hata ukienda headquarter utakuta imeandikwa kuanzia juu mpaka chini. Maeneo yote kwa majina na nani na nani na nani, kila kitu kiko pale.
Abdurrahman.
Naam.
Dawa, biashara ya dawa ikiongezeka, tunaona vile vile inachangia pakubwa katika visa vya ukosefu wa usalama. Tumeona kisa kilichotokea hivi majuzi kule eneo la Bamburi. Maafisa wa usalama wanasema imesababishwa na dawa za kulevya. Je, shida, tatizo liko wapi hapa?
Tatizo liko tena ni kubwa sana, manake uhalifu na dawa za kulevya ni vitu viwili haviwachani. The more the crime, the more the drug business booms. The more the drug business booms, the more the crime. Manake asilimia kubwa wale vijana lazima commit crime, lazima wajihusishe na uhalifu ndio wapate pesa za kununua dawa za kulevya. So tukisema tunapambana na uhalifu pekee inakuwa tujafanya kitu. Lazima tutackle vile serikali juzi imesema itatackle magengi na itatackle walanguzi wa dawa za kulevya. Hapo wanaenda the right channel, the right route. hapo sasa watapata the target. Je, sisi wananchi tuko wapi? Lazima kwanza sisi wananchi turudi, manake hawa watoto magenge ni watoto wa miaka 12, 13, 17, 18. Wewe mzazi utanioshea kidole serikali? Mimi sijaona polisi amekuja ndani ya nyumba ya mtu analazimisha mtoto atumie dawa za kulevya. Kwa hivyo kuna wazazi na jamii wamepoteza mwelekeo. Manake yule mtoto ni mtoto ambaye sheria inasema mtoto under 18 years yuko under guidance ya parent, under parental guidance, chini ya uangalizi wa mzazi. Wewe mzazi uko wapi mpaka mtoto aanze kutumia dawa za kulevya? Mpaka watoto wadogo waanze kujihusisha na uuzaji wa dawa za kulevya. Kwa hivyo pia sisi jamii tuna mwelekeo, na tukisema vita dhidi ya dawa za kulevya tunazungumzia collective responsibilities. Lazima washikadau wote tuje pamoja na serikali hivi. Serikali pekee haiwezi kutoboa.
Umesikia kwamba wale vijana wanaojihusisha na magenge haya ni kati ya umri wa miaka 10 hadi 24 hapo. Tunapozungumzia jukumu la mzazi hasa liko wapi hapa?
Jukumu la mzazi ni turudi kwenye majukumu yetu tuyakamilishe kama wazazi, na tuweke mikakati kama wazazi. Tuwajue watoto wetu namna wanapotoka, masaa wanaorudi, tuwe tunawachunguza wale watoto wetu. Hiyo mambo mengi tumeacha. Yani hatuwashughulikii wale watoto. Responsibility zetu kwa wale watoto hatuko nazo. Tumeachia maid ama tumeachia watoto tu, tumeachia walimu kule skuli from morning mpaka jioni. Akirudi nyumbani utaki kujua alifika shule ama kufika shule, na saa nyingine mtoto yuko na matatizo pia, unataka kukuelezea wewe mzazi pia hauna nafasi, hautaki kuelezewa. Sasa nyingine ufikia wakati mtoto akaona yeye afanye tu vile anavyotaka.
Na mtazamaji, na ifio kwamba acha tuchukue mapumzikoni tu kwa kifupi, lakini tuna mengi bado tunaweza kujadiliana na baadhi ya wageni wangu hapa leo ili kuweza kuelewa kwa kina ni nini hasa serikali inafaa kutekeleza ili kushinda katika vita dhidi ya ulanguzi na vile vile biashara ya mihadarati na utumizi kwa ujumla. Tunaenda kwa mapumziko kidogo, lakini tutarejea na mengi zaidi.
Wanajitambua, yani wale wanajiamini, yani someone took their sweet time and thought about us. Rembo TV, simply beautiful.
Nation FM, more music, less talk.
Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall.
Wine for me, baby. Wait them on. Who that? Girl, that's something that me love it when you do that. Wait them on. Who that? Girl, your bumper big, me spot it from a few.
Nation FM. Nation FM. More music, less talk.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Nice mama.
Kijana fupi amenona round.
Haya. Kijana fupi. Wewe kijana fupi.
Kataon kadogo kamenona. Kako na warembo.
Yani nakuita Sidenebro, unanifanyia madharau, unakataa kutoka. Sidenebro ni nani? Nikiangalia hapa sinaona imeandikwa see the names below.
I give up. Wacha niende nikae na mama yangu. Unajua comedy ni kitu inaweza ingiza watu box. Na hiyo ndo strategy yenye Lonyangapuo anatafutumia. Anachekesha Wakenya kidogo, State House.
How much more do you think we can engage, and for this particular segment, younger women, to be a part of influencing policy?
Having women and also men who are in the youth bracket
advocating for these policy changes and being in the forefront of pushing these policies.
Unfortunately, we make policies first and then we bring it down to the community.
Even when it comes to the guys who are being interviewed, I always say there's a difference between information, infotainment, and entertainment.
Yes.
I'm just going to put that out there.
In your paper this week, a home for Libya's unwanted Africans. Rwanda is offering a safe haven for the immigrants languishing in detention centers in the North African country, deserting the EAC in droves. Secretariat staff desert workstations as salaries are delayed and partner states default on remittances. A sick system. Why cancer continues to ravage East Africa. Legal brief. MPs set to introduce more stringent entry rules to Kenya School of Law for Africans. Plus our opinion leaders. Who's afraid of breastfeeding? Apparently, a lot of MPs in modern Africa, says Charles Onyango Obo. Kafka in Tanzania. Media muzzling has reached ludicrous proportions, feels Generali Ulimwengu. Stomach infrastructure doesn't build roads, but it does get you elected, says Wairimu Nderitu. The East African, understanding the region.
Na mtazamaji, shukrani kwa kuendelea kutazama NTV. Sasa tunaendelea kuangazia masuala mbalimbali. Kumbuka tunaendelea kufuatilia mjadala kuhusu ule mswada wa ugavi wa mapato nchini, kesi ambayo inaendelea katika mahakama ya juu zaidi nchini. Tutakuwa tukikupasha mengi, lakini hata kabla ya kwenda mapumzikoni, tumekuwa tukiendelea na mjadala wetu kuhusiana na masuala ya mihadarati hapa studioni. Hapa Nairobi, Jane Ngwira akiongoza mjadala huo, na kule Mombasa tukiwa na Kevin Mutai, na mjadala ambao unaendelea kote nchini. Na kwa sasa tutakuwa tukielekea katika kaunti ya Murang'a, lakini kumbuka popote ulipo tutakuwa tukikupa fursa, sema nasi katika mtandao wetu ya kijamii @NTV sasa, @Dan Mule, @Jane Ngwira, na tutakuwa tukiangazia baadhi ya kauli zako. Kwa sasa tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Murang'a, ambapo mwenzangu Martin Moro yuko kule akisema na wawili watatu ambao wamejihusisha katika masuala ya kuhamasisha jamii katika masuala ya vita dhidi ya mihadarati hapa nchini. Martin Moro, wapo unanipata, uwanjani wako.
Kaka Dan, nakupata kwa njia iliyo shwari sana. Asante. Na kama unavyoona kuwa niko na askari wa utawala hapa kwa jina Moses Kimenchu, ambaye ni askari wa utawala ambaye amekuwa akipigana na mihadarati katika kaunti ya Murang'a. Na bila tu kuchukua muda mwingi, nataka tu, kwa wengi wanamfahamu kwa sababu amekuwa kwenye television zetu kwa kazi nzuri ambayo anafanya kupigana na mihadarati. Ningetaka tu niambie hapa katika kaunti ya Murang'a, mihadarati ni gani hasa ambayo inasumbua wananchi, na kazi hii umefanya kwa muda upi?
Okay, well, kwa majina naitwa Sergeant Moses Kimenchu, End of State Commendation, ama Sergeant Savior, ambalo ni jina lenye nimepewa na raia. Na kazi ile ufanya mimi ni kucampaign against alcohol and drugs in Kenya, si Murang'a peke yake. Hapa Murang'a wakati nilikuja since 2011 nimekuwa nikifanya hiyo kazi ya kupambana na madawa ya kulevya na ulevi. Ile kitu inasumbua sisi hapa hasa sana ni ulevi. Ya watu hawataki kujua ya kwamba ni pombe gani mtu anataka kukunywa. Unaona hata ile leftovers mtu anaenda anakunywa, ambaye amefika kiwango cha kuwa addicted. Mihadarati ile kubwa sana hapa ni bangi na hata sigara. Even though sigara ni legal drug, lakini bado watu wanavuta na wana abuse, sababu mtu unaona anavuta tauni na faini, ukisikwa na mkusokoto moja unafaa upigwe faini ya 50,000. So bangi hasa ni kitu kingine ambacho vijana wanaanza kujisomesha, na ni ile hali ya kujificha, na ni wazazi tu wanachangia. Sababu mzazi unapata anavuta sigara na mwisho anaenda kwa bangi. So mtoto anaona ile tabia ya baba, na baba akimuuliza ama mzazi akimuuliza mbona unavuta sigara ama bangi ama mbona unakunywa, mtoto atasema obvious, mbona wewe unakunywa ndandi, unanieleza nisikunywa, mbona wewe anakunywa. Na chochote kile kinakuliwa na mzazi ni chema, Ya sababu mtoto alipata ukitumia. Ukiambia mtoto aenda east na wewe utakaa kuenda hiyo east. Mtoto atakataa. Number 3 ni miraa. Cat. Watu wanakula miraa kama mbuzi ama wataki kuelewa ni chakula gani hiki. There is no any limit. Na hakuna mtu atakuja kukusomesha limit ya kukula miraa ni hii. So watu wanakula miraa na pale kando ya hiyo miraa sababu inafichwa hapo kwa ngunia, unaweza kuwa kuna watu wanauza bangi pale. Haikosi, hiyo ndio criminal element inakujia pale. Kwa hivyo ningeliomba wazazi ambao wanafanya hizi kazi, hata kama ni mambo ya kukunywa pombe, wakuwe na limit. Kama ni masaa, wasingatie masaa. Na kama kuna mtu ambaye anahitaji rehabilitation, anione. Niko na kikundi inaitwa SMEC. SMEC is Sergeant Savior Mentorship, Empowerment and Counseling Center. Watu wengi sana hawaendangi kwa ushauri. Wanafikiria kwenda kwa ushauri ni ule mtu tu anabeba makaratasi kwa barabara. Kila mtu anahitaji ushauri sababu hakuna kichwa ambacho kilitengenezwa kikiwa hakina matatizo kiasi. Ni vile matatizo ni upungua. Na at the end of the day when we talk and come together as one country and as one community, we will fight these menace na tungeliomba viongozi waingilie hii kazi ndiposa tupate kufaulu. Na ningeliomba pia
ningetaka kutupole kukatiza kidogo. Nimeona hujakuwa ukizunguka Murang'a peke yake, unazunguka nchi mzima. Ni shida gani inakumba watu hasa ya mihadarati na ni kwa nini watu wengi wanaingilia? Apart from hapo umesema kuwa wazazi wanafanya wanakunywa pombe na wanatumia mihadarati mbele ya watoto. Tunaona pia watu wazima hata askari. Ni nini hasa ni stress inafanya ama nini? Kitu moja Mwahora. One thing, the biggest thing ni sensitization, creating awareness. Watu hawaelewi kama hizi vitu ni sosiko na shinda ama ni nini. Lakini watu wanaongea baada ya mtu kuadhirika. Kama mama fulani alikuwa anaitwa Faisa, kuna mwingine Aisa Kidongo alikuwa mwalimu, kuna lawyer alikuwa anachuna majani chai miaka 14, advocate mzima, kuna reki officer ambaye alikuwa askari alikuwa analinda the president, mwanajeshi. So hii shinda uanza mbali at the end of adolescent stage ambayo inaitangwa experimental stage na social stage. Therefore it is a social problem. Sasa wale watu ambao kwa hizo vijiji watu hawasomeshwi, hata kwa kanisa watu hawazingatii kusomesha watu mambo ya madawa ya kulevya. Hata mtoto akiambiwa madawa ya kulevya kama bangi, mwingine hata ajui bangi inakaaje. Lakini sisi askari, mimi naweza enda na uonyeshe bangi inakaa hivi. Ukiona mtu anavuta bangi anakaa namna hii, madhara yake ndio hii na hii na hii. Therefore at the end of the day watu wataelewa, okay, kwa hivyo nikifanya hivi nitapata hivi. Alafu na kutembea na wale watu ambao wameathirika. Kama ni Mindi houses, wao wanaita wale watu ambao wameathirika. Wanasema mimi zamani nilikuwa nakaa hivi. Nilikuwa nakula na hara namna hii, nilikuwa nakula nakosa usingizi, na mimi nilikuwa wanaona picha. So at the end of the day tutafaulu. Hii madawa ya kulevya inaongewa kila siku. Asante sana.
Asante sana bwana.
Nashukuru. Asante.
Asante sana bwana.
Dan, kama unavyosikia imebidi tu nimkatize kwa sababu ya muda. Na anasema kuwa wazazi pia wanachangia kwa watoto kuingilia mihadarati kwa sababu wengine wanavutia na wanakulia mpaka mihadarati mbele ya watoto. Na hivi majuzi wiki iliyopita tuliona bunge ya Murang'a ilisimamisha vikao vyake vyote wakaweza kuzungumzia swala hili la utumizi wa mihadarati, na wanasema kuwa iko katika hali ya juu sana katika hii kaunti ya Murang'a. Kaka Dan, nakurudisha kwenye studio. Asante.
Na asante sana kaka Martin Mwaura kwa kazi safi hapo. Hakika tumepata kuona ni mjadala ambao unaendeshwa hata katika kaunti hapa nchini. Na tutakuwa tukielekeza mjadala huo katika kaunti jirani hapo, kaunti ya Nyeri alipo mwenzangu Melita Oletenges. Melita Oletenges, wapo unatupata, basi chukua fursa hii na utupashe ni yapi ambao yanajiri kuhusiana na masuala haya ya vita dhidi ya mihadarati katika kaunti hiyo.
Shukran mwenzangu Dan, kama ulivyosema tutakuwa tunachangia tu mada ya leo ambayo ni vipi ambavyo mihadarati inaathiri watu tofauti humu nchini, na nitakuwa naangazia hasa vijana ambao wengi wao wanaathirika na matumizi ya madawa ya kulevya, matumizi ya mihadarati mbalimbali, na naungana naye kiongozi wa vijana katika kaunti hii ya Nyeri. Pengine anza kwa jina lako kisha utuambie tu kwa kifupi pengine ni nini hasa inasababisha vijana kujiingiza katika matumizi ya madawa na mihadarati.
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Benson Joke ama Mkenya bingwa kama wanavyoniita huku Nyeri County. Mimi jambo langu la kwanza ni kusema kuwa hii mambo ya mihadarati, vijana wanajiingiza katika mihadarati kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa ajira. Unakuta vijana wamesoma, wamepata shahada zao, lakini hakuna ajira. Unakuta ajira katika makaunti, kaunti yenyewe haiwapatii ile nafasi ya kuweza kuonyesha yale vijana waliosoma. Ukiangalia kwa mfano, vijana wengi wa Nyeri unakuta wote wamesoma, wengi wao wale wanatumia mihadarati, wale wanashinda kwa vilabu, wale wanatumia bangi, wale wanatumia miraa, wanazitumia kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja. Walisoma lakini hawana la kufanya. Sasa wanakuwa na mawazo nyingi, ndio wapunguze yale mawazo, wanajikuta wanatumia yale mihadarati. Kwa hivyo, kama ningeweza kuulizwa, ningetoa tu hoja moja. Kuna mpango uliokuwa umetolewa na shirika kuu la Nakada ya kuleta wale vijana wanatumia mihadarati, inawalipia kiwango fulani cha kupelekwa katika kurekebisha tabia. Wakilipia hiyo wakirudi wanaenda wanafanywa kitu inaitwa follow up, wanasaidiwa, na hiyo mpango ulisaidia. Hata kama ulikuwa mpango mdogo sana, ulisaidia kiwango fulani cha watu. Ningeomba serikali iweze kuingilia hiyo mpango urudi tena, na wakuja na mpango mwingine. Nilikuwa naomba kukuwe na Nakada mashinani, Nakada iweze kutolewa Nairobi, kukuwe na Nakada mashinani kule katika vijiji, kuwe na watu wanaongea na wale vijana. Cha tatu ni kuwa serikali yenye tuko nayo, kuna chances yenye wamepewa za tenders. Ukiangalia kama Nyeri County, Nyeri constituency, wakuwa wakiangalia watu kama vijana, wanawapatia zile tenda, ndio waweze kuweka wale vijana busy. Ndio mambo ya mihadarati itaweza kupungua. Tukiwatafutia kitu cha kufanya, mambo ya mihadarati itapungua kwa kiwango kikubwa sana.
Shukran sana kwa kauli zako hiyo, na umeweza kusikia kutoka kwake akisema kuwa chanzo kuu cha vijana kujiingiza katika madawa ya kulevya, mihadarati mbalimbali ni kutokana na ukosefu wa ajira miongoni mwa vijana. Na hivyo umeweza kusikia akitoa hoja yake, kauli yake kwa serikali, akisema kuwa ni vyema kwa serikali kuangalia vijana jinsi ambavyo wanahangaika na kutumia mihadarati kama njia ya kuweza kujitoa mawazo au kujiliwaza kwa namna fulani. Na nyimbo zimeimbwa kuhusu mada hii, watu wengi sana wamezungumzia jinsi ambavyo vijana na watu tofauti wanajiingiza katika mihadarati, lakini je, suluhu la kudumu bado halijapatikana? Ni hayo tu kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri. Kwako Jen Ngoiru ukiwa studioni.
Na shukran sana Melita Oletenge zikiwa katika kaunti hiyo ya Nyeri. Sam, miaka mingapi sasa tangu uache kutumia bangi?
Miaka zaidi ya 7. From the year 2011 up to date.
Uliwahi dhania itafika wakati kwamba utawacha kabisa?
Ile wakati nilikuwa na engage na hizo drugs, sikuwa nafikiria kama inawezekana. But mambo ya Mungu ni makuu, manake mimi Mungu ndiye kweli alinisaidia.
Unasema Mungu pamoja na mama mzazi alikuwa anafanya nini?
Mama alikuwa anaomba sana, kufunga na kuomba. Nafikiri ile maombi ilifanya kazi.
Ilifika pale kwa Mungu kabisa. Haya, anasema na kuna wakati ambapo umetamani? Ama ukajificha tu kidogo kapafu moja alafu karudi?
Kusema kweli sijawahi. Sijawahi.
Haujawahi. Haya, John anasema kwamba alikutana na mrembo fulani ambaye alikusaidia kutoka minyororo ya dawa za kulevya. Tuambie.
Kabisa. Kwa hakika sikuwahi jua kama nitaitoka kwa hizi minyororo za shetani. Na ita hizi minyororo za shetani. But Mungu kwa uwezo wake kwa hiyo pilika hapo nyumbani pia nikiendelea tu kutafuna. Sikuwahi jua kama kuna mtu ataletwa kwa njia yangu akuja niambie hiki ninatumia ni mbaya, because kwa wakati mwingi sisi the victims we never know that we are addicted kwa wakati mob, hatujuangi.
Mara nyingi unaona ni kana watu wananionea. Wananionea, mbona wanasema ati mimi niko addicted? Mwanzo nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, mtu anapotumia hizo dawa anasikia vipi kwani?
Kuna ka feeling tu, yani you can't explain this feeling. Kuna venye una feel tu, yani system yako inahitaji kitu. Ni kama venye maybe kidogo pande wa chai asubuhi. Sijui kama unaweza explain your feeling.
Manake wengi ambao wanatumia dawa wanajua kwamba si nzuri, lakini bado unashindwa kujitoa hapo.
Kabisa.
Sasa huyu dada mkakutana wapi?
So huyu dada mimi nilikuwa naishi mtaa wa Kawangware. Na yeye pia alikuwa anaishi mtaa wa Kawangware huko. So alikuwa anaitwa Bridget. Ninamshukuru sana Bridget, wherever you are. Thanks so much and I thank God for you. So alikuja kwa njia yangu, nilikuwa nakula miraa kwa kando, sana sana sisi wala jimera tunapenda kukaa kwa group kando ya kwa mawe. So msana alikuwa msana mcha Mungu sana. Alikuwa anapenda kwenda Bible study pale Cherish the Bible. Kawangware kuna church inaitwa Maranatha. So msana alikuwa anatoka kwao anaenda Bible study. Kila siku anatupita tu hapa anatuambia
unamcheki tu.
Alafu alikuwa vibrant sana. Alikuwa na wewe tol wewe kila siku hizi ni nini? Wewe ni mbuzi nini? So I used to take it as a fun. But kumbe alikuwa anajaribu kuleta information. So hii information ilifika time ikafika. So nikafika mahali nikasema huyu mrembo ni aje ameshinda.
Ukajiuliza kwani mimi ni mbuzi kweli?
Kwani mimi ni mbuzi? Ameniitia ni jina gani? So hapo ndo nikakuja kwa self realization. Nikajiuliza na kweli hii need yenye nilikuwa nataka, need yangu ilikuwa gani? Because nilikuwa na need yangu ilikuwa kufit kwa group. But sasa nisha fit tena naona effects. Naona sasa tena kuna venye hizi nisha fit tena au group wenyewe atusaidiane.
Namsaidi maisha yako hayasongi.
Hayasongi. So huyu mwanadada kidogo ndio nikasema pana. Hata nimfuate huko kwenye naenda.
Kidogo ukajipata Bible study.
Nikajipata Bible study. Hapo alikuwa na brother yake anaitwa Charles P149. Wakanishika mkono. Tena hii mwendo wa miadarati kuna kitu inaitwa withdrawal. Si rahisi uiwache, mtu anaweza kuambia uiwache but tena kuachilie tena urudi. But ukapata mtu anakushika mkono na kuelekeza hivi unamwambia because huyu mwanadada pia alikuwa mwerevu. Alikuwa ananiambia si rahisi niiwache tu pap. Itachukua muda, maybe nalenga siku moja, siku mbili because nilikuwa na feel like kuna kitu nakosa kwa mwili.
Hivyo basi kuna wakati ambapo ulimhepa ukarudi kwa maska.
Ilibidi nikarudi maska, alafu kuna hiyo feeling manze unakosa kwenda rave, kuna kitu tunaita rave. Hapa tao lazima ukue unachana unavuta fegi ndio
unavuta bangi. Lakini sasa ni siku gani ukaamua sasa hawa marafiki siwataki tena? Uliwaambia kwamba
sikuambia mtu yote.
Ulijitoa tu.
Nilijitoa tu venye huyu mwanadada aliamua kunipeleka kwa kanisa Bible study. So niliona ni kama njia tena zinaanza kuachana zenyewe.
Na sasa huyu mwanadada ikakuwa vipi tena mkaachana tu hivi kabisa?
Sasa huyu mwanadada tu kuachana. Maajabu ya Musa haya ndio nimemuoa.
Ndio umemuoa.
Awesome. So I'm 1 month in marriage.
Really? 1 month?
Yeah, I'm still enjoying my honeymoon. So nashukuru sana Mungu aliniletea.
Na ukatoka kabisa.
Nikatoka kabisa.
Hiyo bridge is big up kabisa. Maana nilikuwa nashinda ukisema ati tunamsalimia nikashinda kwenda wapi. Kumbe ndio ukamweka kwa nyumba.
Nikamweka kwa nyumba nipatie Biblia kabisa.
Hapo uliangukia kabisa. Shukuru Mungu. Richard, nitakuja kwa nilivyosema kuna jambo mmesema. Na mimi nimekutana na watu wanatumia dawa za kulevya. Na unapata familia wakati mwingi kama mzazi, kama mama mara kwanza kina mama hawaamini. Kwanza unasema mtoto wangu atumie. Hata kama ulivyosema Sam, mama alikuwa anaambiwa na watu, unasema tu uko in denial. Lakini nafika mahali unakubali, maana unaona jinsi mtoto wako anavyokuwa. Na unasema tumpeleke vituo vya kurekebisha tabia. Lakini nafika pale anakaa miezi 3 naambiwa msende mkamtembelee, akae tu hapo. Huyo mtu akitoka tena unapata anarejea kwa wale tu marafiki, unapata tu anarudia ile tu tabia yake, kama ni dawa za kulevya, kama ni bangi. Hebu niambie, mtu unapogundua kwamba anatumia dawa za kulevya, unapaswa kufanya nini? Utupeleke hatua moja baada ya nyingine.
Kwanza tuweze kuangazia haya matumizi ya madawa ya kulevya. Kisaikolojia kuna mbinu kadhaa tungeweza kuiangazia kwa sababu wengine watasema wale ambao wanatumia madawa ya kulevya wana upotevu wa nidhamu. Wengine watasema kidini hajashikilia dini vizuri. Kuna njia kadhaa ya kuiangazia ni nini haswa yanasababisha mtu kutumia madawa ya kulevya. Wengine watasema kwamba labda hii ni ugonjwa. Na sisi kama wanasaikolojia washauri tungependa kuiangazia kama ugonjwa zingine. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia kama
uraibu ni ugonjwa.
Sema utumiaji wa madawa kulevya ni ugonjwa. Basi kama mtu ni mgonjwa utamsaidia vipi? Tuanzie hapo.
Utamkemea.
Hautamkemea.
Mara nyingi tunawakemea. Na tukiwakemea ndio wanakimbia kwa marafiki ama wanakimbia kuvuta.
Kwa hivyo ni kama mtu akuja kwambia jameni Richard mimi nina malaria. Utamwambia nilikwambia umbu ikuume. Ndio upate malaria. Ndio msaidie. Kwa hivyo kwanza utamkubali kwamba ni mgonjwa na sio jambo zuri ambalo amejiingiza na labda pia yeye mwenyewe ameona sio jambo zuri. Kwa hivyo mkubali, jambo la kwanza. Na unavomkubali hapo ndio usaidizi unaanza. Kama mzazi ama kama rafiki ama jirani. Jambo lingine ni ukishamkubali alivyo, basi mwelekeze katika ushauri, peleke kanisani, wengine watapelekwa kanisani. Umesikia akisema mama aliomba,
kama John hapa
mke wake aliweza kumsaidia sana, kumwombea. Lakini sisi tungependa kuwahimiza watazamaji kwamba tuko hapa ili tuweze kuwasaidia kukabiliana na hili janga. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana, la kuhuzunisha kwamba tuwaona vijana na pia sio vijana peke yake, hata watu wazima wanajihusisha. Kwa hivyo ukija kwetu tunaweza kukuchukua ulivyo.
Hivyo basi unatafuta mshauri.
Tafuta mshauri, njoo, utaketi na sisi, utatueleza ilianza vipi. Labda ilikuwa marafiki, labda ni ulipoteza kazi, labda ni mazingira ambapo ulipo ambayo yanachangia mambo kadhaa. Stress pia ni jambo moja ambalo linasababisha watu kutumia madawa. Kwa hivyo njoo uweze kutueleza ilianza vipi na umekuwa katika hii utumizi wa madawa muda gani. Sisi tutakusikiza bila kusema wewe ni mtoto mbaya, wewe ni kijana mbaya,
bila kukuambia nilikupa kila kitu lakini
hukusikia. Kwa sababu tukikusikiza tutaweza kujua ilianza vipi.
Lakini nitakuuliza hapo Richard, unajua wakati mwingine kama tulivyosema na yoyote ile anaweza changia. Huyu mtu ambaye anatumia dawa, yeye haoni kama kuna shida. Nyinyi ndio mnaona yuko na shida. Hasa kama mtu anasema mimi sioni kama nina shida, nitampeleka vipi kwa kituo na nitampeleka vipi kwa mshauri? Maana wengi wanasema kupona mwanzo hata kama ni ugonjwa wote lazima ukubali kwanza na upone wewe mwenyewe. Sasa niambie, nimekuja kwa Sam, naambia Sam sasa nataka uende ukazungumze na John. Mimi naona unavuta bangi sana, unatumia hizo dawa. Sam anasema mimi niko sawa. Utafanyaje?
Kweli na ni sawa wajihisi hivyo, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia zile model tunatumia kuweza kuwasaidia, kuna moja tunaita pre-contemplation. Pale ni ambapo huyu jamaa hajioni katika hii shida. Yeye ni wewe ni wale ambao mimi sina shida. Lakini tuwaweza kumpatia masomo zaidi ili aweze kufika wakati ambapo anajiona katika hili shida. The next stage tunaita contemplation. Sasa kwa hiyo contemplation stage, huyu mtu ambaye anatumia madawa anaweza anza kufikiria na nitabadilika ama itakuwaje. Ana ile wasiwasi, ana ile uoga, na nikitoka je itakuwaje? Watu watasema nini? Marafiki zangu itakuwaje? Nitaenda wapi? Wengine wana ile hofu kwamba wakitoka hata watauawa. Kwa sababu ukishajiingiza katika hizi vikundi, ni vikundi vibaya. Na kwa hivyo saa zingine hata wengine wanachukuanga kiapo, wanasema mimi niko hapa maishani. Kwa hivyo wakikuona ukitoka kuna ile hofu. Kwa hivyo wakifika contemplation stage, basi sisi kama washauri tuwaweza just kuwahimiza na kuwapatia masomo zaidi ya jinsi kujitoa katika utumiaji wa madawa.
Hivyo basi kama mzazi ama rafiki haupaswi kufa moyo.
Usife moyo na uwe mtulivu nao. Sisi huwa watulivu sana. Leo atakuja ameamua nataka kuacha. Kesho atakuja sema mimi na madawa siachi.
Hiyo ndio shida moja wazazi wako nayo. Kufa moyo na kuachilia watoto wao. Because watoto wanahitaji hiyo continuous motivation. Umwambie hiki kitu ni mbaya mpaka asikie. Hata Biblia kuna mahali inatuambia you have that faith by hearing and hearing the word of God.
Sasa kama wewe Bridges alikwambia kitu ni mbaya, akaendelea tu mpaka ukamuingiza kwa box kabisa, akatoshea.
Labda ningeongezea jambo kwa hilo. Kuna nguvu katika kuendelea na kufuatilia mtu kwa upendo.
Kweli.
Jambo ambalo linabadilisha ni upendo. Hata tukiangalia situation ya friend wetu hapa John, ni upendo. Na vile ningesema mama yangu alikuwa na upendo, hata akiniombea, na hata sushu yangu walikuwa na upendo, hata na baba yangu, hata na brother yangu Dan, Mary, my sister Rebecca, walikuwa na upendo. Kwa hivyo ile upendo ndio vile ilinivutia. Na vile vile pale shule, pale nilikuja kubadilikia kwa Christian Union. Waliniona nimeingia pale nikiwa mlevi. Naingia CU nikiwa mlevi.
Uliingia Christian Union kama uko mlevi.
Na ninavuta bangi.
Nani alikupeleka hapo?
Nilijipeleka.
Ulijipeleka?
Ndio nasema maombi ilifanya kazi.
Lakini umelewa saa hizo.
Nimelewa na it was 2 years in that school na sikuwahi enda hiyo Christian Union. Watu walikuwa wananiita kalewa, wengine walikuwa wananiita KK, Kenya King ilikuwa inatoka kwa mfuko. Kenya King, ile spirit. Ilikuwa na kunywa hizo vitu.
Wakikuona wanasema ndio ule kalewa, ameenda CU leo.
So wale vijana mmoja akasema amjui nini imemleta hapa, wachaneni na hii. Kwa hivyo nikaendelea kwenda ile CU nikiwa mlevi. Pale neno linahubiriwa. Pale ndio nilipata conviction ya Mungu ya kwamba ni yeye tu anaweza fanya niwache pombe. Na nikauliza Mungu jambo ambalo walevi wengi wanauliza. Ni nini itani excite kwa hii kingdom? Nilikuwa naona naenda rave ni kama excitement. So ni nini itani excite kwa kingdom ya Mungu? Alinipatia mstari. Ephesians 5:18 nasema usilewe na mvinyo ama pombe ama hako ambayo itafanya ufanye mambo maovu, bali njazwa na Roho Mtakatifu. Na nikajazwa na Roho Mtakatifu nikakuwa excited to date 7 years excited by the Holy Spirit. Nikasema no to wines and spirit na nikasema yes to Holy Spirit. Na niko na no to wines and spirit and yes to Holy Spirit. Zote ni spirit. Moja inaleta mambo mabaya.
Sasa unipatie mzuri nikienda kuzungumza na vijana nasema hivyo.
Nikakuwa na furaha zaidi. Nikaanza kuangalia advantage and disadvantage. Nikaona Holy Spirit analeta fruit of the spirit which is joy. Nilikuwa natafuta na huko it is happiness and it is the time you are drunk and then you begin to cry yourself. It is total disaster. But hii ni real. So I became excited. Nikaona wines and spirit ni vile unaambiwa kuliendaje, ulifanya tu mambo mabaya, maovu tu.
Unauliza kuliendaje?
Unajua kuliendaje. Unaambiwa tu. You don't know. But Holy Spirit akakuwa excited mpaka nikawa nikihubiri kwa classes watu wanasema Sam anahubiri lakini ni kama amelewa because I became more excited than I was.
Na sasa wewe ni mhubiri.
Na sasa mimi ni mhubiri because the Holy Spirit I realized hata hiyo mstari Mungu ni kama alijua. Akasema instead, don't take this, instead. So there is a substitution. If you are telling a person to live a drunk, offer something else. And this is Holy Spirit. And this is Jesus. Na condemnation
kama unavyosema wengi wanauliza nikiacha ipo dawa nifanyaje?
Na condemnation nayo shetani anajaribu kufuata, lakini Mungu pia akanipea mstari. I think the solution all this is in God. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 17 nasema I am a new creation. The old has gone. Whoever is in Christ Jesus is a new creation. The old has gone and the new has come. So the 7 years it has been excitement in the Holy Spirit and I'm always excited. Na hata wakati Peter walijazwa na Roho Mtakatifu watu waliangalia wakasema hawa ni walevi. Manake Roho Mtakatifu is the real thing.
Alafu nitakuuliza. Na hata John unaweza jibu kama unavyoona amekuwa excited sana. Hiyo bado makali yako ndani ama yaliisha kabisa?
It is the Holy Spirit.
Maana wanasema ukivuta hiyo kitu unachukua muda fulani.
Vile
miaka 7. Labda Richard unaweza zungumzia hilo?
Naam, ukivuta bangi inakaa mwilini miaka ngapi? Miaka 7. Kwa hivyo kama wewe umetumia bangi kwa muda mrefu, one of the processes ya kuweza kujitoa ni tulisikia mtu mmoja akiwa Mombasa akisema natumia kina methadone. Kuna madawa ambayo wanapewa ili kuweza kutoa hayo madawa mwilini, detoxification process. Kwa hivyo na nafurahi kwamba ndugu yangu kweli aliweza kupata ile Holy Spirit na najua amejiondoa, lakini kuna wale uko nje ambao bado wana struggle na utumiaji wa madawa. Kwa hivyo hata unapokuja katika ushauri huwa tunafanya assessment na tuona ni kiwango gani ambao umetumia hizi madawa za kulevya. Kama umetumia katika kiwango mrefu ama kiwango kiko juu, basi tunahimiza pia uweze kuona wale ambao wanaweza kupatia madawa ili uweze kufanya detoxification process, na unapofanya hivyo sisi tunaweza kukushauri. Ni process ambayo zinaambatana moja baada nyingine. Kwa hivyo unapo detox sisi tunakushauri, alafu mwishowe baadaye utakuwa katika nafasi mzuri ya kusema kwamba mimi nimeacha kuvuta dawa. Otherwise saa zingine tunaweza kupatia ushauri, unaweza pendwa, unaweza kubalika, lakini yale madawa bado mwilini yataweza kukudhuru. Ni yale madawa mwilini ambayo yanakutuma kwenda kutafuta madawa mengine. Kwa hivyo ni vyema watazamaji waweze kuelewa kwamba ni vizuri ukiamua kuacha kutumia madawa, ni vyema basi uweze kufanya detoxification process ili uweze kutoa hayo madawa.
Na nitakuuliza, wanapokuwa katika vituo vya kurekebisha tabia, kwa mfano mnaposema kwamba kwa nini kwanza mnahimiza iwapo mtu amekwenda pale msinde mkamtembelea?
Kwa sababu saa nyingine watu hatujui kabisa ni nini watu kuja kuwaambia. Wengine watakuja kwa wahurumia, ni sawa. Wengine watakuja na mawaidha badala. Kwa hivyo inaharibu ile process ya rehabilitation, na especially wale ambao wamekuwa katika utumizi wa madawa kwa muda mrefu na kwa kiwango cha juu. Huwa tunapenda kuwaweka kando kidogo, ndio ili tuweze kuwa na maximum concentration katika ile program ya kuweza kuwafanya wabadili hii tabia ya kutumia madawa.
Na wanapokuwa mle ndani wanafanya nini?
Kuna vitu mbalimbali. Kuna trainings ambayo wanapitia ili kuweza kujua ni vipi wanaweza kujitoa katika marafiki wabaya ama utumiaji wa madawa. Kuna group counseling sessions ambayo wanaketi pamoja, ambayo wale watu wote ambao wanatumia madawa wanaweza kupatiana support. Kwa mfano John ameshare story yake, ameshare story yake, na unapopata wengine wamekaa pamoja wakishare, basi wanaweza kupeana nguvu. Utumiaji wa madawa sio rahisi, na unless labda usikie kutoka kwa mwingine, saa zingine unaweza fikiria wewe ndio ule mbaya zaidi.
Unasikia mwingine anasema
na unapojikondem, basi haujipatii fursa ya kuweza kubadilisha hiyo tabia. Kwa hivyo ukisikia kwa wengine inakupatia moyo, wanakuhimiza, mimi nilifanya hivi, huyu anasema mimi nilifanya hivi. Kwa hivyo unapata kupata hilo funzo. Baadhi ya vitu vingine ambavyo vinaendelea kule ni wanapewa madawa, the detoxification process.
Na nitasoma tu mmoja amenitumia pa ujumbe, ameniambia kakaka alikuwa katika kituo cha kurekebisha tabia, amekwenda mara 2 na sasa wanataka kumrejesha mara ya 3, lakini familia imegawanyika. Kuna wale ambao wanasema haitafanya kazi, mwingine anasema tujaribu. Familia kama hiyo utaelezea nini?
I think
manake inakuwa mtu anaenda lakini bado anarudi, akitoka anarudi pale pale.
Wasife moyo. Kuacha kutumia madawa ya kulevya sio rahisi. Kwanza tuelewane hivyo, sio rahisi na inachukua muda. Kuna wale ambao wataanzishwa katika hii program, alafu baada ya muda fupi, inakuwa kawaida minimum of 3 months, wataweza kusaidika na watoke na wasirudie. Lakini kuna ile tunaita relapse. Sasa hiyo ndio mara mingi ni ngumu kuweza kukabiliana nayo, kwa sababu labda ile hari, ile tamaa ya bado kutumia hii. Kwa sababu ni vizuri uelewe huyu mtu anatumia dawa kwa nini. Unatumia dawa ili uweze kupata nini? Mahitaji ama ni nini aswa ambayo yamekufanya utumie dawa. Ukishajua ni nini imefanya huyu mtu kutumia dawa, basi msaidie kukabiliana na hiyo. Saa zingine utafaulu kwa muda mfupi, saa zingine itakuchukua muda. Kwa hivyo mimi ni kuwahimiza tu wawe patient na waendelee kumsaidia huyu jamaa, mwishowe watafaulu.
Manake nataka niwapeleke Mombasa, lakini kabla ya hayo tuseme tu maneno yetu ya mwisho. Nitaanza na wewe Sam, kwa mtazamaji wetu, kwa kijana yuko pale kama ni mama.
Kwa watazamaji wangu, kwanza ningeshukuru wale tayari walinisaidia nikiwa pale Vision Institute Christian Union. Siwezi wataja majina wote, na washukuru wote. Nashukuru pia AIC Milimani African Inland Church, mahali nilipo, Kasisi Luke na wale wengine wote, na washukuru sana. Nashukuru pia Dan Mule. Amenipeleka kwa kituo fulani, tumeongea na watu na tumeona wengi
Mnazungumza na vijana ambao wanatumia dawa za
mahali kwingi. Na vile huyu amesema, mtu akiona nilipitia hiyo hali na nilibadilika, wengine wana down, the reality downs that it is possible. Because mimi kuna wakati nilikuwa siamini kama inawezekana. But wakati nilizungumziwa na wengine nikaona inawezekana. So nashukuru hata familia wote. Asante.
Asante sana. So mimi pale walio nyumbani nataka kushukuru sana Bridget sana
mke, lakini nataka umzungumzie yule mtu ambaye ni mraibu, amekata tamaa, amekata
tamaa. Kwa maboys pale nje jo, life huku nje si rahisi. I believe so. I was once addicted, nilikuwa victim. So nilipokuwa huko nilikuwa nadhani dawa za kulevya ni za matajiri na za maskini peke yake, but pia nilikuja kurealize pia matajiri wanatumia hizi madawa. So tusijiweke hiyo mentality atijua tuna do ndio tuende kwa jaba, ndio tuende kwa hizi, ndio tutoe stress zetu za kukosa doa ama kukosa ajira. Sio hivyo. Hata matajiri huku nje wanatumia hizo madawa za kulevya, and it only takes a willing heart and a willing mind and also the willing to change, the will to change. So unaweza badilika kama John yuko hapa manze, unaweza badilika pia. So
Richard, suluhu ulipatikana vipi? Maanake sio mara ya kwanza tunazungumzia jambo hili. Sijui kama ni dawa zinapatikana kwa urahisi ama ni nini. Suluhu kwa ufupi tu.
Asante Jen. I think mimi ni kuwahimiza watazamaji, na kama kuna wale ambao wana struggle na matumizi ya madawa ya kulevya, jitokezeni. Wajitokeze, waweze kuyaongelea na kukubali kwamba wanatumia haya madawa, na waweze kuja katika ushauri. Tutaweza kuwasaidia, na najua dawa ukijificha basi itakudhuru zaidi. Lakini ukijitokeza na kujisema na kusema mimi natumia haya madawa na yapata hapa, na zaidi tuweze kuwa waangalifu kwamba wale ambao wanauza haya madawa tuweze kuwasema katika vituo vya polisi na vituo vingine vinavyohusika na mambo ya madawa, ili tuweze kukomesha hili janga ama tabia ya kutumia madawa katika nchini.
Naam, shukrani sana nyote kufika hapa. Lakini sasa nataka kupeleka katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Nikiwa hapa Nairobi nasema kwa heri, na malizia na mstari wako sema leave spirits and
say no to wines and spirits.
Yes.
And say yes to the Holy Spirit.
Haya, twende Mombasa sasa.
Thank you.
Asante sana mtazamaji. Jengo, shukrani kabisa kwa kuturejelea mpira na wageni wangu hapa leo, ili kuweza tu bado kujadiliana kuhusu mada ya leo ambayo inahusiana na suala la mihadarati, biashara hiyo ya ulanguzi wa mihadarati. Karibuni tena na ili tuweze kuendelea na mjadala wetu. Lakini tunapozungumzia suala zima la mihadarati, hii ni biashara ya watu fulani. Tunapozungumzia swala zima la mihadarati, je, ni biashara inawafaidika vipi na kina nani hasa wanafaidika na biashara hii? Maria, mwache nianze na wewe.
Biashara hii nitasema kila mmoja yafaidika. Kuanzia serikali, kuanzia muuzaji mpaka kule chini mashinani mpaka mtumiaji. Ile surrounding yote kila mmoja atakuwa afanya nini? Yafaidika. Tukizungumza kwenye kufaidika, kwa shauri ikiwa ile sehemu inapouzwa, kama kuna mama yofanya biashara ya juice, jua atauza sana juice, maana ni wengi watakuwa wako katika yale maeneo. Ikiwa ni mfanyi biashara ambaye wapika chakula, jua atauza sana chakula. Kwa shauri wale wakishatoka kuchukua ile dawa yao, watapitiana pale, watakuja fanya nini? Watakuja kununua chakula. Ikiwa kuna muuzaji wa kitu chengine tena hapo pia, naye pia atafaidika. Kwa hivyo hii ni biashara ambayo ina mzunguko wa kufaidisha kila mmoja.
Na pengine tunapoangalia hivyo majuzi, waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Fred Matiang'i alikuwa hapa Mombasa na aliweza kufanya mkutano na wanasiasa, viongozi kutoka sekta mbalimbali katika juhudi za kuhakikisha kwamba vyombo vya usalama vinaweza kupewa ama kusaidiwa ili kuweza kukabiliana na wale wafanyabiashara wa mihadarati ama wale wanaosaidia kuuza dawa hizi. Na tumeona juhudi za serikali kwamba wamekamata baadhi ya washukiwa, lakini cha kushangaza ni kwamba maafisa wa polisi wanaenda mahakamani, wanaambiwa hamna ushahidi, wale wanaachiliwa. Tatizo liko wapi?
Tatizo kwanza liko, hata juzi nimesikia waheshimiwa wanataka kutunga sheria. Hayawatakiwi kutunga zile sheria wakati sheria ilitungwa na haitumiki sahihi. Act 4 of 1994 inatakana itumike ifanyiwe kazi kotini. Manake katika Act 4 of 1994 inatoa harsh penalty, inatoa adhabu kali kwa mlanguzi wa dawa za kulevya. Na yule ambaye gari lake litapatikana limetumika kusafirisha dawa za kulevya, inatakana ikuwe confiscated, itahafishwe. Nyumba yake ikipatikana na dawa za kulevya, exhibit iko pale na ushahidi ipatikane nyumba ya fulani imetumika kuandaa dawa za kulevya ama kuficha dawa za kulevya, inatakana itahafishwe, iwe ni mali ya serikali, to be confiscated. Na yule mlanguzi wa dawa za kulevya afungwe kifungo cha maisha ama miaka zaidi ya 15 bila faini. Lakini vifungo hivi havitumiki. Kwa hivyo kwanza wabunge, kabla hawajakimbilia kusema wanataka kutunga sheria ama kubuni sheria, ile Act 4 of 1994 kwanza itumike. Na kwa hivyo tukipambana na dawa za kulevya, stakeholders wote, washikadau wote tuje pamoja, judiciary iwe ndani, security agents wawe ndani, the religion leaders wawe ndani, ambao ni viongozi wa kidini, viongozi wa kisiasa na jamii, tutapata mwelekeo wa tatizo hili. Lakini serikali pekee haiwezi pata mwelekeo.
Maulana, hebu acha niende kwako. Mtu anaanza aje kutumia dawa hizi?
Kimimi binafsi yangu mimi, maana sijui wale wenzangu walianza vipi. Kimimi nilianza na bangi, baadaye nikajikuta pale maskani tunakuvuta bangi, akaja mwenzetu mmoja na hii heroin. Akasema hii bangi haina stimu, hebu leo tujaribuni hii. Basi once nilipoanza kupiga pafu ya kwanza, pafu ya pili, nikasikia kweli utamu kwa kule, ndo nikaendelea hivyo mpaka nikajikuta niko kwenye hali nyingine ya taharuki ya kuwa siwezi kuishi bila kutumia.
Na tukimalizia kwa haraka, Mariam, tumekuwa na rehab centers ama vituo vya kurekebisha tabia kwa mfano. Je, vituo hivi vinafanya kazi ama wanalegeza kamba kidogo? Tunaona idadi kubwa ya vijana wanatumia dawa hizi.
Vituo hata kama vitafanya kazi, na nataka kuambia hivi, rehabilitation center hizi za drug addicts huwa zinalipishwa, si bure. Kwa hivyo si rahisi pia mtu ambaye ni mnyonge ukampeleka kijana wako kwa rehab. Unalipishwa pesa nyingi sana. Sasa hivi
kama biashara sasa.
Si biashara, kwa shauri serikali hawana. Ni watu binafsi ndio wamefanya nini, wamefungua. Kwa hivyo siwezi kufungua pale, nina watu ambao wako pale ni wanaoshughulikia wale vijana, na kuna dawa wanapewa nifanye bure. Lazima walipe. Umeelewa? Alafu pia si suluhisho. Kwa shauri washatoka, wameshatumia, washatoka, wanarudi pale pale nyumbani. Hakuna ajira za kubuni. Serikali hawajajitahidi kutafuta ajira za kubuni kwa vijana. Hata hizo pesa wanazozungumzia, unazosikia sijui za youth hizo. Lakini pia hizo pesa si rahisi pia hivyo wao hizo groups pia kuzipata hizo pesa. Umeelewa? Sasa lazima serikali itafute ni njia gani watakaoweza kusaidia hawa vijana. Sio wanatoka rehab na bado wako pale pale. Alafu lazima tujue vijana ni wengi ambao hawana shughuli za kufanya, ambao wako majumbani. Na huku kukaa bila shughuli ni rahisi wewe ukaingia kwenye jambo lolote. Vijana ni wengi.
Lakini hilo swala ameleta swala la ajira. Unapata kwamba vijana hawa wengi wao ama idadi kubwa hawajamaliza ama hawajakamilisha shule. Kwa mfano kijana ameacha darasa la 8, amekuja pale mtaani, amepatana na vijana, amejihusisha na mambo ya magenge. Hapa atakutana na madawa za kulevya. So kwa wakati mwingine pia si serikali imewatelekeza watoto hawa, kama wazazi pia, kwa sababu unapata mtoto ameacha shule yuko pale mtaani.
Sasa ni mpaka tusaidiane sote, ndio hapa nakwambia mpaka tusaidiane sote. Saa nyingine pia mzazi hajamtelekeza yule mtoto. Mtoto amesoma, amefika pengine form 3 ni drop out, form 2 drop out, kutukosa nini ile pesa. Sasa kule kuumia kwake kuona wenzake wanaenda shule na yeye hayuko shule na mzazi wake hawezi kufanya nini? Hawezi kulipa ile pesa. Maana hata tuseme basari kwa yasaidia. Basari unapawa kidogo na wewe pia mwenyewe ufanye nini? Ujisaidie. Basari peke yake haiwezi kukusaidia wewe kumaliza shule. Umeelewa? Kwa sababu ni lazima serikali na jamii waungane pamoja ndio tuweze kutatua hili tatizo. Na nataka kuambia hivi, tatizo si kushika hawa ambao wauza. Tatizo ni sisi tutawasaidia vipi hawa vijana. Manake hili soko kwa hawa vijana tukiweza kufunga, si watumiaji ni hawa vijana, consumers ni hawa vijana. Kwa hivyo kama tutatafuta njia ya hawa vijana wasiweze kutumia vile vitu, tayari ile soko automatic tutalifunga.
Na Maulana, unapong'ang'ana katika safari yako ya kujinasua kwenye mtego wa mihadarati, pengine kuna usaidizi zaidi ungependa uweze kupata ili kuhakikisha kwamba umewacha kabisa?
Ningependa kupata usaidizi kama kupata ajira. Kupata ajira ambayo najua na mimi nikifika mwisho wa mwezi na mahali nitapata hata kama ni shilingi ngapi cha kuangalia familia yangu. Maana niko na mamangu, niko na sisters zangu ambao baba yao ni marehemu. Lazima niangalie, maana wanasoma na mimi ndo first born kwetu. Sasa mambo madogo kaka hichi lazima.
Na mwisho kabisa,
sasa mimi ningelipenda kutoa ushauri kama kwa serikali. hususan bodi ya nakada ijaribu kuleta watu on board ambao wanaweza leta impact katika ile vita dhidi ya dawa za kulevya, because wazazi wengi hapa wako na hawajui early signs za mtoto kuanza kutumia dawa za kulevya. So mzazi lazima mashinani tuende tumuelimishe early signs za mzazi kujua mtoto wake ameanza kujiingiza kwa dawa za kulevya. Alafu tena tungangane na watoto wadogo. I always call it building the strong ones, the young strong ones. Tutakuwa twadanganyana ikiwa tunapambana na wale wenye wanatumia na walanguzi wakati wenye kujoin ni wengi. Naona sasa ndakana tukate ile chain, wenye kujoin wasijoin, na wale ambao wanaumia tuangalie vile tutawafanyia recovery. Yani to build the young strong ones na kuangalia wale broken adults, huwa tunaita hivyo, tujaribu kuwarekebisha warudi back to normal.
Asanteni sana mtazamaji, hatuna la ziada, lakini kwa kifupi tu tumeweza kusemezana na wageni wangu kuhusu swala zima la mihadarati, ulanguzi wa dawa hizo za kulevya, na pengine wametoa tu baadhi ya maoni wakisema kwamba ni wakati sasa wenyeji ama wakazi wa mtaa wa kaunti Mombasa na vile kaunti zote kutoka kanda za pwani washirikiane na maafisa wa usalama ili kuhakikisha kwamba biashara hii haramu ya ulanguzi wa dawa za kulevya zimeweza kuangaziwa na kumalizwa ama kuangamizwa kutoka eneo hili. Mtazamaji, ni hayo tu kwa sasa, tutakutana baadaye.
Shukrani.
This is NTV.
Your eyes have been on the prize, left no stone unturned. Your focus has made you an industry leader, and now it is time to celebrate you. Nominate yourself or someone you know at Top 40 Under 40 Women 2019 at top40.pdafrica.com. Nomination runs from 26th July till 24th August 2019. Business Daily. More possibilities.
Top Sport ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
It's crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu, sijapata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
If I were you, I'd cherish the time you have left, because the countdown starts now.
I believe that it was all worth it. But I think that'll be the last time I try something like that again.
Something terrible happened to your brother! Oliver is in danger, Eno!
That's my son!
I did everything for her to like me, but she still chose Eno over me. Eno! Always Eno! Eno! Eno!
The Ministry of Education will on Friday the 16th of August 2019 hold the National Curriculum Conference on the competency-based curriculum at the KICC beginning at 8 a.m. Register now.
much more do you think we can engage, and for this particular segment, younger women, to be a part of influencing policy?
Having women and also men who are in the youth bracket advocating for these policy changes and being in the forefront of pushing these policies.
Unfortunately, we make policies first and then we bring it down to the community.
Even when it comes to the guys who are being interviewed, I always say there's a difference between information, infotainment, and entertainment.
Yes.
I'm just going to put that out there.
Ningefikiria huu uchafu wanatupa hapa wangeliacha. Kama haya ndo ambayo yanatoka kule yanakuja paka kwa mtu wa Sabaki.
People upstream of this river don't care. We are polluting the river.
Unless the pollution is stopped, we're just dumping poison.
Mimi nikipeleka hii sukuma huko kwa soko, siwezi kusema inatoka Athi River. Mimi nasema inatoka huko Ukambani.
Mali ya umma ni serikali itafanya. And so you dump plastic, you dump materials into the river. You're going to kill your brother downstream.
Are you telling me it's now that there's cancer everywhere, big guys are dying of cancer, that we are realizing there's a problem? We have been incubating a problem.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
The door to excellence is open for you. Join us now for August intake. For further information, call us or interact with us online. St. Paul's University, unleashing untapped potential.
Wacha niende hivi nikuletea hata kali katika wewe. Wewe unataka nini?
Can I buy a chocolate, please? It's for my mom. Happy birthday, Mom.
Thank you, Bella. There's a class and a half in everyone.
Rough and tough quality textured coating gives your walls a tough and beautiful finish. Available in over 6,000 shades, it hides surface imperfections. Call us on 0709 887 000 to place your order. Crown. If you like it, crown it.
Manzi, I'm hungry.
Yes, with some extra fries. Delivery on the way.
So extra. Aren't you tired of hoping for
No.
candidates?
So
extra. Has to be extra because extra data is always better with extra minutes. Dial *544# to subscribe and share live extra. Telkom, moving with you.
Welcome to Kisiwa Technical Training Institute. Kisiwa Technical Training is an ISO certified institution offering quality technical and entrepreneurship training relevant to the changing industrial and market demands. Apply now for our September 2019 intakes in the following: diploma and certificate courses, electrical engineering, building and construction technology, business administration, mechanical engineering, informational communication technology, communication, automotive engineering, library information sciences, human resource development, food and beverages, business studies, general agriculture and supplies management. Kisiwa Technical Training Institute. Knowledge and skills for better life.
This is NTV.
NTV at 1, live from the Nation Center. We are also live from the KICC with the National Conference on Education Reforms, and we are also live from the Supreme Court with the latest update on that tussle between the Senate and the National Assembly, touching on the division of revenue bills. I'll be speaking to our reporters shortly, but first, let's go to Lamu. My name is Ken Mijungu, and Lamu residents are still worried over the possibility of the construction of the proposed coal-fired power plant. Despite the Environment Court stopping the project back in June, the residents now say the plant poses health and environmental hazards on the island. The probability of an appeal or lifting of the temporary halt upon the completion of the environmental impact assessment exercise is still giving the residents a cold feet.
Ali and the Beat have relied on the island to feed their families over the years. But now, the threat of the construction of the coal plant, which they say will pollute the air and destroy mangroves, the breeding grounds for 5 endangered species of marine turtles, fish, and other marine life, is imminent.
The disaster is going to come from that coal plant. It's going to reach up to Nairobi. So just imagine about the Lamu people, you know. So many people will believe they're going to have problem with their health, like cancer disease, you know.
In June, the Environment Tribunal cancelled the license issued to Amu Power Company Limited for setting up a coal plant, blaming the National Environment Management Authority for issuing the company with an environmental impact assessment license without following the law. The court ordered for a fresh assessment.
We are so happy, by the way. We didn't think of that. Hatukufikiria, lakini tumeona serikali sahi iko very fair na tumefurahi sana.
Residents are concerned such developments will disrupt the delicate ecosystem as well as contribute to a decrease in tourism, which is already facing challenges. The residents fear that the project may be allowed to proceed after the impact assessment exercise or even an appeal to allow the influential power plant to proceed with construction.
All right, let's go back to our top story this afternoon. And the Supreme Court has ordered the National Assembly and the Senate to engage in a second mediation attempt to resolve the stalemate over the division of revenue bill. Now, the court says it's now ready to hear the case filed by the Council of Governors if both houses fail to agree. Vincent Oduor is at the Supreme Court and has been the whole morning, and now he joins us with a live report. And Vincent, we know we have been on this back and forth for quite some time. What is the likely end of this stalemate?
Absolutely, you know, a number of parties again today appeared before the 5-judge bench Supreme Court, and this includes the National Assembly, the Senate, Law Society of Kenya, Council of Governors, Commission of Revenue Allocation, and other interested parties. And today we've again typically seen what the court had told them the last time they were here, and the court has ordered them to go back and try another chance again to mediate, to come up or to be able to resolve the stalemate over the division of revenue 2019 bill. And you know, the session was presided by Chief Justice David Maraga, and Maraga told them so clearly that within a period of 2 weeks, if they will be able, or within a period of 2 weeks, they are supposed to use that period to be able to resolve the matter. And if they fail to resolve the issue, then the court is very ready to proceed with giving its advisory opinion on the issues that have been brought before it, especially in this case that has been filed by the Council of Governors. And the judge ordered that the mention will be done on 16th September, and therefore the National Assembly and the Senate has basically 2 weeks to resolve the matter by themselves, and if they cannot, then the court will take over the matter, because you know the court is insisting that this is a political process and a legislative process, and they don't see any need why the parties should bring it before it. Initially, the National Assembly wanted to be given a period of 30 days to continue with the mediation process, something that lawyers representing the Council of Governors rejected, saying that we cannot have a mediation circular process that has no end. And therefore, since initially the initial attempts to mediate failed, there's no need to engage in another mediation process. And therefore, this is a matter that is ongoing, and we were waiting to see basically the amount of money they were going to agree on that should be allocated to the counties, because the Senate has insisted that they want 335 billion, while the National Assembly insists on 316 billion shillings. So far, the National Assembly has already provided names and submitted names of its members who will participate in the mediation committee, while the Senate has only a list of names, and they are saying they're yet to submit it before, again, the mediation process starts again. And therefore, basically, we've gone back to where we were several days ago or months ago, and the stalemate, as we are talking now, still persists. That is it for now. I'm taking you back to studio.
Right, Vincent, thank you very much. Very comprehensive indeed. And in fact, the president had spoken extensively about this yesterday. So let's hope the 2 weeks they get a solution, which, by the way, they shouldn't have gotten months and months ago, weeks and weeks ago. Let's move on now to our other live report. And Education Cabinet Secretary, Professor George Magoha, says the competence-based curriculum will be the top priority during the National Conference on Education Reforms, set to be held tomorrow. Zainab Ismail joins us live from the KICC, where the preparations for this conference is currently ongoing. And Zainab, the issue of CBC has been on everyone's lips. The education sector has been speaking about this, the students and the teachers, and now they're saying it's going to be top priority. But what does it mean to be put as top priority? Does it mean it's the only thing being discussed, or it only means that they're going to pay a lot of attention on it?
Well, thank you, Ken. We're actually here at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. I'm sorry, I could not hear your question properly, but I'll tell you what is happening. So the Education Cabinet Secretary, Professor George Magoha, has just inspected the preparations going on here at the KICC. You can see the tents have already been laid. The KICC CEO said that about 75% of the work has already been done. This is in anticipation of what is expected to happen tomorrow, the National Education Reforms Conference. And of course, this is the third one. It's an annual conference. And of course, this time around, it's going to be quite interesting. The Education CS has, of course, told us that the competence-based curriculum will be the topmost priority during a discourse tomorrow with education stakeholders, saying that, of course, this is very important for President Uhuru Kenyatta in terms of ensuring that education reforms in the country has been carried out by the end of his term. And of course, this is a discussion that has raised quite an uproar across education stakeholders across the country. For some of those who are opposing it, saying it is not time for the curriculum to be changed in the country. But of course, this year said there is no better time for that to happen except now, and there is no going back on anything. Of course, we raised some of the queries that has been raised with regards to infrastructural deficiencies within the counties, especially during that report that was filed by Rose Wangui. But he said that the government is, of course, working towards ensuring that those issues and challenges have been addressed. And of course, it will take time, and the government will be taking some of these challenges in terms of phases to ensure that this curriculum has been rolled out by the time he's leaving office. So tomorrow there'll be a lot of discussions as well. We'll also be taking a look at some of the issues with regards that are facing universities as well. It will be very interesting, Ken. We'll be giving you more details as we come tomorrow. It starts at 9 a.m. all through the entire day, and we'll be bringing you all the details of that discourse, Ken.
All right. Thanks very much for your live report, Zainab, reporting from the KICC, where CBC will be prioritized in the conference that begins proper tomorrow. Let's move on and go to Kisumu, where a popular joint owned by former Game Member of Parliament Jacob Midiwo is the latest casualty of the ongoing demolition in Kisumu. Kenya Railways bulldozers descended on the premise last night, among other properties, as the deadline of a notice issued by the corporation to tenants with temporary leases expired 3 days ago. Our regional correspondent Okokusa has the details.
The bulldozers are said to have struck last night at around 10, catching revelers off guard. By Thursday morning, the traders were going through debris to salvage whatever they could as they pondered over their next move.
Where will we get our daily bread? Where? Yeah, like today, where are we getting our source of income today?
The affected business owners have cried foul, blaming Kenya Railways of not giving them sufficient time to find alternative places to relocate their businesses.
As you can see, we are very positive. Now the problem comes, where is the alternative place?
Some of the worst hit areas include a famous market known as Winmart that was flattened 2 days ago. The bulldozers may have finally rested, leaving behind a trail of destruction and scores of residents jobless.
I have like 70 workers who are affected by this thing. Sana shindwa, utatoa pesa wapi? Watoto wakirudi shule, utaambia mwalimu ati tulifukuzwa, atakusikiza.
Sini watu tunambaka family, tunalipa mpaka marent, tunawatoi wanaenda mpaka chuo, lakini kitu inafanyika si kitu poa.
Insecurity is going to rise in Kisumu.
The demolitions have largely affected traders with structures erected within 30 meters on both sides of the railway and 150 meters away from the railway station. Oukokusa, NTV.
Right. The Auditor General, Edward Ouko, says devolving the audit service is key in ensuring accountability as the service will be closer to where the resources are. Ouko was speaking as he commissioned the construction of a 320 million shilling Eastern Region office in the county of Embu. The Embu Regional Office will be the fourth one in the process of devolving the offices. The first one was Garissa, constructed in 15 months at a cost of 160 million shillings. Ouko further said the Embu office will be the most expensive so far, owing to the terrain of the site. He, however, notes that it will be delivered within 15 months. The outgoing auditor will be leaving the office end of this month, and his successor is yet to be appointed.
This is part of the devolution process of the office to bring the offices closer to where the resources are. And you know, the resources are increasingly going to be brought to the people. And so this office is going to help the ordinary wananchi by making sure that we are closer to where the resources are being spent.
All right, let's talk some politics now. And the section of leaders from the Luhya community believe uniting the Mulembe community and speaking with one voice will grant one of their own a realistic chance at capturing the presidency in 2022. Speaking during a historic memorial of Kenya's multi-party democracy icon, Masinde Muliro, at his Sibanga homestead in Cherangany sub-county, Trans Nzoia County, NTV party leader Musalia Mudavadi, Ford Kenya's Moses Wetangula and Devolution Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa reaffirmed their choice to pursue a singular political direction to guarantee a strong political force. The leaders have been challenged to put aside selfish interests and pursue a common community goal. They also have welcomed an objective debate on the proposed constitutional reforms, but are keen to call for scrutiny of the proposals.
We come up with great solutions to our problems. When we put our differences aside, we become stronger together, we become more attractive to this great nation.
Wanasiasa wetu wote tunasimama hapa tukiwa na kielelezo kwa jamii ya kwamba tukitaka kuungana na Wakenya wengine lazima tuungane nyumbani kwanza.
If Weta has it, then I have it. If Eugene Omalo has it, then I have it. And I believe if I have it, then they have it. Huo ndio msimamo tunataka tueneze, kwamba we are ready to work together.
A section of legislators have raised concerns over proposals for constitutional amendments under the Building Bridges Initiative and the Third Way Alliance's Punguza Mzigo Bill. Limuru legislator Peter Mwathi is asking the Building Bridges Initiative to come up with a draft that will meet the needs of the common mwananchi and borrow details from the Punguza Mzigo draft. At the same time, nominated Member of Parliament representing persons with disability in the National Assembly, David Ole Sankok, says there is need to engage special groups in the Punguza Mzigo Bill and Building Bridges Initiative. The two leaders were speaking at separate events.
We need to relook at the Constitution. The Punguza Mzigo has very nice aspects about it, no doubt. But it needs to be checked with a tooth comb.
Sisi walemavu hatujapatiwa nafasi yoyote, whether kwa Punguza Mzigo ama kwa BBI ya kutoa maoni yetu, na hiyo maoni ambao wamelete pale, hiyo ni yao. Wananchi wenyewe wanajua kenye wanataka.
Now, newly inducted Secretary General of the All African Conference of Churches has emphasized the need to regulate churches in this era of misleading theologies. Reverend Fidon Mombesi was speaking as the members of the conference met for the first time at the Desmond Tutu Conference Center right here in Nairobi following his induction.
There are misleading theologies of wealth, but there are also misleading theologies of poverty. This business of you will have everything in heaven, here don't worry, blessed you are if you are poor, can be and has been misleading. People are made to kneel, and the preacher stands on that, two of them. There are some voices even in parliament. So these conmen who are taking all these people's money without any taxes, no, we need to regulate them.
Elsewhere, West Pokot Governor John Ole Nyagapuo is urging the national government to extend the upcoming census to the neighboring countries of Uganda and Tanzania, where Kenyan citizens have migrated to in search of water and pasture for their livestock. Lo Nyagapuo and leaders from the region visited Natekol village, that's in Uganda, to persuade Kenyan Pokot pastoralists to return home for the exercise. The governor also stated that herders will be organized in shifts for ease of counting. Leaders emphasized the importance of locals being part of the exercise, as population will be used as a factor in determining revenue allocation. Residents from West Pokot, Turkana, Trans Nzoia, Busia, Migori, Narok and Kajiado counties who have migrated to the neighboring countries are all at risk of missing out on the important exercise scheduled for the 24th and 25th of this month.
Musikose kuhesabuliwa, mrudi makwenu ndani ya huko boda ndani ya Kenya. Mtafanya plan, wale mtu mmoja akae na ng'ombe, alafu tuone vile national government imepanga kusaidia nyinyi.
Wajir Governor Mohamed Abdi has declared drought a disaster in his county following a recurrent dry spell for the last 2 years. The governor is calling for the national government and humanitarian organizations to come to the aid of the residents in order to prevent humanitarian crisis. Nudin Elmoge has that report.
Most of the groundwater services in Wajir, such as dams and water ponds, have dried up, and now the pasture for livestock is hard to come by, further worsening an already dire situation. But there is temporary reprieve. The county government has launched a drought mitigation water tracking exercise. 46 water bowsers have been sent to hard-hit areas in the county.
The number of people in need of humanitarian support continues to increase weekly. The current drought situation of alarm calls for multi-sectoral response.
The government is giving relief food to our counties, though the quantities are not as much, but the food that we are receiving will make sure that we give to our people. My only request would be we target the most vulnerable so that they are able to benefit.
Residents have welcomed the move, but they are also appealing for livestock feeds and relief food to hundreds of pastoralists affected by the dry spell.
Kama ng'ombe zilikuwa zinakuja mpaka karibu ng'ombe 300-400 zilikuwa zinafika hapa. Wakati zio ukame, wakati ng'ombe zilikuwa zinapatikana kwa wingi. Soko ilikuwa zamani ilikuwa inaingiza ng'ombe mingi sana, inaingiza ng'ombe kutoka Somalia zinakuja hapa, kutoka hapa zilikuwa zinakuja hapa, kutoka Buna, kutoka hapa zilikuwa zinakuja hapa. Mpaka ng'ombe zingine kutoka Moyale zilikuwa zinakuja hapa. Tukana bei ambayo ilikuwa mzuri. Lakini sasa hivi ng'ombe ilikuwa ukame, ng'ombe ilikuwa bei chini sana.
Behind me is a deserted Wajir livestock market. The few herders who brought their animals to the market this morning turn away with the animal because of poor prices in the market. The water tracking activity is expected to continue for the next few months, with the hope that the October-November rains will arrive in time. Nurdin Almoge, NTV, Wajir County.
Now, residents of Tana River County could soon bid goodbye to the perennial water shortage in the region after the county government acquired water drilling rig. The 70 million shilling machine will be used to sink more than 150 boreholes for safe and clean water, which could also be used for agriculture purposes, including irrigation in the semi-arid county. The county says areas that have large population or pastoralists will be given priority because they suffer the greatest impact of drought in the county.
Katika sehemu zetu zote za huko hinterlands na sehemu hii ya town tumeweza kupata maji masafi ya jamii yetu kukunywa, ya kupatia mifugo wetu na kufanya kilimo ile ambayo itatusaidia katika maisha yetu ya kila siku.
And the National Agriculture and Rural Inclusive Growth Project, in conjunction with the Narok County Government, has issued checks worth 60 million shillings to support 120 micro projects in 20 wards. Speaking in Emura Dikir constituency during the launch, Governor Samuel Ole Tunai said the projects were targeting vulnerable and marginalized groups of youth and women. The project aims to increase agriculture productivity and improve food security in the county. Tunoi, however, cautioned development committees from misappropriating the funds, saying those found culpable will be prosecuted.
Mnakumbuka ile proposals mlinipea? Hiyo ndio itaamua leo utapata pesa ngapi, sio mimi yani. Na sio His Excellency the Governor, ni bidii yako. Kuanzia hapo tayari mkubwa nasema ya kwamba tayari inaonekana ward gani iko na bidii na ward gani haina bidii.
Hata rais mwenyewe na deputy president hawezi kukusaidia ukigusa shilingi. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Kwa hivyo accountability, integrity, transparency is not negotiable.
Ningependa nisihi wananchi kwamba tukipata usaidizi kama hii, sisi pia tutie bidii.
Let's go back to the northeastern part of the country, and women in Garissa County can now empower themselves economically as they are the biggest beneficiaries of the 150 million shilling revolving funds launched 2 months ago in that county. Speaking during the disbursement exercise at Garissa Primary School, County Executive for Trade and Enterprise Development, Ado Jubat, has said the funds will benefit youth, women and persons living with disability. He says the groups will be able to engage in self-employment. Jubat says the revolving fund that will provide interest-free loans and economically empower a significant segment of the population marginalized for decades despite their numerical strength. He urged youth and women groups to avoid last-minute rush and take up risks, as well as break culture and religious barriers.
This fund, and the lowest at the minimum, we are giving out 200, and the highest, we are giving 500. And the people we are targeting is the most vulnerable persons in our community. These are the people who cannot access any funding from conventional bank.
And unemployment is one of the greatest challenges facing the youth today, as more graduates leave institutions of higher learning. Part of this problem has been blamed on the mismatch between the education offered in schools and the actual skills needed for the job market.
Cases of young people committing suicide or engaging in criminal activities have been on the rise as jobs become difficult to come by. The government is now being urged to restructure the education system to align with the skills needed in the job market in order to reduce the number of jobless graduates.
During my time, we would finish school and, after fourth form, those who did not do well to go to Form 5 and 6 were always absorbed somewhere. The government should put in place mechanisms of creating more jobs, creating employment, but people should also now look out, not necessarily to be employed.
Our children are coming out of school and we see a lot of gaps in them that need to be filled out there. And this gives them a lot of frustration in terms of even looking for jobs. They go for interviews, they cannot answer questions in an interview. Some of them have papers, but they cannot translate those grades or those papers into real life out there.
6 months being a house girl with no pay because you are doing it for someone who happens to be
a relative, but it's still not a close relative, but someone who just feels they want to use you because you are desperate. And this is kind of a path that I had chosen because I didn't see hope in myself. But when the National Youth Service advertised for opportunities, I used my talent as an athlete.
They were speaking at the 10th anniversary of Kaimosi Girls Alumni Annual Meeting. Nayoma Sampao, NTV.
Now, corporate leaders from both public and private sector are set to benefit from a niche corporate governance and leadership communication training program by the Center for Corporate Governance and Peterson Integrated Communications Limited. The training blends modules deemed as key to excel in 2 areas, including crisis communication, effective media relations, and concepts and principles of corporate governance. The program's inaugural training will be held earlier next month in Mombasa, after which it will be held every 2 months.
What you see, many blunders, some of the issues that come out of some of our leaders would and we have seen how they are broken or made institutions. And what we are saying is that the manner in which you communicate and how effectively you do so would impact positively or negatively depending on how it is done. And this course will definitely give you the skills that you need to communicate effectively, even in times of crisis where I know people lose their heads and communicate very badly, and then leading to more crisis.
This program is targeting leaders, from all cadres, CEOs, board chairmen, public service leaders like PSCs and others, to give them skills on leadership communication, which is very critical for success of any leader. This program is so appropriate for leaders to understand their role in crisis management. And when we train leaders about the patterns of crisis, then they are able to face them very well when they happen in their own organizations.
And here's something you need to look out for. The Grammy-winning Soweto Gospel Choir is right here in Nairobi, and this week they'll perform alongside some of the Kenya and East Africa's finest tuned voices. Early in the year, they won the 3rd Grammy Award for the Best World Music Album for the album Freedom, a 12-track tribute to celebrate the centenary of the birth of Nelson Mandela. Now, the group will take the stage tomorrow evening at Sitam, located in Karen.
Hi, we are Soweto Gospel Choir. Thank you for watching NTV.
A must attend and a must watch right there. Now it's lunchtime. If you're having your meal, well, you'd want to set it aside first in order to watch this story first. And barbecued field rats might not be everybody and your idea of a tasty treat, but in Western Cambodia, it is. Popular as a quick and cheap snack, small skilled rats can go for as little as 25 Kenyan shillings, while the large rodents cost around 130 shillings. While some may squirm at the look of the rodents on the grill bar, others cannot wait to munch and crunch on the strange delicacy and even dip it in sauce to improve the taste. Take a look.
A Cambodian national enjoying his rat meat like a piece of steak or a chicken drumstick. The simple joys of an inexpensive lunch washed down with a drink, such is the life of some residents in Western Cambodia. Roadside charcoal grilled rats are a delicacy here. Popular, quick and cheap, served with dipping sauces made from lime juice, black pepper or chilies.
When we drink beer or wine, this rat is a better match than chicken or beef.
Vendors of barbecue rats can make daily net sales of around 20 kilos, with business booming from Cambodian residents and once in a while curious foreigners. It's not a bad business, they say, and can even help one earn an income, albeit meager.
These rats are healthier than pork and chicken. chicken are given feed, but these rats are not fed. They eat lotus roots, and during harvesting season, they eat rice grains.
Regardless of the possibility of health risks involved, the unconventional treat of the rat delicacy in this part of the world continues on.
We are sorry if we spoiled your appetite, but you must diversify your appetite, including rats. Time now to play, and Sean Caravelis is in studio. Sean?
No, thank you. No, thank you. Let me just stick to chicken, beef, pork, whatever there is. Yeah, just normal meats for me. All right, let's start off with football. And Liverpool won the 2019 UEFA Super Cup.